Yeah, sure.
You're open to 2 orders of magnitudes of error that are you still accepting the globe if it's 2 orders of magnitude over your prediction?
No, what I'm saying is, if there's any evidence proving otherwise that the Earth is flat and not a
That's
not
what we're
a
trying to
sphere,
tell you. If
then
you saw if
I'll
you saw
definitely look into it.
if you saw proof that showed that your globe was off by 2 orders of magnitude, would that be enough for you to say, okay, if it's 2 orders of magnitude off, then it's been falsified? Are you willing to do that?
I would consider it.
Okay. Well, the black swan is 10 orders of magnitude over your prediction. And the islands behind in the same video, within the same couple of minutes, are 30 orders of magnitude over your globe prediction. How about 30 times over your prediction? Is that enough to falsify your globe?
No, only 2 or 3, not 30.
Is 30 times magnitude, is that enough to falsify your globe?
I don't know. All I know is that I didn't take that seriously, the black swan thing, because of
So you don't take eyesight seriously. Okay, we got you.
no, that particular observation.
So earlier, you were all about the observation.
Heavily, it's been heavily debated over, and I think that the globe argument.
Band member, what's your number? 24901, less, equal, greater, pick a number.
Yep. What's your tolerance level for the radius of Earth?
No. My question is, what long distance observation would validate the falsification for you? Pick a number.
Okay.
I'm betting you that you won't choose a number no matter what.
Yeah, I won't.
Exactly. Exactly. What I'm suggesting to you is that if you saw an observation that was 100,000 miles across the Earth, hypothetically, you still would be like, nope.
Mm-hmm.
Let me give you an example. You believe that on your globe, you could see the back of your head, not just once, but maybe twice, 3 times, maybe an infinite number of times you could see the back of your head. That's what you believe in. That's your religion. Oh, no, you're strawmanning. Now you're strawmanning my religion. Well, here's the thing. You're unwilling to pick a number, so prove me wrong. Because otherwise, okay, then pick a number.
Okay. I've kind of let it go for a little bit because I wanted to see how it was going to go, but I was more like looking for positive data on flat Earth.
Pick a number, band member.
Okay, 24,950.
No, what's your number?
So you just said a number larger than 24901, which means you expect to be able to see the back of your head. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was just going to ask about that.
Sure.
Go ahead.
So the only way to falsify for you is to see the horizon beyond the back of your head.
Yep.
Okay.
Is that your claim?
No, I think you've been ridiculous, but hey, I just want to see where you're going to go with it. So,
well, here's the thing: you are dogmatically forbidding falsification, and if that's okay with you, then you're just a religious zealot, and you need to recognize that you're a religious zealot.
That's your opinion?
No, it's not an opinion. It's a matter of fact. You are literally dogmatically. Look it up. Look the word up. What? Okay. You're dogmatically forbidding falsification.
Yep. So that means you are stuck in confirmation bias and you refuse to leave it, and you're honest about refusing to leave it. So
I'm open to anything scientific.
There's very little hope of you ever achieving any new knowledge because you refuse to to look at anything that would conflict with your confirmation bias.
And the globe is not a scientific inquiry, it's a geometric one, and you reject geometry because you are a zealot of this globe thing.
Okay, so with that in mind, how about this? How about give me something flat Earth positive data
Black Swan. You just hand
I
like
get, hold on.
aside
I
from
just
Black
posted
Swan?
that.
Sorry.
Listen, okay,
How about
so
that?
there's more than hold on a second. There's more than one black swan. So saying, "Oh, I reject that image." What about the other 4?
So
this is a 4 times
you're
observation.
looking out. So the only positive data you have is look out to the horizon. It looks
No.
flat.
No. I'm just saying your characterization of it is inaccurate. It's more than one image. But you asked for hard data, so I just posted some. I just posted the FE core. That's 4 measurements, precision measurements. Is Sony was misusing order of magnitude, meant multiples, but this is 2 orders of magnitude off from the prediction. So the globe Earth predicts so the laser 25 miles away would be 440 feet above the surface of the Earth, but it was measured at 4 feet above the surface. So that's 2 orders of magnitude difference, the measurement versus the prediction. And it's the PDF I posted in my voice text.
Oh, where is that? Sorry, I kind of want to write it down so I can go look.
In live stream voice text is a PDF, a link to a PDF.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up a bit. So say that again, please.
It's in the live stream voice text. All you have to do is scroll up 4 posts to where it says FE Core Experiment Description Final Version.pdf.
Okay. Sorry, I'm kind of new to Discord. I don't know where to go in that feed. Okay. Sure, I can do that. Okay, but other than, okay, so the laser experiment is supposed to positively prove flat Earth. Is there another one I can look at?
Well, yeah.
All water everywhere.
Hold on, I'll post a link to our wiki, which has about 100 observations.
Okay.
All water
Longest
everywhere.
one's 10,000 miles by radio communication.
By radio communication?
Yeah, so radio communication, right? So they transmitted Cornwall, UK to Sydney, Australia, and talked to each other. Before satellites existed, it's at the beginning of radio, so.
Don't they bounce signals off the ionosphere for that? Or,
I didn't hear what you said, what?
don't they bounce radio signals off the ionosphere? That's how Hawaii can speak to
Yeah, not during
California?
the day. Yeah, not during the day, though.
Oh.
So that's a theory, that's a post hoc theory, that's an ad hoc theory added on because they could transmit farther than the goal predicted.
Huh.
So they came up with this ionosphere theory, and that's so convoluted, they have to claim that there's negative refraction. Negative, okay?
Okay. All right. I can
But
look
the
at
thing is that, like, okay, so the ionospheric transmission, like during the day, this is what they claim. During the day, you can transmit 200 miles, but at night you can transmit 600, up to 6,000 miles. But this is 10,000 miles, and it was done during the day. It wasn't done at night.
Huh.
Because what they say is multiple layers of ionosphere, and they go up and down depending on whether the sun's out or not. This is what they say. So when the ionosphere is high up off the surface, the reflection angle is further. But that happens at night.
All right. Well, aside from all that I haven't brought up, I do have a question. Why the last 100 years worth of like space observations, space technology and all that is
space
it's not
cartoons.
accepted. Yeah, it's not accepted by Ladder. I know
not
that
verifiable.
Why isn't it? Why don't we accept it? Why do you think we don't accept it?
That's I'm not sure. I mean, aside from just saying
It's not
I don't believe the pictures.
I'm telling you why. It's not falsifiable. Which is why you guys bring it up. It's because you can't prove it wrong. You can't prove it right. There's no test we can do to disprove the authenticity of an image. The same with the image of Bigfoot, right? I can't prove the image of Bigfoot is wrong, right? Or doesn't represent Bigfoot. I can always just say, oh, I don't believe it. That's it. That's why we don't accept it. It's because it's not empirical. It's based upon trust.
True. I can believe that to a point.
It's not to a point. That's the way it is. Okay, if you can tell us the objective test of a photograph that we can do to determine whether that image represents reality.
I'm not about pictures, but what I am about is, don't you think that the only reason why we got this far, as far as science and technology, is because of shared data and making sure it's not a lie?
What?
You mean Croatian agency shared information with US space agency?
Is that why all you guys come on here, almost every single one? And when we ask for a direct measurement of Earth curvature, you go to sticks and shadows because of the high-tech abilities? Is that why that happens?
And when we use the modern tech to show you that the sticks and shadows thing is bunk, you hand wave it.
But when the weather satellites, rockets, International Space Station, all that is
Go around
I have the International
around
Station.
the curvature.
Here we go.
The space station disappeared. What can't we do?
I have an image of the space station. Here's the most proof you have of the ISS. And I'll post it in just a second.
We get rainfall and all that stuff from Doppler radar that's on the ground. So I don't know what you're talking about, weather satellites.
Here's your ISS. Talk about images.
Weather's not predicted. Well, weather's not predicted from satellites. It's predicted from meteorological stations on the ground.
Yeah, why do they have GPS buoys out in the middle of the ocean?
Oh, I don't know about that stuff, but
Oh, really?
it's just there's just a lot of you think logically that science wouldn't want to
You mean
tell a lie.
satellite
Science.
Science wouldn't want to know. Science have a mouth? Anyway,
Science
I think you're saying the word politics wrong.
Yeah.
it's
Anyway,
politics.
you're talking about politics.
And
You're on the wrong server. Anyway, there's the ISS at 30 minutes after. Everyone direct their attention for their viewing pleasure to the live stream voice text 30 minutes after. There's your ISS, folks.
Also, he said logically. What logically?
What?
A little too much wind.
I said, what logic is he applying? He said it's logical. Like, what logic? Like, give us the logical syllogism.
Yeah, please do.
You guys just like throwing that word around as if it's like supporting your argument somehow. I'll just use the word logically and make my argument sound legitimate.
Using no
But it's
logic.
actually
Not
illogical.
necessarily. I'm not using that to win an argument. I was just trying to figure out why
It's not
there's so
logical.
much distrust
Hey, irrational.
in science, but and then
What
there's
science? What science? What
Yeah, don't give it the word science.
What science? What
science,
science are you saying we're denying? Tell us.
Earth science.
Earth
Why
science.
why sunrise happens, why how gravity works.
Yeah, the sun rises.
Honest.
Yeah, we all know how it happens. We all see how the sun is what is rising. Yeah, the sun is rising.
Physics, all that stuff.
Physics. You're just making generalized.
I know for chemistry, biology.
There's a wow, too much at the same time.
You're just making these generalized statements that are inaccurate.
I am making a lot of generalized
And
statements.
we don't trust science. You said we don't trust science. First of all, the scientific method was invented because you don't want to trust anybody. It's supposed to be testable, repeatable, verifiable.
Mm-hmm.
Nowhere in the scientific method does it say trust.
Yeah.
Right?
Or majority or consensus.
You know that the definition of pseudoscience is claims or theories which cannot be falsified by experiment, right? That's the definition by the person that invented the word.
Okay, I can believe that. Just like for instance, anyway.
No, you claim, but you said we're denying science or don't trust science. The thing is, we do trust the scientific method. We see it's not being applied. And you think science is something a scientist says. No, science is the experiment. The personality behind the experiment is irrelevant.
Yeah.
Of course, I believe that. Yeah.
So, what science is there to what Earth is in the first place? Could you tell me that? What science is involved in what Earth is?
What are you talking about? It's
Is that
shaped,
your-
like,
No,
No.
what Earth is? Is that what you're talking about in Earth sciences you mentioned? Is that what Earth is? Is that the question at hand?
In one aspect, yes.
Okay, so in your Earth science, what Earth is one of the questions. Well, let me tell you, science doesn't deal with anything about what is at all. Science only has to do with how and why something happens, cause and effect. That's it. That's it. There is no other. There is no other science. There is no other type of science. There is
There's
no
no
other
observational
color or
science.
version. There is no subjective opinion about what
No,
this
observation
scientific
is not a
method
science. Yeah.
is.
Yeah, observation is just one component of the scientific method, the very first step. If you don't do the rest of it, it's not science.
So you seem to say science a lot. So I just want to ask you a few questions to see if you know what science is. Can you tell me what the three constituent parts of a valid hypothesis are?
I have a problem wondering if you're the authority on the science, but on science itself. But
Then why do you keep
But
saying
you will speak
science?
here about science.
You know what it is. If you don't know what it is,
You don't
why
know
do you
anything about.
we're just
I
having a
see.
discussion.
He's
but
not
yeah.
talking about the scientific method. He means science, his religion called science.
Yeah.
Sure,
So he's
why
saying-
not?
That's the way you're using the word science as part of your religion.
Science is a collection of data proven time and time again and
You
used.
don't even know what the scientific method is, so how do you know what's been proven?
Yeah, you
To
don't
use
know
it
what
as
the scientific
technology.
method is.
Planet, can you now find definition for pseudoscience?
Well, the
So-
other gentleman said earlier, it's science that can't be proven otherwise, even with experimentation.
Listen, you keep claiming science again, but you've just represented yourself as having lower than a fifth grade understanding of what science is.
Okay.
What I said was,
You would fail fifth grade science, is what I'm telling you.
Okay.
okay,
Yeah.
what I said was, I want to tell him what I said, okay, because he misquoted me. It's claims or theories which cannot be falsified by experiment. And what I mean by that is, say I have a theory. I have to think of a test, some experiment that I can potentially do that would prove it. Because if you can't prove it wrong, that means all evidence points toward it being right. Right? It's not that the experiment was done and proven it wrong. It has to be available to us. Right? So when I ask you, what's the scientific method test of images where we can determine their authenticity, and you say we don't have one, claims about them are pseudoscience because we can't test them. We can't even prove them wrong.
Okay, Neil. Yeah, you're right. I misquoted you, but it doesn't necessarily point to it being the truth, even though it can't be proven. You're right about that. I would take that with a grain of salt. You're right.
Well, it's just how we delineate. Like if you use the word science, we're using that word for a reason. When we apply it to something, we're saying, yes, the scientific method was applied to this. Right? That's why people use the word, because it has some sort of magic power where it just ends all debate. Science supports it, so just end the debate.
Well,
But you brought up gravity, for instance. So,
Yeah.
Okay, gravity. Okay. I'm gonna ask you a question. You're gonna tell us the experiment that determines the cause of gravity.
Well, nobody has proven how that works. So
Okay,
why were you
it's
just
not
calling it
science yet. But you said we don't trust science and use gravity as an example when you actually have no science to back that up in the first place.
well, we don't know yet how it works. Nobody does.
Okay, So there's no scientific explanation for it.
Yes, but there's massive observations of it. Just
So there's
no one knows how it
descriptions.
works.
So yeah, we observe it, we describe it, we quantify it, right? We can do that with pretty much anything.
Right.
Can we observe
It
gravity?
doesn't mean there's any science behind it. Just plain observation is not science. It's like if observation was science, you could freaking do science on Pornhub. I mean,
Well, you can watch corn grow and so and
Can
prove
we
how it
observe
grows.
gravity? Can we observe gravity?
Can we observe gravity? Was that the
Yes.
question?
Can we do that?
Well, we can prove things fall to the earth, and so
Yeah,
far,
but your story about why they
so
fall.
far it's been labeled as
Hey,
gravity.
what is falling? What is falling?
Any object with mass.
Really? Object apple is on the floor. Why is not falling?
No, I'm sorry, I missed it. I didn't hear you.
Apple is on the floor. Why is not falling?
Because the earth is stopping it from falling, but it's still
Okay.
accelerating to the.
In which case,
Oh, you broke up bad. I'm sorry.
You're about it.
in which case Apple will fall?
You have to
You
pick
broke
it
up
up
bad. I
off the
missed
floor
it.
and drop it, dude. That's what I'm trying to
In
say.
which case,
You have
which
to pick it
moment
back up.
Apple will fall? Hear me?
I missed all that.
Okay, Apple is on the floor. How we will make Apple to fall?
Got a hole underneath, and it'll continue to fall till it
You will
gets
pick
round
up that
again.
apple. Is that true? You will pick up that apple. Is that true? And
Sure,
then you will.
let it go.
And
Yeah.
okay. Tell me now. Is it apple more than air?
Yes.
Are you moving apple to do more less dense medium?
I'm gonna say yeah.
If you drop something more dense in less dense medium, what will happen?
It's gonna fall down to the largest through the largest gravitational field, which is the Earth, to the ground.
No, I'm speaking about less. This is air. Apple is on the floor. You are taking apple. Who is causing that apple move from the floor? Gravity or you?
By picking it up, it's me.
Okay. Where is gravity there? Because apple was moved from equilibrium. It was on the floor. You used your energy to move apple through the medium, what is less dense, because apple is more dense. Now apple is not anymore on the earth. Apple is in the medium, but you move the apple.
I'm not understanding where you're getting with that.
I'm asking you what is in nature falling.
All masses fall toward the Earth.
I'm asking you, my apple is on the floor. It's not falling, it's on the floor.
All masses accelerate
Wait a minute.
to the Earth until it's stopped by the mass of the Earth.
Okay, great. Now we will take that mass and we will put that mass where?
Wait. Does helium have a
In the
mass?
air.
Yes, it does.
Oh, does it fall towards the Earth?
It will if that's the only gas in the area, yeah.
what about if it's liquid? Did the mass change?
Of course.
So the mass changed when it transformed into liquid.
Yes, sir.
Okay. No, dude. The mass's intrinsic property of matter in the theory doesn't change depending on the phase.
You grouped a bunch of helium atoms or hydrogen atoms together into a liquid by reducing its temperature or pressure.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, and what happens? It gets more dense, right? And then it
right.
stays on the ground. It doesn't float anymore.
Right.
It
It'll
wasn't the
eventually
change in
go
mass.
away.
What I'm saying is it wasn't the change in mass that kept it from floating. It was the change of density. And that's what he's trying to tell you, that the only thing we can determine through experiment why things go up versus down are changes in density relative to the medium they're in. We can't, so because if we do this, say we take two objects of different so-called masses and we drop them, they fall at the same rate, right?
Yes.
So we don't have a viable independent variable, but if we change like the density of a single thing, it will go up or down. So according to the scientific method, the causal mechanism for this is the density.
Helium in a vacuum in gaseous form will stay on the Earth's surface if it's in a vacuum.
I'd like to see that.
Wait, what? I just want you to say that again, if you don't mind.
Helium in a gaseous form, if it's the only thing in a like a container that's it's gaseous, maybe let's say it's still 14 psi sea level.
Okay.
It will stay on the Earth's surface.
So check this out. I'm going to give you a weird analogy. Did you know? Did you know that water in an empty cup? If you have water, right? You know what water is, and you have an empty cup, you know, a cup with nothing in it. Do you think any description I give you about what that water will do in the empty cup will make any sense at all? Like, imagine an empty cup, right? And then talking about water and what water would do in an empty cup that's empty.
Okay. That doesn't make any sense.
I agree with you.
No, it doesn't make sense to me. But hold on, before you go on, I want to point out that helium or hydrogen at regular atmospheric pressure, it stays on the ground because it got more dense.
No, sorry.
So the change in pressure makes the helium more dense. That's how it got that pressure.
Right. No, I'm sorry. I think it was gospel of that. Yeah, I understand what you said. Yeah, the way I said it doesn't make any sense. You're right.
Okay.
But what I meant was helium contained, but in a container, but not high pressure. Just like, let's say the same pressure as sea level. If you had it separated from the air, will sit on the surface. I mean, just because of it has mass. You introduce any sort of like the air outside, it will obviously, that because those molecules are heavier, like nitrogen and oxygen, it will push the helium up, and all those molecules will settle underneath it.
Okay, what proof do you have of this occurring with helium, with absent of any
I
other
want to see that experiment.
Yeah,
I want to see that experiment. Because to my knowledge, a gas in a vacuum chamber disperses evenly throughout the entire chamber.
I know.
Thermodynamic equilibrium.
That was a bad description. I'm not sure if
it's just you don't know about gas laws either.
Well,
that's okay though.
I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt and how you're communicating and everything. So your claim, it has nothing to do with the vacuum chamber. It has more to do with a container of exclusively helium. Your claim is that there will be helium and also a vacuous area in this same container. And how about, are you observing this to be the case? And how would you even observe that in the first place?
Yeah, no, I don't want to know how you would. I want to know how they did, because he's saying it's like it's a matter of fact.
Like it's a matter of fact.
Where did you have where's the proof of this helium going down?
Oh, okay.
In the vacuum?
About this.
What proof are you using to back your statement?
I don't even understand how it became straight in the first place.
Tell the proof. Don't.
Okay, you forget it. What did you say before?
Hold on, everybody. He's going to tell us what proof he's using instead of gish galloping for once. Please tell us the proof.
I'm not sure if this is a good way to use it, but because of the weight of the...
Yeah, you're gish galloping. I want the proof you're using, the statement or citation, the source included of what you're using to back your statement that helium goes down.
No, I don't have any of that, of course. I'm just trying to say that
that's the statement.
You can post it. Nobody has it.
You said it, not us. You said it.
Well, can I say something real quick? We're kind of in the weeds now. Like, this is
Yeah,
not like to
I
our
know.
advantage. We
Yeah,
got way away from curvature.
that's
Got way
true.
away from curvature into generalized statements about how we feel about science, which were incorrect when that was pointed out. But I mean, let's go back to like, what's the point? This is a flat Earth server, not a physics nerd server.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
So, do you have any measurements of curvature, or does anybody?
That's not why I was here. I was here to get like positive data towards flat Earth. The
I
other
gave
guy,
it to you.
I wanted to say thanks for, so I can look
And I'll
at
post
those
more.
afterwards. Yeah. So other than that, I'm still Glober, but I'm still open to any new sciences. I guess that's what piqued my curiosity being here.
Well, we already pointed out it's not a scientific question.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Shape of something. Like, listen, think about it like this, right? If you wanted to know, like what's the shape of the floor in my house? Would a carpenter with a measuring stick or measuring tape determining that, does that mean he's a scientist?
of course not.
Of course
Right.
not, right? So neither is measuring the Earth.
Exactly.
Doesn't
Or
involve
what-
science, because science is for phenomena, as Sonny pointed out. It's for phenomenon, actions, verbs, things that happen, right? Not what is, what exists. It's not science.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right. Well, you know,
So let me ask you, BAM member, if I could, just a quick question.
sure.
Like, what is your confidence level that that Earth is what you're saying it is, a spinning ball in a vacuum of space? What is your confidence level on a percent-wise scale?
I'd say 90%.
90%. Well, that's fair. You know, that's a little better. You get 10% in questions. So, well, that's good because we have a lot of people that come in here, and I ask them that question after long conversations like this, where they've presented no provable empirical fact or data at all, but they believe 99 to 100% that they live in a globe with zero proof. So I would say you're a little bit ahead of the game there, but you still believe in something 90% for sure with zero proof to back it.
The logic,
Like,
as far as science and what I've read, and
Logic.
saying logic, dude. There is no logic behind the globe. There
There's
is zero
no
logic behind it.
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
let's agree to disagree on that.
Listen, I can demonstrate that there's no logic, right? Okay. So, tell me anything about the globe Earth model, right? The idea that is self-evident. Like, go out to the world, it's self-evident, it's a globe. Or do you have to assume it's a globe and then do anything from there?
Sunrises and sunsets.
That's not self-evident that it's a globe.
Well, the sun has to go
Because
somewhere.
you're observing the sun. Okay, you're not observing the Earth. And you have a misconception about the way you view flat surfaces versus curved surfaces. So you think that, oh, it's impossible for something to disappear bottom first on a flat surface. That is incorrect. And we can demonstrate that it's incorrect. Not talk about it, we can demonstrate it.
Well, this is about all the time I got. But anyway, I just want to thank you guys for giving me that 2 bits of information I can look at. But yeah.
Well, listen, the whole point was that you don't have any logic was this, is that because you have to use an assumption, starting point. An assumption is something that you can't prove or hasn't been proven. So right there, because it cannot be proven, it is logically impossible to prove the globe because of the starting point. Because you start with an assumption that can't be proven and build from that. So there is actually no logic behind the globe.
No, I can agree that there are a lot of things that I cannot do that's been published proving that the Earth's a globe. Yes, absolutely right. And but I can only go so far with that, and it logically makes sense.
Can you
But that's
post that
why.
what other people prove it?
But But anyway, guys,
No, man,
thanks
you
for
said that.
indulging me.
Just
But I
keep
gotta
Oh,
go.
saying logic,
Go,
dude.
go.
Okay,
Okay,
bye.
go.
Yeah, go.
All
See you
right, have
later.
a good one.
Have a nice
All
day.
right, bye.
Bye. Every time,
They
every
just keep
time when
saying the same thing over and over again, just like as if repeating it somehow makes it so. It
we're
blows
still
me
here.
away. Yes, there's logic. I swear, there's logic. Okay, so it's based off an assumption, something that's not proven, and logic proves things. So where's the logic? I don't get it.
For anybody who's aware, that was one of the former YouTube keyboards from the chat, I think. Go ahead.
What he's really doing is he's using the word logic in place of, oh, I can comprehend this, and that's really it. Oh, it's really easy to visualize a couple balls in space whizzing around each other. So it makes sense to me, so it must be true.
The best thing is to say scientists did, and you don't know what they did. There is so many people, they know how they proved the globe, but you don't know how they proved.
Yeah, so I mean that's like worse than like hearsay, because not only because first of all, if he knew what it was, right, he would just have to believe that their experiments or whatever prove the globe. But he doesn't even know what the experiments are. So he
Yeah.
heard from somebody else that says, yes, out there somewhere, someone did some experiments, and he believes that second person. You don't even know who the first person is.
Why is it so scary to look into that? I don't know.
Yeah. But hey, I'm gonna come
Because
over.
his future is space. That's why it's scary.
Yeah.
That's where he sees.
So I'm gonna drop off a load of cement for your foundation for your skyscraper. Will you accept 2 orders of magnitude off? Any takers?
As long as I don't have
Knock down the
to pay
price
for
to
it.
magnitude and we'll talk about it.
I like gospel question. I like so well because nobody want to answer, and that's incredible. To which distance for you will be that will falsificate. I don't know how to make the question, but that's a great question. And they don't want to answer. Hey,
Well, yeah, I
200
mean,
miles.
that's all of a question. I mean, he won't even come up with any number. Like was pointed out, that's just like religious zealotry. When in the face of any evidence, you're still going to continue with an erroneous belief. I don't know what to tell you.
For me, India was like, for example, 10 miles was not enough in the beginning. Like, okay, but I needed more distance, and I saw more distance and more and more and more. And then Jay Tolan came, and I said, oh, what the fuck is this now?
We're gonna have to go to a different word like pseudo logic to go along with the pseudoscience, because there's people feigning that they're using logic when they're talking about the globe, when it was clearly pointed out, as Indio did, that there's no logic involved in it at all, none whatsoever. So how can you say something
Yeah,
when
it starts from a logical fallacy. It starts from a affirmative consequence.
a hypothetical is that doesn't mean it's definite. A hypothetical, that doesn't mean it's been proven. Hypothetical, that doesn't mean the scientific method has been performed. No action has been taken. Period. End of the discussion. You can't measure something using the tools of hypothetical. That's not one of the tools we use to measure things with. Geometric claims require geometric proof. Why do they run from their own geometric claim? That's a great question. I wish I had the answer to that.
I think another thing, I think he's another one that's like, he thinks that he can't, he's too dumb to figure it out because he said, well, there's scientists somewhere and I can't do the experiments they did. Well, if you don't even know what their experiments are, how do you know you can't do them? He's already convinced himself he can't figure it out and that he's too dumb.
Mm-hmm. But yet he still knows, which is really...
yeah.
like,
yeah, the contradiction there is crazy.
Yeah, you like the admission that you can't know, but yet in the next breath, you're saying, acting as if you know for sure. Otherwise, you wouldn't be making those statements. As we pointed out with him, quite politely, I think, asked him for his actual backing for what his statement was. He couldn't provide any backing. He just made it up. That's what happens. That's what happens.
90% certain.
90%
certain.
With zero proof. Zero. He didn't provide curvature, rotation, or gas pressure without a container. No. None of those.
Well, he's 90% certain that there's somebody out there somewhere that has the proof. And that, like, what they did for the proof, he's also 90% certain he can't do it either.
Yeah. This sounds like everlasting ignorance. Why?
Yeah, so the next time you buy
No, dude, it's brainwashing. It's literal brain. I mean, listen, if you walked into any cult, back in the 70s and early 80s, there was like all these cults going around, like the Moonies.
Yeah.
If you walked into any cult, this is how they would talk. Like, this crazy nonsense.
Yeah.
The Moonies were funny, though. I liked them.
There was a bunch of those on the beach and like up in LA. There was a bunch of like really wild, weird stuff.
They're still around?
Yeah, I think there's several of them.
Couldn't go through an airport back in the day, man.
Yeah, there were people that all of them shaved their heads, male and female. All of them had shaved heads. It's kind of like the Hare Krishna, but groups like the Hare Krishna, but Scientology is one. And then like they started all this stuff like in the 70s. I guess I saw it happening around me. This new age thing started coming around. I remember it. Way back then.
Oh yeah, and without space, how are you going to evolve into a nebulate, etheric, floating in nothingness consciousness that runs the universe?
Yeah, and go commune with your Palladian brethren. How are you going to meet the Palladians if Earth isn't a ball? Like all this stuff that has to occur if your fantasy is going to be real. So they start with the fantasy and they go back, yeah, it has to be real because I have this fantasy and I believe the fantasy to be absolutely real. I'm even convinced I'm using logic, even though I'm out of my freaking mind.
Well, they're starting to hedge their bets with the transhumanism, right? So if you can't go to real space, you can go into virtual space when you become one with the machine.
Yep. I wonder if band member is one of those that would be completely willing to just give over their entire soul and have themselves like uploaded into AI. To give up their soul.
Hey, people may not be aware of this, but when you upload or download something, you're just copying it.
Right.
And if you do a move, you're deleting the original. Now, I want you to apply that to this idea that you're going to download your consciousness into a computer and think about it for a second.
You're going to move it, you're deleting the original.
Yeah, so how it works is you copy it and then delete the original. There is no movement. So
Mhm.
you die, and a copy of you, which isn't you, continues. So have fun with that.
Yeah, right. It sounds like a disaster. But like the movies weren't put out there for no reason. I mean, they don't have movies like The Terminator for no reason, The Matrix for no reason. So they must have had some kind of internal memo from the very beginning that they were going to be these messengers of things so that they could avoid penalties of violating someone's free will. So they have to put it in plain sight. That's what they've done. They've been like this hidden mouthpiece the whole time. The movies have been in there the whole time. Those Kabbalah people. Yeah. The human the ones that are the human sacrificial, those people. Yeah. The modern ones. Yeah. The ones that enjoy human sacrifice. They never went away. Actually, I think what happened in when the conquerors came over, and like Spanish conquest, they liked the idea of cannibalism, so they just took that on and put it in their Catholic religion too. They liked it so much they just took that characteristic on, and then claimed those other people were savages. How could they kill so many people like that? Can't do it out in public. You have to do it in secret. Otherwise, they'll catch on too quick. People don't realize that's what's actually happening. They're supporting their own demise. $29 in the chat now on this fine Thursday, April 21st. All across the plain. Jamesy!
It's sunny. It's sunny today.
Jamesy, hey, bro. It is sunny today.
It's sunny except for the man-made clouds.
That's right, boy. It's amazing you mentioned that. Like,
they're like all over the place, like thick.
Crisscross patterns, yeah, everywhere. It's really wild. There's this one place where they literally shoot these planes. I don't know what they are. I don't think they're planes. They're shooting them directly up at about an 80-degree angle. Almost straight up. 70 to 80 degrees is what I would reckon they are, having looked at them for several years.
Yes.
There's some secret naval base inland right near the border, and they shoot these rockets up. And then the next thing you know, there's trails all over the sky. I think they might be drones. Hey, Absolute. Good to see you in here again today. Greetings.
You know what's starting to get irritating though?
What's
Making
that?
like an objectively true statement and they say, well, I disagree. That's just your opinion. That's really starting to irritate me.
Oh. When you wait a minute, say it again. When you say something's definitive that it's been proven,
That's just objectively true. Like just you know,
right?
Yeah, like it's daytime right here, right now. You know, or that globe starts with an assumption. That's objectively true. Like no one denies that, and even if they did deny it, it's just objectively true because you never go outside and go look at this big, huge ball. No one ever says that.
Yeah, exactly. Only in here.
And And on top of that, you can prove they never say it because if you go, why is there no left or right curvature? They'll say, well, the ball is too big for you to see. That's only a really small arc length, right? It's a really small arc. Okay, fine. So you don't see a ball.
Okay. Great.
So where did the ball idea come from? Oh, I assumed it. Yeah, so it's objectively true that they assume the ball. But then he says it's your opinion. It's not my opinion, dude.
That's what they have to change.
Dude, I stay away from... Yeah, I know. I stay away from opinions and like subjective statements. Like a vampire stays away from garlic. I just like...
Exactly.
Because I don't want them to twist shit, right? So I just stay away from it.
Yeah.
But then when they try to characterize it as that anyway, dude, it like irritates me. It's like, dude, I'm making an effort here not to make any subjective statements. Then you're just going to claim I am making one? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, when he says, yeah, that's your opinion about objectivity. Yeah, that's pretty freaking weird. Like,
it's like a coping mechanism, I think.
I think so too. I think all of the, like a lot of those are, I don't even know they realize they're doing it.
I'm starting to wonder if they know the difference between objective and subjective. Like, do they even know?
They do. I don't think they do. I think that's been fogged up, and it's not by them. That's how the mind control system worked. To make that cloudy, to make that like unable to really see the difference between subjective and objective, like blurred the lines. They have to blur the lines, man, because you have to skip up to non-reality as soon as you leave the surface in their paradigm. Well, even on the surface. So yeah, come on, honey, let's go out today. Let's go experience that big, huge ball. What ball?
That's pretty much the mental snap that Rumpus had back in the day when he finally realized that the horizon isn't geometric. He basically said, if the horizon isn't geometric, then I can't trust reality anymore, and everything's up for grabs.
Wow. So went full in on the fantasy.
Well, it's basically, if Earth isn't a globe, then reality isn't real.
Yeah, that's how stuck they are in it.
And by the way, as screwed up as it sounds, that is almost a fair assessment that they have to give of themselves. That's like, if the paradigm doesn't mesh with reality, then they just assume reality is a subjective construct,
right?
Rather than their paradigm is wrong.
Yeah, that's why they come up with all this other bull horse crap, like, it's a simulation.
That's throw the baby out with the bathwater to a new level.
Yep. Nothing has any meaning. They take little bits and pieces of these different fields of pseudoscience and mix them together like it's a card game with a big pile of cards in the middle. You just pick out one. Doesn't matter which one. It'll have another little portion of pseudoscience that you can use.
Well, this confirms what I've said like from the beginning, that this globe concept, it is completely connected to their entire worldview and their self-image and everything.
Yeah.
Like when they say, why do I exist? And all the existential questions every human being asks of themselves, that's filtered through the idea they're on a ball.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if it's not a ball, they have to start over. That involves work, right? Like, shit, I got to start over. My assumptions were wrong. Shit.
Yeah, they're not willing to do that. And they're willing to like say all kinds of ridiculous things that we hear and hear all the time that are literally so fantastic that it's just comical. Like I like that when we let them speak, like that one guy. And he spoke for 15 minutes, which he denied later. It's that's objective. It's on the live stream. Anyway, did not bring forth one piece of any kind of evidence at all, but mostly was just color commenting about how the conversation went and what he thought about it. That's it. Nothing objective, nothing specific at all. No proof. Nothing.
So
Zero.
If your entire ego identity and your place in the world is based on the globe, and the globe is taken away, but it's too hard to start over.
Yeah.
And wouldn't it not be easier to just latch onto a new paradigm that's handed to you on a silver platter?
That's what they want. Why can't you? Why can't you, flat earthers, spoon feed me the information just like I got spoon fed before? Right? It's really crazy. Why? What's wrong with you, flat earthers? You don't think of everything as a freaking object, including Earth itself. Even the lights in the sky, they believe are objects. Like object oriented. What the hell is that? You know? It's a psychological disorder that you think everything. If you think Earth is an object, you have a mental disorder.
Well, that's also plays along. For example, Earth isn't an object, so it doesn't matter what shape it is. It just matters how you experience it. And since you're an individual, think about it. Since you're an individual in a multiverse with a subjective reality, right, and it's infinite probabilities, and you're just experiencing a probabilistic event, right? So it's of no consequence whether the horizon is flat or curved, or whether you steal or don't steal, or whether somebody dies or lives.
That's
nothing matters except what you.
Yeah.
Nothing matters except what satisfies you.
Yeah, exactly.
That's some big brain stuff from a complicated rock.
Yeah. How does rocks learn to think like that? Wow.
I got it from my third cousin, Granite.
Yeah, my cousin's an ore.
So one of my cousins is copper ore, and people used to say, that cousin is green with envy.
I mean, think how sad it is, just like from our perspective, that the evidence is rejected and we have to like resort to like psychoanalyzing Globers and that there's their social situation because you're so irrational. It's like not even we should be here. We should be talking about the evidence he presented, right? And like how that proves or doesn't disprove the globe and like what the experiment was and what the possible sources of error were. That's what we should be talking about right now. We're talking about the dude's, Dunning-Kruger intellectual spiral.
Yeah. Yep. Stockholm syndrome all mixed in there together. Yep.
Goddamn mic check real quick.
You're good, Dave.
You're good, Dave.
I just wanted to say that good job having a civil combo with that guy, and to look on the bright side, maybe he at least took the first step and came in here and discussed it. So maybe he's on his way to reality. Who knows?
Yeah,
But
and to give people the
props to him for coming in here and having a civil discussion. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead.
That's true. Yeah, you're right, Dave. And to give the guy the benefit of the doubt, he did say he's 10% in doubt. So that's a start. Some of these people just need a chink in their armor revealed. Some of them got this pretty impervious armor, though, surrounding their bias. It's that protection, man. That could only happen with someone who does equate their own personality or themselves with what they've learned, whether it's true or false. You could believe something that's false and still equate your value based on what you perceive to be knowledge, whether it's true or not. You could get stuck in that. So what we see here is people defending this illogical stance that they have with no backing at all, We point out to them that that is religious. They want to deny that because in 500 years, that's what those people have done. Try to divorce themselves further and further away from admitting that their whole paradigm is a religious philosophical belief system created by mostly Masons and bishops, people connected with the church. Friends of the Pope, friends of bishops. They're bishops themselves. They're moving in the monasteries. They're all those people, like Newton, Galileo. They're all high priests. So once these Globers kind of get a handle on all of their predecessors of this paradigm, were religious in nature.
Those same people will want to tell you the flat plane that you live on is a religion. Well, that's good. That's cute. How does that check out?
Oh, they go further than that. They say believing your own eyes is delusional. That's how far they go. They think flat earthers are delusional. So going out and observing reality and taking it as it presents itself is a delusion.
Yeah, they got to look in the mirror.
But my
Yeah, exactly. Like, how upside down is that? That's like the most bizarrest projection.
Well, Indio, what do you want from a bunch of chemical reactions that became complex enough to become sentient? What do you expect?
Well, I can't take what Michelle Thaler says seriously about me being a complicated rock because she's not a geologist.
Oh my God.
If you gotta be a biologist to determine a woman, she needs to be a geologist to determine I'm a complicated rock.
You're not even qualified to say she's a woman, Indio. So there you go.
Well, I mean, how far has society fallen when they ask a woman, what's a woman? And she says, I'm not a biologist. How did you know you were a woman then?
But that's the crazy part, right? Because that was literally one of the qualifications. Was that she's a woman.
That she's a black woman, right?
Yeah, it says she's worried about what she says, huh?
Oh, of course, because she's literally.
What's a black person? I'm not an ophthalmologist.
For real. Like how they literally you were put in that position because of two qualifications. You're black and you're a woman. And you can't define one of those. Meanwhile, you were just talking about how you were a mother and you had family and all that. Like, come on. But that's the thing, right? Like, she obviously can define it. The point is that she chose not to. Now, that's what you got to look at. Why is she not defining it?
Yeah, that's what you got to look at. Not only that, is that everybody accepted that as an answer. and she still got nominated for this report. That's the most hideous part of the whole thing, is that was universally like accepted by the political class. We're doomed, man. Just fucking doomed.
We have someone in the chat. We have someone in the chat named Act. I could unmute them if you want to speak to them. Hey, Act, are you there? Want to say hi? In the middle of your Minecraft bot manufacturing? Okay. Not yet. All right. Leave you as I found you. Anyone else? Does anyone know why Into the Break is muted? Hey, Into the Break, are you there? Into the Break. Hello. Okay, I'll leave you as I found you as well. Moving right along. Anyone spoken to Keith Effects? Here, I'll unmute. Keith, can you say hi? Keith Effects. Okay, no speaky. Okay. Life is a globe skeptic. Have anything to add, Life?
No.
Carry on, carry on.
So, like, you're new here. So, what do you think about the Globers that come in through here and like how they act and what they say?
Yo, it should say I'm a flat earther because I am one. I'm done with the.
No, not you. I'm talking about the other people, right? Because you've been here for what, 24 hours? So you've seen the parade of clowns that come through this VC. So what do you think about like things they say?
Well, I heard that one guy was talking about how gravity. I don't know what his name was. His name was like always getting banned, something like that. That guy was talking about gravity. We should just explain relative density first to the guy. I don't think he understands. Like that explains why things rise and fall. And once they understand that, they can understand. There's no evidence for this. Mass attracts mass. There's no evidence for that. They can't prove it with a scientific method or any method they have that exists. But like once you break that down to them, I feel like just that happened to me. Someone broke it down to me. I understood it. I couldn't prove gravity.
I think the better question is when Neil deGrasse Tyson was asked what is gravity, he said, "I don't know." They accept that as an answer, but if we say I don't know, they're like, okay, then flat Earth's impossible. Even though it's the same position, like nobody knows. Doesn't matter, globe, flat Earth, concave Earth. Nobody actually knows. But it's acceptable for the globe Earthers not. It's not acceptable for us not to know.
Yeah, but doesn't
the double standard is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it goes against science as well. It can't be observed, repeated, and no one can get the same result if they do an experiment as well. It's not even science. It's just fantasy. And the thing that really glues people is gravity. Without gravity, I don't believe any of this globe sit would make sense for them. That's what they teach you in school first. Like they teach you about gravity, inertia, all these forces they teach you without like showing you evidence. It's like rational. If you break them out, if you break that down for them, like it's their whole world perspective breaks down. They have to look for another paradigm. Then he could present like the flat Earth, and that paradigm might match with their experiences, their subjective experiences, and everything. Come to the objective reality and stuff. And I heard him say he can't be convinced. Like nobody can be convinced. They have to look into themselves, man. And they can't convince them or anything. Nobody could have convinced me. I had to look into myself. There's no way that you could convince anybody about this. It's been a lie that's been going on for 500 years. You know, like more than that even. So like, there's no way you could convince that type of indoctrination. It's just impossible. Like, has anyone ever seen somebody that's like just right away just believed what you're saying after you show them evidence? Like, I haven't found one person. It's just impossible. Just ridicule you and like make fun of you. I used to do that until I found out like 3 years later. I found out about the whole truth about it. That's all I gotta say.
Who is that, Zenik? The heck?
What's going on?
What's up, man?
You know I was here. You saw me.
Yeah, you can't sneak by me, man. Never, ever.
What are you guys up to?
Not much. Hi, Zanuck. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
All right, doing all right, man.
Awesome.
Miggy was just saying yesterday we'd hardly ever see any of you guys from over there. Over here.
Dude, they finally found the Earth curvature, man.
Yeah. Yeah, there's
so it seems like we're gonna probably have to shut it down, and too bad it wasn't your crew that actually found it.
Who found it?
Huh?
Who found it?
It was a group out of nowhere. We're still looking, man.
Still trying to find it. Trying to see if it's out there. Now, most of these people, like the other chat, they're fighting with George and Broomy and Johnny and just these shit shows. It's not even fun anymore. You guys at least have intelligent conversations over here.
Well, thank you, Zanuck. It's been a long time since you've been over here, huh?
I know.
Well, welcome again. I don't know how it's going to end up. We kind of know how they usually end up. But
for some reason, when he shows up, man, he attracts QE. QE will automatically
I would love to. And it'd probably be good for you too. Wouldn't you love Q and me to go toe to toe? Not like a battle, but just talk about something without the muting, without the swearing and the yelling and the screaming.
Yeah,
it's funny to see the exposure of either one of us who actually has a grasp of the concepts. Because I don't care about the Earth being flat or round. In this case, it's only about the things that
That's too bad.
He yells at me about.
You're in it for the thrill. I know.
The thrill.
It's a cheap thrill for Zanuck, it seems.
It is a cheap. It doesn't get any cheaper than this.
Wow. Yeah. Well.
No, we're talking about money, not an insult.
Yeah.
Cheaper as an expense.
Yeah. It's amazing to me because obviously you've been around here long enough to get the shit flat smacked out of you, and you're still a Glober. But
No, he's a complicated rock. That's what he is.
Complicated rock, just like that gal.
Hey, man, she laid it out, didn't she?
She did.
Well, there you have it.
Why
deny it? You know?
No, we're made out of. As Carl Sagan said, we're just stardust.
Is that right?
Yeah, we're just made out of stardust. That's all we are.
That's a
India went back on mute.
claim.
India was going to unmute his mic. He's like, "No, I'm just going back on mute."
No, I was going to say Michelle Thaler. She also said that she makes a lot of bad lifestyle choices as far as sexual partners. So she might be available.
Oh boy, that's a little out of my realm. I was going to say league.
She's a double bagger. She's a double bagger. You got to put a bag over your head in case her bag falls off.
She's a triple bagger. A bag over her head, a bag over my head, and put her in a bag.
Don't put me in the same bag with that.
You still controlling things over there at SETI?
Me.
Huh?
Not me. The only person in my family that was doing that is been long gone.
Oh, well. What are you up to, man? You started
just hanging out.
Well, I don't know about that. You always got something to sleeve, man. I always got to be looking. We got to stay vigilant, man. Just you pop in here, it's like there's something happening. There's a storm brewing somewhere. Yeah,
the Sexton thing has been a real fun Yes, I haven't been here in a while, have I? I mean, it's just time just flies by, doesn't it?
No. Who was it? Like maybe 2 or 3 people that come in here with that argument.
Yeah, that's QE's. And every time I click on to Nathan, I usually get up. I've been getting out later lately because I've been staying up later with the kids and homework and stuff. But when I click on, if I do catch them, that they're arguing and screaming at the top of the lungs about the curved adjacent and this and that, and this disproves the ball. And they're just going ballistic on this Sexton thing, and it just cracks me up because they're still going. This has been months now. Literally,
Yeah.
It's all not double touch, it's circular reasoning. I mean, I say, well, don't use the horizon, don't use the sextant like that. Use the bubble sextant. Don't go deviation from vertical. Then that's your co-altitude angle. Then you get that times 1 degree.
You think that we disagree with the sextant, what they are speaking on other server?
No, the way they're speaking about it, they're equating they're equating the horizontal with the horizon for the calculation of the elevation angle.
And horizon is vertical.
Horizon is where the sun sets.
Yeah, and why is named horizon?
No, it isn't.
Why that definition? Why that name horizon? Why we didn't call that?
Came from the Greek. You're asking me a question. I'm going to try to answer.
Sorry.
Yeah, the horizon. The word horizon came from Greek and Latin, but mainly from Greek. It said a border. It meant a borderline or a place where something is obscured, a delineation.
Yeah, but I mean horizon.
That is not the etymology of the word horizon. Jesus Christ.
Horizontal.
Let me ask you a question, Zanuck. Say you're in outer space. Could you use a sextant in outer space?
Of course you could. Sure.
Really?
Yeah.
How exactly would you do that? So a bubble level is not available.
Right.
So what are you going to use? How do you find horizontal?
Somebody hit record on this tape.
Yeah, you don't need to use. There's no horizontal now, is there?
Yeah. So how do you use it?
Just point to the edge of the sphere you're looking at.
No, you're in outer space, dude.
Yeah, outer space. There's no other object. Yeah, if there's no other objects around you, there's no way of using a sextant. You need to use other objects. It's a relative. Hold on, it's a relative positioning system. Let's go back to the Earth because I think we have to get the terms down.
Cool. Yeah, well, listen, because the point I'm trying to make. Well, I was going to make 2 points, but I'll skip the other one. This is how Neil Armstrong claimed they navigated in the Apollo capsule.
Right.
They used a sextant.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm wondering how that works. Like, how do you find the horizon in outer space?
Well, wherever the surface of the Earth or the surface of the Moon obscures something from behind it, where the black space meets something illuminated in the distance, that is your horizon.
Okay.
Okay. Well, let's go back to terms of how I'm back on Earth, that will be easier to understand once you understand the problem with the word horizon and then the curved adjacent when you need to have a 90 degree at the GP or at the observer's perspective, from the observer's perspective. What all you need to do, if you have a problem with horizon and even what it means or what it is, forget about the horizon. Just go vertical, which is a bubble sextant. It's got straight down. And take a 90 degree opposition to that. Now, that has nothing to do with the surface underneath you. You just get a 90. Hold on.
Sanic. Okay, go ahead.
You have a 90 degree opposition to a vertical. You with me so far? There's your vertical. The celestial body in the sky. You basically just measure an angle from the vertical to that object, and there you got an angle. No other fancy pants needed. You got no triangles. You got nothing but 2 straight lines.
Okay,
vertical,
great. So Zanuck.
So with me so far, right?
So Zanuck,
Can I finish?
So show us. Hold on, Zanuck. Hold on.
Can I finish the crescendo? I have the crescendo.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
So the crescendo is right here. So one more sentence. So that's half of it. So the other half would be, and this comes with the directions in the Cracker Jack box. When you buy your sextant in the box, pull out the sextant, pull out this little piece of paper. It says, hey, when you measure an angle from vertical, that is called a co-altitude angle equivalent. You multiply it times 60 miles. For every 1 degree you see change, you've gone 60 miles. Boom. End of story. No horizon needed. Sextant's now useful.
Okay, great. So show us how that is, when and where and how that was actually done, like you said, in navigation. When have they actually done it the way you just said in actuality?
I did it. I called my buddy in Huntington Beach and had him measure the angle to the North Star, and I measured north, and it comported with the 390 miles we are apart.
I'm asking you how they actually navigated, finding their location on the open ocean using the method you just described. When was that done?
All the time. Whenever they use a sextant.
When? When is it?
Who's ever used one?
You're wrong.
No, I'm not wrong, because all you need now.
You're absolutely wrong.
You have, hold on, then you have to have an almanac to know other celestial bodies where they should be. And when you get a GP from them, which is also the 60 miles per degree deviation from vertical, you will find that their circles will intersect. It's called trilateration.
Right. How do you find the circles of equal elevation on a curved surface?
You get a distance of the GP. And you want to get 3 positions. Hold on. 3 stars then will exactly position yourself on the map. Now, if you only have 2, you got, hold on. Almost done. You have a 50-50 chance of knowing where you're at, but you can do other small tests to know which side of the coin you're on.
You're wrong.
So 2, I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong.
Navigation is not done this way, Zanuck.
It is done that way. Absolutely.
No, it isn't. I've done it myself. It is not done that way. You cannot.
Why don't you tell me how you've done it, and we can see if we
achieve circles of equal elevation on a curved surface.
No, you don't need equal elevation.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't. You can use any objects in the sky.
Okay, show me the math how they do it with floppy pancakes. For 3 floppy pancake circles, how you find your location with that?
How do you have 3 floppy pancakes? You have 3
because you're on a surface. You're traveling along the surface of the water. That's where that's where your horizontal plane is.
Remember, you don't need a horizontal. Remember, you don't need it. You don't need a horizontal.
No, that's not true.
The North Star. Okay, would you agree? Hold on. Would you agree if I stop it? If I gave you an angle to the North Star is 35 degrees, would you agree that is your latitude?
I don't care. I'm not
Well,
measuring.
of course you don't care. That's why you don't. This is a terrible argument because you're not going to listen to me.
We use the horizontal as a baseline, not the star.
No, the horizontal is only opposition to vertical. That's all it is.
And you can't show
I'm
me
not
when it's
wrong.
done.
You're the one actually is wrong, but it's okay.
Show
You
me
can
the
live in your
Hold
ignorance.
on. Zanuck, you said a lot of words. Are you going to let Sonny actually say words too?
Yeah, could you please
Sonny's
show
saying
me?
you need the horizontal.
Well,
Yes,
can you let Sonny say his piece? You said your piece.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, could you please show me how this is actually done in reality and how they actually navigate the way you're saying and that they find their location? I need the exact data you're using as a source of your statement. Show me the source of your statement.
You can use it, and you will find your position. In fact, I can find your position right now.
How someone has done
I'm
it
going
in
to tell you. I'm going to tell you how to do it.
No, you're not letting me.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to tell you how to do it tonight.
No, you didn't let me finish. So listen, fine. I need to know how it's done in reality, not how
This is reality.
No, how is
Honey,
it
I'm
actually
trying to help you.
Oh my God!
I'm really trying to help you. Tonight, when it's I can give you 3 stars.
That is navigated over thousands and thousands of miles of ocean myself.
Sonny, you're not being fair.
You're going to tell me.
You're not being fair. I'm going to try to explain to you right now. If you can stop talking and do the things that I was told to do, and I will help you.
Go ahead.
Tonight, I will give you, and I'll give me about 15 minutes to do it. I'll give you 3 easy stars to find tonight, and you will find their co-altitude angles, and then I will give you that position that you are on a map.
So you're giving me something I didn't ask for. Thanks.
No, I'm not. You asked how you did it, and has anyone done it? And you're going to do it, and you're going to show me. And if it's not real, I will eat my hat.
I didn't ask you.
If it doesn't work, I will eat my hat. It will work, Sonny. I'll give you Orion. I will give you Polaris. Oh my God! Seriously,
I'm going to mute you. So listen, Zanuck. I don't want to know how you would do it or how it could be done or how I could do it. I want to know when, where, and how it was actually done right now using that navigators are using the method you're claiming. I want to know when this was done exactly, like through logbooks through logbooks is where it's done. Navigational logbooks. I want to know who did it the way you said. That's it.
Sonny, if you really need to see that, just do a quick search on how to use a sextant. You'll find all sorts of information on it. And all of them do the same exact thing. It's not that difficult. And
have you sailed? Have you navigated using a sextant yourself?
I've validated navigation
on the ocean.
Yes, I've used an aviation sextant. Yes, and I've used that successfully to know where I was.
And where did you go?
I was going to Chicago. We were in a Cessna.
I'm talking about on a boat, dude.
No, I haven't used a sextant on a boat.
Okay, so you don't know what you're talking about.
No, that's an incorrect statement.
Yeah, no, it is correct because you haven't used it for the purpose I'm talking about.
For example, there are plenty of people. Hold on, there are plenty of people that designed airliners that have never flown.
Okay, red herring.
There are plenty of people that know all sorts of things about.
That's a non sequitur.
That don't actually do it. That know it. So I know about sextants. I'm trying to help you understand.
It's a non sequitur, Zanuck. You're using an aircraft now. I'm talking about navigation over the ocean, and you said you haven't done it. So how would you know if you haven't done it, how it works?
No, so I don't have your information that you're looking for. So therefore, it doesn't exist.
Because listen, I've sailed thousands of miles navigating myself with the use of a sextant myself.
How do you use it? Show me how you used it. Why don't you walk me through the procedure?
I use it exactly how.
Tell me the procedure.
To be used. You use an elevation angle. You create circles of equal elevation based on your line of GP, which is a horizontal motion.
Yeah, you found the horizontal by taking the horizon.
Minus travel.
Correct. Can I finish the sentence? I'm just repeating what you said. I'm echoing what you said. You said you've done this. You found the equal elevation. What do you mean equal elevation? What do you mean? All the objects have to be equal elevation?
Circles of equal elevation. You don't even know what it is.
Equal elevation.
You don't even know what they are.
I do know what they are. Now tell me something. When you found your horizontal, did you use the dip angle and correct for refraction as well? Because that's part of the setup of a sea sextant, which I do know. Did you do that? Did you set the horizon?
Your dip angle is the height above your height above the water is your dip angle. That's
correct. And how do they calculate the dip angle without using curvature?
You don't have to use curvature, bro.
Well, what's the value you get for dip angle? Then?
Use a straight line to create an elevation angle.
You have to include. Hold on. You have to include the dip angle. If you are above the horizon, if you're above the surface, let's say 16 feet in your boat, what would your dip angle correction be? If you've used a sextant, you should tell me this right off the bat, because I know it.
Well, you're using a straw man. I'm talking about navigation. Yeah, you are.
You said you've used them.
You're avoiding the point. You're avoiding the point.
And can we use
now you're swimming and running away.
You're presupposing a curved surface for your horizontal. It can't be used.
How do you get this horizontal if you know the dip angle and you don't know what the dip angle is? You're double talking.
Well, we know it's not for curvature. Curvature has never been measured on Earth, so we know it's not that.
Sonny, allowed me only one question.
You don't have to use a dip angle. You don't have to use sextant. No, you don't. They only started using that in the late 1800s.
Yeah. Well, it's close enough because you know what they did in the 1800s? They could tell how far they went, regardless of the dip angle. They could tell the change of the celestial body in angle, and that would tell them how far they went and which direction they went to. If they had
verified how? How do they verify the distance?
By giving the value of 60 nautical miles per degree. So every degree they
how did they verify that? That's how far they actually traveled in reality.
Because they actually did test it. They went across a bay. They went across the Mediterranean, went from island to island, and saw that when they went, they knew how far it was. Then they said, "This is how far it is."
You're just saying it.
Hold on.
Listen, Janik, the thing I already know, Janik, is that these distances.
Eratosthenes.
What do you mean they went across the land?
Oh my God. Eratosthenes did this. He verified it right there.
He didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't. And first of all, okay, listen, I'm going to give you a little education here. The STOD, the unit of measure he used, is not even known within 30%. Okay? The person that he said he hired to do that, that's not even a Greek word. It's only ever been used in reference to him, right? This so-called profession of somebody that marks distance by walking.
Right.
Whether Eratosthenes existed or not is bullshit. Plus, he was wrong. The distance that he used was wrong. He measured in a unit of measure that didn't even exist. Angles. They didn't use angles when he was alive. That didn't come for another 300 years. I think Eratosthenes measured anything is a bunch of bullshit.
That says you.
See, you believe a story. No. Listen. It's a known fact that Babylonian angles, the sexagesimal system, was not introduced to Greece 300 years after Eratosthenes was dead. So how did he measure 7.2 degrees in a unit of measure that didn't exist?
They equated the 7.2 degrees to the 90 scale of 90 that they used back in those days. Everything was based on 90.
No, they subdivided into 12. That's what the Greeks did. Subdivided into 12 for the zodiac.
90. They basically.
That's how they subdivided a circle.
Right. Saying the same thing.
He measured 7.2.
Well, they equated the 7.2 to their value. The value that they got, they've now updated to English and modern times and said that's 7.2 degrees.
Look, listen, there is no primary source for Eratosthenes. The only source is Cleomedes, and they don't even give an angle in that. Okay? They only give this estimated result in STOD.
Yeah, well, very, very close.
Actually, no, everything about Eratosthenes there is to know as far as the historical record, and the historical record is shit. The dude didn't do anything if he ever even existed.
You know everything there is to know about him. That's a pretty bold statement.
The historical record, okay, is what it is. There are no primary sources. There's no secondary sources. There's third-hand sources.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and there's a published book. It's called The History of Eratosthenes STOD. Okay, it's a published article. I'll post it in the live stream voice text. You can read it yourself. The STOD is not known.
I understand the units of measure back then. And what I'm saying is this: they didn't use something called degrees. They used a variation that was based on a 90.
Okay, they subdivided circles into 12. It wasn't 90. Okay, so sexagesimal is a base 60 system.
Sorry, base 60. Okay. Sorry, base 60.
Yeah, so they used base 12. Those are commensurable.
Yes,
okay?
and that's by getting the values they got, they were able to extrapolate that or equate that number, that value, to 7.2 degrees. There's nothing wrong with that. We know we did.
Tell me how.
Tell
me what ratio is 7.2 degrees in a base 12 system.
They had a fractional value based on the 60 divided by 60
Yeah,
system.
tell me the fraction.
Tell me the fraction that's equivalent to 7.2. It doesn't exist, Zanuck.
It does equate. What are you talking about? Of course it does.
You're struggling. You're a monkey throwing poo at this point. But listen, that's not the point.
You're scrambling because you don't think they could do division back then?
No, I'm saying the unit 7.2 degrees is not commensurable in base 12.
You're right, but it's not. They had the ability to do division and have fractions. Fractions were invented.
Yeah, but you have to have a fraction that exists. Right? You got to have a fraction that actually exists that's equivalent to 7.2.
Zanuck was actually there.
They measured the unit.
Okay. You know how when you divide stuff and you get like an infinite decimal point, right?
Yeah.
You get an infinite number. Okay.
Like pi?
So,
like pi?
Well, pi is a ratio of
that's an infinite decimal.
Right?
It's a ratio that has an infinite decimal. Dude, you're talking in circles. You don't get it.
That's because it's incommensurable. No, it's called incommensurable.
It doesn't mean they can weigh things in other forces.
Listen, it's because those two values are incommensurable with each other. Okay, no, those two values are incommensurable with each other. So 7 point. What the fuck does that got to do with anything? Now you're really grasping at straws.
No, I'm not.
Those values.
I'm trying to ascertain your logic system. Do you believe in the Bible?
My logic? No, it's mathematics. This has nothing to do with anything but mathematics.
Is it literal? Do you take the Bible literally?
Don't make me kick you off the fucking server, dude. Like, now you're irritating me. It has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. This is a mathematical fact that base 12, 7.2, is not commensurable in base 12. That number does not exist. You understand?
You're right.
It doesn't exist.
You're right. It's a fraction.
No. It would. You can approximate 7.2, but that value does not exist in that numeral system.
Okay, you know what? I'll concede this. He was not.
So this is what happens when you don't know mathematics and you're just talking out your fucking ass. You don't. What does incommensurable mean?
Experience in mathematics a little bit above yours, but go ahead.
Okay, you can do whatever you want. I don't care. But this is a fact that in a base 60 system, 7.2 is not commensurate. Danik, they can do fractions, okay, but it's not commensurable. The equivalent fraction in base 60, there's not a number that's the same as that in base 12.
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay, so how did they get the value from? And where did the value come from?
They got that value. They equated the value they did have and approximated it to be 7.2. Now, let me finish.
I don't even know why I'm playing this game. Give me a citation. Fuck this. Just give me a citation for anything you're saying. Anything you're saying.
For it. Why don't you tell me how they got the 7.2?
Look, he didn't do it.
I know.
It didn't happen. No, it didn't happen.
The whole test
didn't 7.2.
The test didn't happen.
Look, it's not even me that. Listen, exactly. It didn't happen.
Okay, well then we're done.
If I ask you for a primary source, you got one? No. If I ask you for a secondary source, you got one? No.
Yes.
No, because they don't exist. The first time Eratosthenes is ever mentioned is in Pliny the Elder's histories, and he cites a text by Cleomedes, who cites Eratosthenes, right?
Yes.
But the primary source and the secondary source, those first two, they don't even exist.
All right, okay.
We don't have them anymore.
That's why I asked if you believe in the Bible, because the Bible has a similar type of history to it, doesn't it? The writings from the disciples, 200 years later, is deciphered and translated from 3 different languages they didn't even understand. Latin, Greek.
Yeah, listen, and they've actually taken all those texts and actually calculated the error from all the texts going across all time. And the error, like the difference in, say, one word versus another through all the mistakes. That's the thing with the Bible. It was copied lots of times by lots of people and translated lots of times by lots of people. And you could actually calculate the number of mistakes, the differences. And it's something like 0.000012.
That was basic.
Okay? So it's remarkably consistent for something that was copied by hand over and over again.
The word in Hebrew for young girl is yaldah. And that was interpreted to mean in Hebrew, it means either young virgin or young girl. Who makes the choice whether it's a virgin or a girl for Mary? Same word, different meaning. Who makes the translation?
Well, listen, just because in English we distinguish between the two, it doesn't mean anything because they probably looked at it as a whole. They didn't look at it as in two separate things. Girl and virgin meant the same thing.
Right. So how do you know she's a virgin? It wasn't just a girl. You don't know.
To them, they did not distinguish the two.
Exactly. Come on.
You don't understand. They didn't distinguish the two. When they said girl, they meant all girls were virgins. And when they said woman, they meant a married woman, because people were more stringent about their social roles. They weren't fucking around like we do nowadays.
All right. Okay.
There wasn't as much variation in human behavior as we have now.
Let's just talk about the distances that we actually measured over land.
All distances, we don't measure them. They're all calculated, and that was the point. The distances between New York and Australia is a calculated distance. It's never measured.
Measure from, are you on the East Coast? Measure from New York to New Jersey, across the river. You can.
Okay, how are you going to do that?
If you get.
How are we going to do that?
You can step it off. Use your car. Use an odometer in your car. Is that valid?
Okay. Well, the mean error of an odometer is something like 10%, so probably not.
Well, it's a conspiracy on the odometer.
It's the instrument. So instruments have a level of precision. Okay. So the level of precision of an odometer in a car is 10%. So you're going to have a 10% error in the.
Listen, let me tell you something.
And go look it up, Zanuck. Look it up, because I have looked these up. The error in a pitot tube in an airplane is 15%.
I've actually built and calibrated them, so I know how they work. Don't give me that crap. Come on.
Okay, so slippage.
I know the RPMs. I can
you know about slippage.
Can I finish? Can I finish something? I can accurately measure an RPM for the engine. Would you not agree?
So
hold on. Let me just finish. You cannot let me finish, can you? Just let me throw something out there. You stop talking for a second. Let me finish it. So I know I can accurately determine the RPM of an engine. Correct? And I can equate that to
an engine. Oh yeah, within a certain certainty.
I'm going to get a revolution, right? Once around spark. Number one cylinder. Boom. So I now have RPM. If I know the diameter of a tire, which I can measure very accurately, then I can find the circumference, 2 pi r. Correct?
Yeah, awesome.
2 pi r, I will know for every time that engine makes revolution, I know exactly how many revolutions that tire makes. Maybe 2.2 ratio to 1 if I have a 2-to-1 differential. So now I know for every revolution that engine makes, I know how far the engine the tire has traveled linearly. And I go for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 60 minutes. I know how far I've gone. It's 60 miles an hour. I can actually assert that I've gone, and with 2,000 RPM and a certain gear ratio, I know I've gone 60 miles. I know this very accurately by only the limit of the measurement I made on the diameter of that tire. So I know I can go 60 miles over the surface. And if I see a 1 degree change of that altitude, of that co-altitude angle of that star, North Star, I know I've gone 60 miles, and I know it's 1 degree. And if
you don't. You're just talking shit. See, now you're going to say, I'm going to talk now. How did you count for slippage? How did you count for slippage of the tire?
Be an error you can put in there, sure. You can have slippage.
That's what I'm talking about, Zanuck. What do you think I'm fucking talking about?
What do you think? So give me a percentage of slippage.
I did 10%.
No, there is not 10% slippage.
No, it's not a reputation.
No, that's not.
I've looked it up. I've looked it up, Zanuck. Zanuck, I've looked it up.
Yeah,
you're just talking on your ass.
You're an expert.
No, I went to the companies that make the fucking odometer, like Bosch.
That's not where the errors are in the odometers. That's part of it, but that's not all of it.
Dude,
most of it
they
is done
tell
by
you the accuracy of it. Oh my god, Zanuck, you talk too much. Okay. The ironic thing is you talk so much and simultaneously complaining that other people are talking much. But if we counted words that were said, you're way beyond me. Probably a ratio of like 5 to 1.
I would doubt that.
I've actually looked it up. So why don't you go look it up and come back? While you're at it, look up the accuracy of an airplane pitot tube. Look up that accuracy, because I've looked up them both.
Yeah, well,
I've been doing this for quite a while, and unlike you, I don't make shit up in my mind and tell a story.
I know how pitot tubes work, and I know the accuracy of an airspeed indicator on an airplane.
15% per reading.
It depends on the information you're using and how it's been set up, whether you're using the barometric pressure and your density and temperature.
Any individual, listen, if you go to the people that make these and you look on their shit, it says any individual reading, it could be off by 15%.
For what?
With the fucking tire.
For an airspeed indicator?
So for velocity. For airspeed indicator, yes.
For a static pressure indicator, you're going to say it's 10% off. So when I'm flying,
15%.
My plane has a stall speed of 57 degrees, or 57 miles per hour, 57 knots. When I'm landing it, I could be off by 5 to 6 miles per hour.
Yeah.
No. People be crashing.
Listen,
I'm going 57. My stall. We know the stall.
Xanax, if you're flying at that close of a tolerance, you're a bad fucking pilot. Okay.
No, it's not. It's not.
No, you're being disingenuous. You'd be an idiotic pilot to be flying that close because you could get a draft and crash. Stop being stupid.
I've flown.
You could just have a random. But you're being stupid. You know you would never fly that close to the tolerance of the airplane.
10% when I've landed a plane.
Okay, so what's a downdraft, right? So what happens if you get a downdraft? You would fucking crash if you're flying that close.
That doesn't have to do with the airspeed indicator.
The randomness of the air, of the wind, is beyond the uncertainty of the fucking reading of the instrument.
If I see the windsock pointing at me at 15 knots, I know I got a 15-knot headwind. Sure, it could change. It could stop immediately. You're right. And that would be, then I would set, but that's not the accuracy of the
that's beyond, but the change in the
will detect that. When I have that wind shear, it'll go to 0.
That's fine. The pitot tube will detect that. But what you're saying is if I was landing and if I have an inaccuracy of 15%, I might crash when the randomness of the air is well beyond that 15%.
No. It's not.
Dude, you're out of your fucking mind. It's not random. You can't have a fucking 15 to 30%. You can't have a 30-mile-per-hour gust just come out of the blue. Of course you can. And that's beyond the 7 miles per hour you just fucking talked about.
Oh, you're not landing at you're landing at 10% above it. But I'm saying that 10% never. You don't crash. You don't stall randomly on a landing because there's a gust of 10 miles an hour.
That's what I
work that way.
That's what I said. You're not going to fly that close to the tolerance of the airplane. You'd be a fucking dumb goddamn pilot.
The point is, they're not that inaccurate. They're very accurate.
Well, tell that to the manufacturer because this is what they list.
No,
because you're just talking out your ass again.
Google searches. You're doing Google searches.
I'm going to the manufacturer's websites, Xanax, and I am looking at their data sheet for their equipment. I understand what I'm reading when it says precision. When it says precision, I don't know what precision means.
Yeah,
I don't know what the word precision means.
Understanding what you're reading,
dude. That's a cool story.
Do you not agree?
Tell me what I don't understand when it says precision 15%.
The altimeter is not accurate with it. Is accurate in 10%. That means if I'm 1,000 feet, I could be 100 feet off.
Okay, Dave. No, I'm not talking about the altimeter. I'm talking about the pitot tube, the thing that measures airspeed. Airspeed. Yes, measures airspeed.
Yes.
So, right, if you want to get a distance between two places, right, that's time times speed, right? So you need to know the speed times the time.
I've never been 10% off of my calculations when I've flown. I've set my indicated airspeed.
What calculation?
I can show you I have calculations all over the place. I can go pull my books out from many years ago.
You've done everything.
Yeah, when I've had to navigate the next, I had to use an indicated airspeed, and I calculated my ground speed, and everything seemed to match up. But I was never 10% off. 100-mile trip, I'm gonna be 10 miles off? No, God no. I was within feet.
Well, you wouldn't calculate it by that. You would calculate it by time, and the difference in time would be a couple minutes, and you would never notice.
Versus my indicated airspeed calculated to my ground speed based on the crosswinds, headwinds, and whatever else.
Yeah, and I'm sure. I'm sure you would land the airplane if you got there 10 minutes slower than you anticipated, and fucking call the tower and say, "Oh my God, the distances, they're off." Come on, Janik, get real. You're full of shit, dude.
No, it's when you were full of shit, actually.
Dude, you would never notice. See, these things are good for practical purposes. They're not precision instruments. They're not made because they don't have to be.
Lack of evidence is your evidence. That's the issue.
My evidence is the people that manufacture these instruments. Listen, so far, neither one of us has presented evidence. It's just you yapping, saying you did shit you never did, right? And that's it. You want me to go through the record of things you've said you've done? The only thing you haven't claimed is that you've gone to the moon.
Why don't you give me the record of things I have done that I haven't done? Why don't you give me
you kayaked by the oil rigs. You did the Selenilian eclipse demonstration in 9th grade. You race car driver, airplane pilot, navigated with a sextant by airplane. What else is on the list?
Those 3 things that I've done,
go look back.
That's how he described navigation by ship.
This is how you defend every argument. A personal anecdote that you actually did it, and that's why the other person's wrong because you did it. When it's more likely that you're just full of shit.
I've given you a description of how a sextant works without using a horizon, and you dispute it, saying, "I want to do it." Have you ever done it on the sea? Have you ever navigated on the ocean? It's like that's a non-sequitur. It doesn't matter. The point is, we can find this distance over the surface we're traveling on by getting a co-altitude angle and a deviation from that co-altitude angle, and equate that to 60 nautical miles. You're disputing that. You're saying
you're not getting a distance.
I'm saying
you're not getting a distance. You don't have a measured distance. Regardless of how much you cry about it, you don't have a measured distance. You have a calculated distance based upon a presupposed radius.
So here's the thing. Here's your fundamental foundation for your argument that we don't know distances on the ground.
No, this is the water.
No,
we do know distances on the ground within a margin of error for practical purposes.
I can get on a beach that's
so let me give you an example, Zanuck.
And I can't tell you how far I've gone.
You can say how far you've gone but there's a large uncertainty, probably within 10 or 15%.
So
yeah, really.
So from here to San Francisco, it's either 60 miles or it's 67 miles. I don't really know.
Really?
No one knows.
Yeah, exactly.
Is everyone listening to this? Okay, we'll stop there because that is
because it's absurd that we don't know the distance.
You read speedometer of 10%.
Yeah, and your slippage.
Dude, slippage. You can't have that kind of slippage. The maximum of a tire.
Herring basket is completely full. You need to change the red herring basket to another one. This one's full.
And so here's another problem other than just like the slippage, right? So you have a distance between 2 points. Is that a flat air? Is that like a flat space? Or is there hills, right? So there's hills and grooves and valleys, right? So that distance, right, is going to be longer than if it's flat. Yeah, exactly. So automatically, it's going to be different than the angle, the measured angle, because it has to be, because the measured angle assumes a perfectly smooth sphere.
Interesting. But we can take a boat and go from the port of San Mateo and go to the Bay Bridge and know that it's 10 miles. And I can drive there, and I can also calculate and look at the road on a map and calculate how far it is as well. And then they're the same. We take all the curves out and all the undulations up and down, and we find out the same distance.
Yeah, except no one ever did that.
We can do GPS positioning, which probably doesn't exist in your world. But even if it's used, cell towers, we can trilaterate or triangulate with that, and we can also find the same distance.
So, that has been tested. So, what was the guy's name? Route 1, he tested that on a frozen lake. He drove across the frozen lake. He had his GPS, and he compared it to the odometer. The GPS was it said it was a quarter. He went a quarter mile further than the odometer said. And this is an 8-mile drive. 8 miles.
And you don't think there's slippage on an ice lake? That's where there is slippage then.
Well, it's snow. So
yeah, snow. There is slippage.
So yeah,
snow.
There is slippage
on snow, not on concrete.
But it said he was further. Okay, if there was slippage, it would have been further because of the slippage, because the tire is doing more rotations than the actual distance you travel.
When you okay,
so we know that GPS is inaccurate, and they know it's inaccurate.
It's not 10%.
Look, the only
fractions of a percent, depending on the object.
Well, go listen. I'll later on when I get home, I'll send you my citations, and they're not like Google search. How accurate is it? It's going to be the equipment manufacturer who makes pitot tubes for airplanes and the people that make odometers for cars. Okay. What they say. It's not my opinion. This is where you guys get fucked up. You say things are my opinion. They're their opinion.
Here's something I've seen again, and here's more. You can think it's anecdotal. I'll do this measurement, and you can try to contradict it. If I'm at 35,000 feet and I'm looking out at a tower 200 miles away, and I can see a tower up in Chico, which is just above, not too high above sea level, but enough. I can see it flashing. I can see a green flashing light, and I know it's 200 miles away, and there's only one right where it is, and I follow it the whole way until I land. When I'm at 35,000 feet, I see it at 3 degrees below level. Now, if I look at 3 degrees below level on a flat surface, that should only be 100 miles. Why is it 200 miles? You're 50% off. So where's your error accountability there?
Yeah, show me this actually happened.
Well, that's happened.
Dude, I'm not going. Listen, Oh yeah, sure it has, dude.
Of course it
Like
has.
I said, your evidence is personal anecdotes, can't be
Triangle.
falsified, can't be tested, can't be, and nothing can be
My
done.
God, you
We're
know?
just supposed to trust Zanuck,
It's law of
probably the most
cosine.
dishonest person in this
Okay,
conversation.
would you agree? If I'm at 35,000 feet, that altimeter, even if it's off 10%, we will have an angle to some object in the distance. We can measure with 3 degrees within 10%. We measure 3 degree down depth. Let's say we measure 1.5 degree depth. Some angle measurement we can actually verify. Would you agree we can do that?
Yes, we can measure an angle. Yes,
And that's
we can
based
measure an
on
angle.
trigonometry, right? So if we have a 3 degree dip, the distance of that object has to be 100 miles if we're 6 miles high. It has to be. That's the law of cosine.
Okay.
Okay, right?
And?
You agree with me so far. So if I see an object that we know is further than 100 miles from 35,000 feet, what would explain that?
Okay, first of all, you'd have to be level, right? You'd have to know that you're actually level, and planes don't fly level, and you should know. Oh, you don't have to be level. Okay, so you can be
know where level is.
So the optical, you
have to
so
know
you
where
can be
level
looking
is,
up
yes.
and then measure your dip angle, and then conclude the ground is X amount of degrees below where you're looking. Right. So if you're tilted up, as airplanes fly tilted up, and if you fly an airplane, you should know this. Airplanes fly. The angle of attack of the wind, plane is tilted up.
Some airplanes can fly tilted down level, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. Yes, most of them fly 1 degree pitched up. Okay, so.
Okay, so what are you measuring exactly?
The level line is found by a bubble sextant or a bubble indicator or something that determines plumb. And from that plumb, we can determine horizontal. And from that horizontal, we can determine the dip to the object. Now, you agreed with me that...
That's awesome because...
Hold on. If I'm at 35,000 feet, you agreed at 3 degrees, it should be 100 miles away, 110 miles away.
I guess. I'll just agree with you.
Just take my word for it. You can prove me wrong later.
Because I don't trust... I'll take... Yeah, I don't know why I'm taking your word for it.
Thank you for that concession or just the agreement. You can... If I'm wrong, I'll be...
I'll trust that your math is right, but...
Well, it's
not
just...
holding my
You
breath.
just take your altitude... 7 miles divided by 100 miles and take the inverse tangent of that. That will give you 3 degrees, plus or minus 10%. Right? That's a known value.
Yeah, whatever.
Altitude divided by the distance of the object, inverse tangent, that'll give you a degree. And that degree will be 3 degrees. Now, if we see that object, and you can see it clearly from the cockpit, because you can see a flashing green and white light, because meaning the airport's open, and we look at that and we say, okay, that should be 100 miles away, but yet it's only 50 miles away. How do you explain that?
What are you talking about? So how do I explain
we're flying to it. We measured 3 degrees. We
so I'm going to give you a hypothetical.
Cosines to be 100 miles away. It has to be 100 miles based on a triangle, yet it only is 50.
Yeah, that's a cool story. So how do you explain this? I opened my wardrobe and I looked through it and I saw a talking fucking lion. How do you explain that, Zanuck?
That's your comeback?
Yeah, that is my comeback because you want to deal with a hypothetical situation. So yeah, let's deal with hypotheticals. What if I measure the Earth is flat for like 1,000 miles? How do you explain that, Zanuck? How do you explain my hypothetical, Zanuck?
I have an answer for everything, India. You know that.
Yeah, but how do you explain my hypothetical? This is silly, dude.
I'll tell you. See, you're just trying to joke with me, but I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask you a question that Gospel Bearer asked.
Is that a question? Is there anything that we could tell you?
Is that a rhetorical
Is there any piece of evidence that can falsify the globe in your mind? Any piece of evidence that could falsify the globe? Anything?
Everything has
any distance, measurement, anything.
Anything has a potential. Yes, there's always a potential that could falsify the globe. The percentage, the probability is very small.
So, okay. So how many orders of magnitude difference would it have to be from the prediction versus what's
orders of magnitude? Hundreds
orders of magnitude, yeah.
Hundreds of times.
Yeah, hundreds of times. Orders of magnitude.
What?
So because multiples ain't enough for you guys, so we're just going with orders of magnitude. Like how many orders of magnitude difference from the prediction versus what's measured? Like what would the difference have to be until you could say, hey, yes, the globe is falsified with this measurement?
Well, even if you found like an area in the Indian Ocean where the geodetics are such that you would see a flat surface on water for maybe 100 miles, you could see that. You can see flat. You can go to the Indian Ocean. That's where you should do your test, by the way, because then you prove all the round earthers wrong, and they wouldn't know what this is due to unless they understood geodetics. You could go to the Indian Ocean, see a flat surface in the water, and say, "Here, the Earth is flat." And I would say, "Yes, you found a flat spot of the Earth."
A flat spot over water. So how is the rest of the water convex then if there's a flat spot on the water?
Good question. And the reason it happens because it's geodetics. The gravitational characteristics of that area are such that they aren't pointing inward to the center.
Okay, so yeah, and how do we falsify that claim?
Go to the 99.999% of the rest of the Earth that is not showing that, exhibiting that characteristic.
Yeah.
And understand how geodetics
works. That's just like a literal made-up number.
No.
That's a literal made-up number.
No, it's not. It's not actually a made-up number. It's very close to within 10%.
So you should know from geodetics, since you're citing it, that plumb lines curve in the geodesy and the deviation from plumb, which is odd because you said we're measuring down from plumb, but plumb in the globe model is not 90 degrees from the surface.
Plumb is always 90 degrees from the surface.
No, it isn't. Look up what do they call it? Vertical deflection of the plumb line.
Yeah,
right?
they can change based on the geology of the surface. Yes,
that's what they say. Yeah. But how do they determine that in the first place, right? So they determine that.
They can use satellites to survey it. I'm telling you, you asked me a question. So, for example, they can see that the St. Lawrence River actually goes uphill by 8 meters. Over 200 miles. It goes uphill. Based on the equipotential surface, the water goes down, though, by 2 meters. So it's going down 2 meters, but the actual physical layout of the surface is going uphill. If we look at it from surveying equipment, being just physical, what it looked like, what it measures to be. So there we have an example of water going uphill physically, but the layout geodetically is making it go downhill. Gravitational
water. Oh, water's going uphill and downhill at the same time, folks. Thanks.
It's going well. You didn't hear what I said. Uphill, based on how it's measured, the surface being measured, it's going uphill. But downhill, geodetically.
Okay, show us a measurement of water going uphill. Show us a demonstration of water going uphill, please.
Oh, yeah, I'll not play this.
Do you understand? You just sit here and make claims. No,
I'm going to back it up. I'm going to give you the citation right now, and you can look at it and say, "Oh, that's fake," or "That's done by someone who's a conspiracy."
No. See, no.
Then let me do it then.
Don't play games. You're trying to mischaracterize us.
It's not made up.
I appreciate that.
It's not.
No, you're trying to mischaracterize us.
Well,
we don't say shit.
You told me I just made it up. How am I mischaracterizing? I'm just telling you. I'm reflecting. I'm telling you. You just told me.
Okay, you're telling us somebody's interpretation of data. Okay, what that data says.
All data interpreted?
To some degree, yes. But listen, when it comes to the globe model, yes, all data is interpreted because it's all interpreted to fit into the globe paradigm.
So geodetic surveying is not a real thing?
Geodetic surveying is a real thing, and they add a lot of fudge factors to make it work. So why don't they just measure the surface of the Earth and do there? Why do they use a reference ellipsoid and then have a separate model called the EGM gravitational model? Why do they need two models?
It doesn't work. It doesn't work right. Because if you have
really?
Yes. If you use the ellipsoid numbers, ones that can be measured, say, by satellites that tell you what the height of surface is relative to sea level. And then you build your farm and you have your river, and then river overflows, rises, and it floods your house, even though your house was supposed to be higher than the river.
Satelloons are not measuring devices, neither are
nobody does that anyway.
Satelloons were launched by rockets and they inflated in space, and they were made and used many, many years ago. They're not used now.
Unless you're Google.
Balloons in space now, folks.
That's where Satelloon is. It's a balloon inflated in space. You never heard of that before?
So do you also believe that the plumb line curves, Anik?
Plumb line curve, yes.
Do you have any evidence of that? Has anybody ever measured a curved plumb line?
Right, I'm providing it to you right now.
That someone measured a curved plumb line.
Yes. That's geodetics. People know that. People have measured that. drilling. And so
No, I didn't say a deflection. I said a curved plumb line, meaning the line is actually curving, like it has an arc in it.
Yes, I'll give you some examples of that too. If you like.
Okay, good. So how do you get an elevation angle from a curving plumb line now?
Curving as it goes through the surface, not to the surface. The difference.
Well, listen, the reason the plumb line's curved, listen, Zanuck, you obviously don't know anything about this. You're talking shit.
Do you see what I posted?
Yeah, I gotta look.
Go look what I posted. Okay.
Yeah, there's a video there that has every one of your satellite programs on a balloon.
So you posted a graphic. Awesome. What the fuck's that? What is that?
This
Who cares?
is from a survey. This is from a surveying.
Yeah,
document.
the gray satellite. Yeah, cool. Yeah, the gray satellite. The gray fiction.
Yeah, you don't have proof.
And if you look into that a little bit further, that's a model. There is no, these so-called gravitational measurements are all based upon a model, the EGM model, right? So the Earth gravitational model. It's funny that only the U.S. uses the Earth gravitational model, and I guess gravity is different in other countries because they use something else. Also, they also use different datum, so I guess
all over the Earth.
It's different in other countries. Yeah, and listen, there's over 100 different datums.
I just showed
you how much racism. The racism has to do with how much gravity there is.
Okay, I just gave you a.
I'm gonna lay this out for you.
Has less gravity.
I'm gonna the orthometric height. The CGG 2010 layout of this area of Canada, and it shows the actual height in meters of 8 meters from beginning to end of this river, 8 meters. Yet geodetically, the ellipsoid height, green.
Yeah, so you add fantasy, and then now it goes uphill.
Said the right thing. I used the wrong word. The ellipsoid height is 8 meters. The orthometric height, though, goes down from 2 meters to near zero, over 600 meters, 600 kilometers.
So the orthometric height is the geode height subtracted from ellipsoid height, right? So a model subtracted from a model
is the geodetics, is the gravitational height.
No, that's the geode height. That's the height of the geode. It's if you had an imaginary sea level that went through the whole Earth.
The geodetic height.
What? What did you say?
The orthometric height. The ellipsoidal height is the geometric height. The orthometric height is the gravitational height.
That's the geode height, dude. That's the geode height. The orthometric height is the orthometric height is the ellipsoid height subtracted from the geoid height. The geoid height is the height if you had sea level, right? If the Earth was just water, the geoid is an imaginary sea level that goes under the land, right? As if the Earth was an entire sea. The height of that water, that is the geoid height.
No,
and the orthometric height is the ellipsoid height.
You're getting it confused.
Nobody's confused.
Yes, you are. You said was incorrect. The geode height is the gravitational. The orthometric height is the geographic.
Look up the definition of geode.
Listen.
Look up the definition of geode and read it to us.
Orthometric heights have to do with the gravitational variations. They're called orthometric heights. The ellipsoid heights is the one you can measure from a satellite, what it looks like, what it physically looks like. Although it does take it can take the deviations based on the geodetics as well, but that's not the point here. The point is, this is what is based on sea level, the ellipsoid height.
Okay, let me explain this to you because you're obviously confused.
The
geoid height is the height of an imaginary sea level. That's like if you took a gravitometer and you measured 9.8 meters per second acceleration, right? That height that instrument's at, that's the geoid height. Wherever you take that instrument and you put it, that's the geoid height.
Correct.
Where it measures 9.8 meters per second squared.
Right.
Now, the orthometric height is the ellipsoid height subtracted or added, depending on which one is higher, right, to that. The resulting...
You already talked about the geodetic... You talk about the orthometric height, then you merged it into the
talking
ellipsoid.
about the ortho. Listen,
the
the
gravitational
geoid height
orientations.
and the ellipsoid height, the orthometric height is computed from the geoid height in the
No, they
ellipsoid
can
height.
measure the orthometric heights. They measure it.
I don't know how many times I got to say it.
They have a very sensitive gravitational measurement device on an airplane. They can circle the Earth, and they can actually see the variations in the heights based on gravitational strength. Different than ellipsoid. The ellipsoid is a sea level shape based on the ellipsoid. It's a nice oval shaped path of the surface. That's the ellipsoid. That's not what the Earth actually looks like. The geodetics determine what it actually looks like.
Hold on, getting the definition, dude.
Everything you said is a good point because Earth actually measures flat every time.
The river, here, let me quote you. I'll give you this quote here, since you don't want to hear from me. The river, which flows northeast toward its mouth, has an increasing ellipsoidal height along its length, which would mean it flows uphill in the ellipsoidal height system. That's
in your imagination.
Can I finish the sentence? Can I finish? That's because the ellipsoidal heights don't account for Earth's gravity field. If we consider the orthometric heights, gravity field, which do account for variation in gravity potential, we see the heights decrease toward the mouth of the river. As we expect, the water flows downhill. This is in stark contrast to what you just told me. Now, I'm reading it directly from a surveying manual. Now, they're wrong and you're right. And I don't know why you think you can be right and them wrong, but I'm willing to listen.
So I'm going to read it to you right now.
Did anything I say disagree with you?
Yeah.
Okay, so this.
Yeah, it's relevant to what I'm talking about.
The survey manual
Orthometric height equals.
You're right. I don't want just everyone in the audience.
No, I'm going to read it to you. This is from geodesy.noaa.gov, right? Dynamic height computation. Orthometric height equals gravity. A dynamic height is then obtained by dividing the geopotential number by the normal gravity value computed by the geodetic reference system ellipsoid at 45 degrees altitude. G equals 980.619 gal, which is
you just told me exactly what I just told you.
Yeah, it's one subtracted to the other. What do you need to calculate orthometric height?
The geodetic effects. I just read it to you.
Yes,
you said I'm wrong, and I don't. The audacity of you to dispute something actually in writing from a surveying manual is beyond.
Oh my God!
Why do you think you're that smart?
The audacity! The audacity!
It's like that girl. It's like Greta. It's like Greta.
Oh my God!
Dare you? How dare you, Indio?
How dare you go against the religious scriptures, Indio? How dare you?
Our Earth,
the religious globe doctrine of the geodesy is the ultimate authority. Why would you ever go against the ultimate religious doctrine?
Man is evil. They're destroying the climate. How dare you? You all be dead and we'll be sucking CO2 and die from it. How dare you?
Hello? How dare you flat earthers go against the globe religious doctrine?
We're not talking about the globe. We're just talking about basic physics here.
No, we're not talking about the globe. Nice of you to notice that you've gish-galloped away from the globe altogether, haven't you?
Not gish-gallop. I'm just trying to stay to the physics, and it could be flat, and we could be seeing these devariations. They could be due to the gravitational variations. Made it look like it's round, but in effect, we do measure it to be geodetically.
Since you have no proof of any gravitation, then we would need to start there.
Proof of gravitation, or drop something.
Mic drop, huh? Neil deGrasse Tyson.
So gravity is now the effect again. Thought it was a cause.
Gravity, I guess.
The person that dropped the mic when asked the question, "What is gravity?" He said he doesn't know.
You're conflating two questions.
No,
One
it was the same moment.
Hold on.
He said, "I don't know." He dropped the mic.
Why can't I finish a sentence? So
because you talk more than anyone else.
You finish all your sentences. So now I'm going to read from you from MathWorks, the link I just posted. Most terrain models provide data using orthometric height instead of ellipsoidal height. Orthometric height, called H, is height above the geoid. Okay? The geoid models the average sea level of the Earth without effects such as weather, tides, and land. A geoid model is created by measuring variations of the Earth's gravitational field in smoothly undulating shape. Orthometric height is measured relative to the geoid.
Yes, both incorporate gravity. They're not the ellipsoid.
Geoid height is the height of the geoid measured along a normal of a reference ellipsoid. That is exactly what I said.
The reference ellipsoid, and normal is the ellipsoid. The deviation from the ellipsoid is the gravitational effects. You just read it. Did you not understand what you read? Seriously, come on.
Orthometric height is measured relative to the geoid.
Geoid is gravitational geo. Think of geoid, orthometric, equipotential. That's all. These all incorporate gravity. The ellipsoid is the only one that doesn't incorporate gravity. Get it?
Maybe you're not understanding. I'm going to say this
I understand perfectly well.
I'm going to read it again. Geoid height, called I can't even read that. Is the height. Geoid height is the height of the geoid measured along a normal of a reference ellipsoid. The geoid height values from the Earth gravitational model of 1996 are referenced to the ellipsoid defined by the World Geodetic System. So the orthometric height, right? So the ellipsoid height and the geoid height are not the same. The orthometric height is one subtracted from the other.
Yes, you're not
added to the other.
Told you.
Well, that's what I said. Dude, rewind the tape. That is exactly what I said in the beginning, way back when.
Look at the picture I just posted. This will explain it to you in graphical form. You have your ellipsoid, and then you have the geoid. The geoid is a deviation from the normal ellipsoid based on gravitational and equipotential and orthographic changes. What
do they call that difference? What do they call that difference? What do they call the difference?
The orthographic difference.
What do they call the difference, Anik? That's exactly what I said. Rewind the fucking tape.
You're saying the same thing, but you're somehow not understanding what it means.
Okay. You got that right.
The ellipsoid is the physical. The average, what we see, the sea level average around what you would actually kind of visually expect and average it out to be. The geoid actually is based on gravitational changing.
So I just want to tie a bow on this because I'm going to tell you what they actually do when they're actually doing geodetic surveying, right?
Okay, what do they do?
So they measure something, right? They also have astrogeodetic, right? So they measure where the stars are. So that star, you have a coordinate, right? But that coordinate, right? So say I have Draconis, and Draconis is directly over my head, and then I take Plum, right? But I take the vertical on the theodolite, and it's not pointing at Draconis. It's pointed somewhere else. It's pointed off by, like, say, half a degree, right? So what do? They say, oh, there's a big mass underneath the Earth deflecting the plumb line. Oh, so to make this deflection work and map it to this ellipsoid, we can't hit the ellipsoid at an angle. We have to hit it at 90 degrees. So let's curve the plumb line mathematically and make it intersect the ellipsoid. It's literally exactly what they do. So these plumb line deflections, they're assumed based upon a model. They're not measured, Zanuck. What's measured is a difference in their presupposed sphere and the position of the stars. They say, oh, there has to be a problem here. How do we fix it? This is what I'm talking about. This is how this all started. Is they sit there and fudge and fudge and fudge. So you can map one surface to any other surface, right? And all you have to do is interpolate the error.
So far, you've been...
Yeah, reality, you can.
Yeah, well,
I'm just saying, you can map one surface to any other. Can we assume that the Earth was a pretzel? Can we make measurements on the Earth and map them to a pretzel?
Okay, so let me summarize and put a bow on it for me.
Yes or no question. It's a yes or no question. Can we take measurements of the Earth with theodolites and map it to a pretzel? Map it to the surface of a pretzel. No?
No.
Oh, fuck, dude. Someone call Goss or dig him up and tell him he was wrong. And Riemann, just fucking dig him up. Just tell him they were both wrong.
If you've
That
measured
mapping functions don't exist.
if you could make a pretzel out of those measurements if those measurements dictated a pretzel.
And what'll happen? There'll be a
well, you know
no,
what we do?
You can map them. You can map points. You can map points from one surface to any other surface. This is well known in mathematics. It's called topology.
Oh my God, Indio, do you stop? So I've posted this.
Dude, no, because you're just denying reality at this point.
No, this is the reality. This is if you use geodetics, this is what the Earth looks like. You know, in an extreme. Obviously, this isn't proportional. It is proportional, but it's not. It's a scale.
Yeah, that is not what the Earth looks like.
Yeah,
that's what the Earth looks like after they take measurements and map it to an ellipsoid.
Correct.
Minus the geoid.
Not to, from an ellipsoid.
No, mapping it to. They're mapping it to, dude. The measurements aren't. They take raw measurements, and those measurements are just angles.
Now we're just talking past each other. So this is the deviation from the ellipsoid. Is what we're saying. Right? We both can be right there. This is the deviation.
Well, it's two deviations. It's the deviation it's the deviation of the ellipsoid from the celestial sphere would be more accurate.
And this is how they measure the surface, the reference ellipsoid.
The reference ellipsoid is not a measurement. It's a fictitious mathematical object. And so is the geoid. Is a fictitious mathematical object.
They measure it, and that's why they can tell whether you build your farm, whether your river's.
What they measure, they measure the acceleration of gravity.
It's really you've been talking over me. I've been talking over you, by the way.
Well, you keep making inaccurate claims, dude.
So
they don't measure
it. To talk over me when I say something.
Well, I mean, why are we wasting our time on false premises?
Well, we should probably stop at that. I don't want to. I don't want to be disrespectful, and I don't want to argue with you in a hateful way.
I'm just telling you how this is done. This is how it's done. Okay, right. You can read the literature yourself. This isn't my opinion. I mean, it's not. I'm only telling you. This isn't my opinion. This is what the literature says. Okay,
the literature
this is what they say.
The literature says that if you do not take geodetics into account, you can have rivers that actually physically go uphill and can flood your farm if you're not doing geodetic survey. If you're just doing land surveying and referencing stars and things like you said, trying to find physical, then you will find that when your river height rises, it could flood your house, even though it looks like it should be below you. And it's not, it's above you. That's why you use geodetic surveying for when you really care about something flooding out, you need to know what the geodetics look like, what the gravitational orientations look like around your home, around your farm.
And if you think it's fake,
then, God bless you.
No one said it was fake.
Okay.
There's a difference between being wrong and being fake.
So it's not wrong. It's right, because they can actually show that when they do take geodetics into account, that areas that are above you or below you are taken into account, so you don't get your land or your house flooded out by a rising river, because you understand the geodetics of the area, not just the shape due to the reference ellipsoid.
Don't you just take into account water level? If water level is flat, no problem. You just take into account the water level, but from there you have to assume whether it's curved or flat.
No, because the plumb lines are varying. And if you take the surveyor test, as I have, you'll see that question come up, and you'll get it wrong if you think like that, Lemon.
Yeah, well, plumb lines are going to vary due to perspective. Perspective is going to make you lose.
You took the surveyor test too? What haven't you done, man?
Perfectly on with each other.
They're very due to perspective. Okay.
If you're going off of water level is flat. That's all you need.
I'll tell you what he hasn't done. He hasn't provided an example of this claim.
Want to see the survey test that has the questions based on this, or no? You want to see actually?
Oh my goodness!
Surveys are end users, and I wouldn't go to a race car driver to figure out how to engineer an internal combustion engine, and I'm not going to go to a surveyor to figure out the mathematics of reference ellipsoids and fucking geoids.
Anyway,
because they just use a computer program and punch it in.
The problem, Nick, is that you don't cite level. You need to check level with the activity of water, how it flows, and practical things like that. Otherwise, your eyes can deceive you survey-wise and otherwise. You don't cite level. You need to check it with a laser or some sort of practical thing like water flowing off of a slanted off level or something like that.
Have it. Another round.
Otherwise, if you try to cite level, Zanuck, you're going to get error. Because of perspective, your lines are going to be all over the place. They're not going to be perfect.
Because of perspective. Really?
Yeah. You're going to lose length and you're going to lose angle. And they're not going to line up with each other perfectly visually. You're going to have foreshortening.
I believe in the law of cosine.
You're going to have all sorts of weird effects.
I believe in the law of cosines. It's never failed me once, but you can say that it's due to something else.
Cool story, bro, but the law of cosines appears to ignore that lines of, light or whatever that you idealize tend to spread. When we see a ray of light, it tends to spread. It doesn't stay as this idealized geometric law of sines, cosines line or something. That just ignores reality. Light spreads from the point source. So trying to idealize it as this perfect non-diverging line is absurd.
Yeah, Zanuck, are you one of those guys who think if you take two theodolites and the other one looks like it's off from the other one, that you can do some triangles on paper and think you've measured a plumb line?
Yes, I definitely think that's a great test, especially on the riverbank when everything's oriented. Yeah.
Yeah, cool story.
If you're going to try to cite levels, Zanuck, fine, but you need parallel lines. Based off of parallel lines going in the direction that you're looking, including the parallel line of the surface itself, the surface will appear to ramp up if you're above it, as long as it's going parallel to where you're looking. And anything above the level of the eyes will appear to ramp down. That will give you a rough idea of what the level is, but that's it. You're going to need to double check it with a laser or the activity of water when it flows. Water will give you a true level based off of it flowing till it's flat, and a laser will give you a true level as long as it's not bending all over the place.
Yeah, but in the meantime, let's see that awesome citation which proves your point. That water that's below you can flow up into you because you're actually below it, based on the differential vector of gravity.
I posted the whole right out of the survey manual that talks about the St. Lawrence River and its.
Oh, okay. So a manual, not a practical example.
Well, I just give you a practical example right here with Maine Surveyor, which basically did cross the river, did the measurements.
What did he do exactly? What did he do?
He lined up theodolites.
He lined up some theodolites, and then he proved that water's flowing uphill.
No, he proved that there has to be a curvature between them for that.
No, he didn't. He proved a differential in the optical field. That's all he proved. And then he drew some triangles on paper and pretended that he was measuring plumb lines.
He saw a 16-second deviation in the accuracy of the device is 1.4 seconds.
16 seconds? I mean, that's really small. That's 1/60th of 1/60th.
That's why you can't do you can't do it with your thumb. You got to use actually, you have to. That's why he got the conditions straightened out. He measured all the temperatures and humidity, etc. And he did the measurements and did the 4 measurements. And he did the standard deviation and was within the tolerance. And then he found this well above the standard deviation was this measurement, the mean of 16.2 seconds. Now that can only be due. Okay, you can tell me what that's due to. I think it's due to curvature, but you can say it's due to something else.
I'd say it's
Maine Surveyor didn't even know what the flexion of the vertical was, and he also didn't know what that the curvature of the plumb line existed in geodetic surveying. So if you want to rely on someone that's like ignorant of his own field, you go for it.
Well, the curvature of the plumb line will do as it's penetrating through the surface, not going down to the surface.
He didn't even know it existed. He didn't even know it was in the literature. He didn't know it was part of geodetic surveying. He didn't know deflection of the vertical even existed.
Well,
because he's an end user. He's like a taxi car driver, and you're asking a taxi car driver how a car is engineered.
It's kind of like Zanuck understands deflection. Zanuck understands deflection from the claim. So I didn't say, did some schmuck measure differential plumb lines by pretending to measure plumb lines, but really just measuring optical differential. What I said is, where's the practical example of the water that's below me flowing up? That's what I want. So feel free to provide that.
Well, Zanuck, I would chalk it up to refraction or collimation of the light as it goes through the various lenses of the theodolite, the atmosphere, whatever, making it appear to be slightly off center or some sort of perspective diffraction phenomenon. I mean,
Yeah.
a couple, what is it, seconds or whatever? A couple, thousandths of a degree? I don't know. Because there's 60 seconds in a minute and 60 minutes in a degree. So that's like 3,600 right there. So you're saying 16 seconds? That's like 16 over 3,600. There's a really small fraction. I mean, you guys use similar small fractions to say that, even though the Earth is moving and we don't feel it, it's still moving. Well, this really small deviation, is still flat. It's just, a small deviation from flatness. I'm going to say that instead.
Yeah, and here's this other thing is that I know if I take a 6-inch physical level, right, and if I take a 6-foot level, I'm not going to get the same reading. Now, if I take a theodolite, which is, I don't even know how big they are. They're fucking tiny. They're like micrometer size. If to think that level indicator is extensible out miles to a precision of, couple arc seconds, that's crazy. That's no. That's never been tested. It can't even be tested, even hypothetically.
Well, the theodolite is idealized off of this, ideal of how vision works, where ideally you have these visual angles that spread out equally from all sides of the theodolite. But if you're close to the surface, the ground, you're not going to have angles spreading out equally representing the same, length and the same distance and, the same angle. From the level of the optic upward, it's going to expand exponentially because there's no surface in the way upward, but there's a surface in the way from the level of the optic downward. So you have at least two halves visually of angle, where in the top half of your theodolite, your eye or whatever, you have infinite expansion. But from the level of the optic or the theodolite down to the surface, you have infinite compression. So you don't have the idealized mathematic conditions that you want to apply to the theodolite where it will just be applicable over any distance and any standard. After a while, you're going to get a horizon. And that idealized angular relationship where you have expansion in all directions from the theodolite, the eye, or whatever, it's not going to apply. After a while, you're going to reach a horizon and your ratios are just going to be off. And whatever's in the distance will appear to set bottom first, lose distance, lose angle, and lose this idealized equal ratio that you like from all sides of the object. It's just bad theory.
That's true. Whenever they try to represent any of this stuff in an orthographic view or triangles on paper, it's always idealized, always. Same thing when they make interpretations of linear perspective and imagine that it actually functions in the real world. Linear perspective is an ideal model. It doesn't exist in reality.
And to have this ideal, you need to have idealized conditions. Namely, your theodolite needs to levitate up in the middle of space with no surface in the way and have infinitely expanding angles in all directions so that all angular ratios are possible. When your instrument is close to the ground, where the bottom half of the visual scene of the instrument is going to compress into the surface and the top half of the visual scene of the instrument is going to expand exponentially, those conditions aren't applying anymore. But the good thing about the flat earth is it's breaking down some of these straw men, some of these idealized math conceptions that don't quite match reality.
Yeah, so let's be absolutely explicitly and excruciating clear. Mr. Wannabe Holmes didn't measure any plumb lines. That's a fact. So, get back to me when you got that upwards water that's flooding my house. Cool story.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, my mic works. Okay. I actually have a question. How does by the way, I'm like new to this, so I don't know much, right? But how does water seeking to always be level disprove the globe theory?
Well, when we think of a liquid like water flowing, we think of it as one part of the water climbing over or under another part of the liquid and flowing in that fashion until all parts of the liquid are more or less next to each other. When we think of that in our head, we think of that as being flat, with all parts of the water, the molecules, atoms, whatever, being right next to each other, but no part of the water being over or under another. So the flow would continue until it has a flat level conceptually. That's the way that we tend to think about it. And if most of the earth is this water, this liquid that tends to lie flat, well, then by logical extension, most of the world is flat, basically.
Okay, so let's take it a step further because that's a good premise. That's a good
But
premise.
why can't gravity pull all in one direction, right? So
Hold on, Mr. Yohanan, hold on. I'm going to explain it to you. Okay. We all experience, just as Lemon said, flat water wherever we go. That's what it appears to be to us. So you then make the claim, well, what if gravity's pulling it into a sphere? I'm glad you said that. This creates for the globe model the Achilles heel, because curved water should be everywhere, right? So all we have to do is go out to the water and just test if it's curved or not. So you set up a laser transit method, which is an effective method to measure something. You set it up on this side of one part of water, 6 feet off the ground. 25 miles away, you set up a target 6 feet off the ground, right? The globe prediction is that the target should be off from the laser beam, right, since they're at two different vectors, by 400 feet, okay? You fire the laser, you hit the target, and that proves that there's no hump of water between point A and point B. Now, it must be there if Earth is a sphere. It's not there, therefore it's not a sphere. And that is why water disproves the globe model.
I think I got it. So what you're saying is that if from point A to point B, the measurement of the curvature would say that it would say that the water would have to be kind of falling at a certain point to reach that. But actually, I don't actually get it. Like, I'm not be honest. Like, I don't get it.
Well, for example, when you use the laser transit methodology in real construction, it gives you a baseline. So you set up the laser at 6 feet, you level it, and you go out and you have the laser hit what's called a storyboard, right? So wherever that laser is hitting, you can then measure up and down on that board, and it tells you how high or low it is above it. For example, it might say 7.
Yeah,
so that would mean
level the laser?
That would mean
Listen, hold on. Look in live stream voice text. The text channel. New guy.
You might
see
want
the
to
graphic.
take the 3 questions. He's quite new.
Which one? There's a lot of graphics.
Well, I mean, the one that says deviation, right?
Deviation.
So if you shine a laser on a distance on a ball, at a distance, right, it should get further and further away from the ground. Okay, so this is what he's saying.
Yeah, exactly.
25 miles
away. I thought. Yeah.
Away, it should be 400 feet off the ground.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Aya.
That's what I actually was originally thinking when he first explained it, but I don't know why. I just kind of.
Absolutely. So for example, in real construction, right? If my storyboard says 7, and I know I set my laser at 6, and that means I have a depression of a foot, and I need to add a foot of material in order to get the foundation level. So I have some more concrete come until I get that up to 6, and then I know my whole thing is 6 feet, right? Now, it's 6 feet differential from the laser. So the base of the laser is on the top of the concrete where I want it to be, right? So I have a flat surface. I take my little storyboard all the way around. It says 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. Then here it says 6.2, right? So I need to add a little material, right? So it tells me if I'm off or not. Okay, now when I'm making a foundation, I need to be within a tolerance, right? Maybe a 1/4 inch at best over the span that I want, maybe 1/8 of an inch, right? Okay, the person hiring me will not accept a foundation that is off by 2 orders of magnitude, right? So that means it's not 1 inch off, right? It's not 10 inches off. It's 100 inches off. Do you think that that guy would come and I could convince him that I made him a flat, level foundation when it's 100 feet off on one side? No, the answer is no. Nobody would accept such a ridiculous amount of error.
Yeah, I understand. I get it.
Over 25 miles, right? If you hit a target that's only 6 feet tall when your laser's 6 feet tall, and it's a differential of 400 feet, that's 2 orders of magnitude off and hundreds of feet within those orders of magnitude off. Okay? That is not acceptable.
Yeah, so what you're saying is basically that since they presume there's a curvature, but no matter how far the laser goes, it doesn't seem to need to dip. It just kind of keeps going until it reaches the target. That means that curvature can't be there. It doesn't exist. Mr.
Bingo.
Mr. Zanuck, what do you think about that? Like, what's your comment?
I just wanted to say that it's as simple as when you have standing water, it has to be level, because if one side is lower, the water will flow. So if you have standing water, like a lake, the surface of that lake has to be level if it's not flowing. If one side is even a millimeter lower, the water will start to flow toward that side.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right. So in the foundation analogy, right, imagine a triangle. Like one side is 100 feet higher than the other, and I got this big triangle foundation. And the guy comes and says, nope, that's not acceptable. Or he comes back and he sees I have a hump in the middle, right, and it's like curved. And he goes, nope, that's not acceptable, right? Neither are acceptable. Neither make sense. If my laser's on one side and it hits the target on the other, then that foundation is flat. So I would submit to you, okay, that the curvature necessary for this globe to exist does not, when tested, when measured. Now, there's a lot of cool hypotheticals, a lot of cool theoreticals, a lot of cool logical fallacies like if-then statements that globers make. But when it comes down to the brass tacks of just, is the curvature there or not, where it's not, right? Where is it? Now, of course, you offered Zanuck to offer rebuttal. He has no demonstrable rebuttal. He only has a hypothetical rebuttal. His rebuttal to you is that the laser itself curved around the big hump of Earth like a heat-seeking missile to hit the target. That's his only explanation.
So hold on. So gravity pulled down the laser.
No, refraction. What they say is refraction.
Yeah, well, hey, guys, don't miss this point right now. To be fair,
pull down laser.
That's fine, Johanna, but to be fair, some globers have said in the past that it was gravity that did it, as ridiculous as it sounds.
Yeah, they have said that. I've heard them. It actually bends the laser down over the curve, up, over, and down the curve.
Well, I mean, does it happen in space? Because they say this is a sphere where it happens only here, right? So if it's not gravity, and if it's refraction, well, does the same refraction happen in space? Does the laser curve? Where is it curved? Does it curve towards Earth?
For the new guy, you're getting a little bit ahead of yourself. Let's you got to remember, like with this topic, it's massive because there's a lot of things to it. So if you discover one thing to be true, like hold on to that one thing first, like before you got to digest it, right? Right now you're just packing a lot of stuff in your mouth. You're not chewing. You got to really digest the thing that you're taking in first before you move off to because I know you're excited and it's a big topic, but trust me, pace yourself because there's a lot of information here.
Don't forget what we talked about in VC check-in, dude. Remember all that stuff as well.
Yeah, Zanuck is he's been around a couple years, like most of the flat earthers in here. Like we've known him for years, so He can't refute some of the things that we give like as plain proof that something that AI Overlord just finished telling you guys. So it doesn't, you can't refute it. He'll give you a hypothetical, but that's as best he'll go with that.
Zanuck is an anti-flat earther. There's some people on the internet, they're anti-flat earthers. So what they do is they, for some reason, dedicated their life to following us around and, causing us trouble for free. For some reason, I don't know why they're doing it for free, but whatever.
Indio lives in his head rent free. That's what I know.
Dude,
you got a condo there, man.
Look, I'm waiting for Zanuck to say he's actually me, and like I know the Earth's a globe or something because he's done everything else. So he must be me too.
He's like that.
Indio, I gotta call you out on your bullshit, bro.
He's the literal reference of jack of all trades.
Call me out my bullshit.
Yeah, can you name a time that Zanuck has ever caused us any trouble with our arguments, please?
Well, I mean, no. Okay, sorry. Yeah, sorry. It's like, but it's the whack-a-mole. That's the trouble. It's like you just like whack-a-mole. Like he's the king of Gish Gallop.
You mean to say he's a gift that keeps on giving?
Yeah, it's like I don't know how you can sandwich so many arguments into one freaking sentence, and then you're just like whack-a-mole, pew 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 pew, trying to just knock them all down.
Indio, I'm kind of proud of him though, because he's not saying that he's the citation like he was actually claiming. What is it, a year ago?
But yeah, he is. Yeah, he is.
Is he still saying that? I thought because he was using another.
He just said he took the survey test, so he's the citation, right? He flew an airplane, so he's the citation for that.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
So he did the survey. He did the sextant, so he's the citation for that too.
Yeah,
so he's still the citation.
I was trying to give him a little bit of credit because he was turning it over to the manual. He's like, "Well, you guys are refuting the manual," so I thought he was like actually saying that it wasn't him doing it. So I was like, "Hey, man, I'm gonna give you a little credit on what you just said," but no, it sounded like he went back to like, I'm gonna do the odometer, traveling over the earth, and there's a lot that he was actually. I thought he was actually.
Yeah, he said he worked. He said he manufactured odometers. Remember? Did you hear that?
Oh, wow. He did say that. My bad. I'm gonna recant. Let me recant.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's
unbelievable.
He has to, every now and again he comes with little short bursts of energy, and he's got to drink his green tea or whatever and kind of cool off a little bit. He might be back.
I want to know how he has time to do this when he's doing all those other things.
I mean, really, exactly.
Well, he's a multitasker, apparently.
He knows how to navigate by ship on water by using an aircraft. That's a good one.
Yeah, he's a multiple, right? Multiple personality disorder. That's
I like that. Using other completely different methods to answer questions that we ask. We'll go to something completely. That's just common, though. We're used to that.
One thing I like that is he's kind of like when they hear him on the live stream or something, the Globers get a little confident. They want to pop in here and listen to him, and then chime in afterwards. Be like, "Hey, you know what? We got a nice defender here, man. We can." They don't know Zanuck, as long as we've known.
He's the king of muddy the water, smoke and mirrors.
Yeah,
optical illusion,
mathematical jazz hands, you name it.
So you notice I was like, how do you use a sextant in space? He instinctively was like, you can use a sextant in space, and then he thought about it, and then realized how ridiculous that sounded, and then changed his mind. And then changed his mind back again and said, as long as there's any object out there, you can use that as a horizon.
Wow.
I was laughing, dude, behind the microphone. That was a couple of times I was chuckling, man. But yeah, I mean, it didn't matter what argument he brought up. It was just,
dashed to pieces.
Yeah, I must be like really bored or something. Why did I put up with that?
I have a question.
I don't know.
It was entertaining. I enjoyed it.
It had its value. I ain't gonna lie, man. It had its. We need to get that snippet out. AI just kind of maybe send it to when we get bored. Put it on the live stream.
I was getting ready to mute him just so you didn't have to have the anguish anymore.
No, I mean, it's a good mental exercise. Indio had to stretch his mental legs, I guess. Every now and
the hard part is understanding what the fuck he's saying because he's talking so goddamn fast, referencing like 15 disconnected things. I'm like, damn.
Yeah.
He took to the Bible, man.
Oh, the fucking Bible! Like, what was that?
He took to the Bible, and he was like, "What are you talking about, man?" Like, Zanuck, he pulls one out of the hat every now and again. It's just like, what?
Wait, Zanuck gives Bible scripture?
No, he's
out of nowhere. He pulls up the question now. Do you believe in the Bible literally? Like we're talking about Earth curvature.
He tried to take a right turn off of Eratosthenes to the Bible.
Oh yeah.
Well, listen, it's actually a pretty good comparison, but it fails. And let me explain. So Eratosthenes, his existence is like a tertiary source, right? With no original manuscripts whatsoever, whereas the Bible is one of the most manuscripted documents in existence. So to try to run away from Eratosthenes to the Bible only proves the fact that your Eratosthenes is weak.
Yeah, Eratosthenes' game is weak. Yep.
I actually have a video about someone that actually went through like all the Bible manuscripts that exist. They do a statistical comparison, like how different are each manuscript from each other, and it's so small. Like we're talking like you got like something like millions. It's the most published book ever, and there's only like little teeny errors throughout few thousands of years, and millions and millions of copies.
Again, forgive me. Yeah, it's 5,000 Greek New Testament alone, 5,000 plus,
5,000
and
plus.
yeah, and the accuracy is 99.6% within those Greek New Testament. Plus, you add like the 10,000 Latin New Testament and the 5,000 other languages New Testament. So it's the most copied, but yet most accurate manuscript in like the history of the world.
It's a miracle, it truly is. You know, if you look at the dates that we have for some of these manuscripts, the oldest one we have is Papyrus 52, I think it was. It dates back to as early as 110 AD. It could be as early as could be as late as 150. But if we go by the 110 AD example, we have a piece of document. We currently have a piece document that goes back to 20 years after the completion of the Bible itself. 20 years. I'm not even 20 years old. That's crazy.
Yeah, you know your stuff, Yohanan.
Because I used to do a lot of apologetics for like atheists when it comes to this stuff. So,
yeah, sharp as mine done it.
Yeah, it's like so well documented. Like nothing compares. You can't believe in anything if you don't believe in what the Bible, the accuracy of the Bible. If you want to say it's all fake, well then you gotta explain the martyrdom that was done by the people who wrote the Bible, and we know it existed. We know the people existed. We know the people did what they did because of what they saw. And now we gotta explain why they did what they did because of what they saw, and how all they saw were all the same thing.
Hey, can you instead just talk about the flat Earth, please? That'd be great.
Yeah, you're right. I actually have a question about the flat Earth, and that is that.
All right.
Well, what's this whole thing? He's like, what is NASA? Like, why are they pushing this globe Earth? I don't understand their agenda.
Well, I guess they don't know where you live.
Dude, from your point of view, Yohanan, you answered your own question already. In your worldview, the idea of world deception is axiomatic. That is, if you do believe the scripture.
Yes.
Okay, and a world deception.
I don't know what your guys' perspective is. Not all of you guys are Christian, I think, right?
They made a song about why people do what they do. It goes like this: money, power, sex, fame. That's the game. That's the game. Okay, people do things for all kinds of reasons, but mostly it's for money, power, fame, women, etc., etc., etc. You know, most people really are driven by base instincts. Sure, some of them may have malevolent while simultaneously benevolent ideas of, I'm going to be the Thanos of the world, and I'm going to save humanity from itself by making us transcend into the next level of consciousness by merging with the artificial intelligence. Sure, maybe some of them have these delusions.
Yeah.
But again, what is that? That's really most of that type of delusions is self-serving. They're not really benevolent, right? It's all based on them being the savior and the prideful one.
So what's Elon Musk doing? Like, does he actually not actually going to the moon? Like, we're not gonna actually live on other planets, or like, what's he up to?
There's no evidence to think that he is.
He thinks he is. Like, he thinks he's getting.
Does he really? I mean, he says that his stuff, it looks so fake that you know that it's real.
What?
Yeah. You know, the car in space, he says, you know it's real because it looks so fake. So does he even believe his own bullshit, is what I'm wondering.
Huh.
Don't forget, did he go up? Or is he just walking around a bunch of offices pointing at screens and telling dudes to do this and do that? And they do it. I mean, come on. How directly tangible is he involved?
Well, I mean, he's saying, like, you know, projections say, like, I don't know when, like 2040, something like that, we're gonna be going to Mars, right? So
yeah. When they get to 2040, it'll be 2080.
Yeah, we already have a precedent. We already have a precedent for decade-long predictions, decades in the past of that we've been doing this, that, or the other by now. None of it came to fruition. We're supposed to have colonies on the moon. We're already supposed to have Mars missions like 20 years ago or some nonsense.
Yeah, it's called kick the can down the road. By the way, that's what
I still don't get that. Like, how 1960s we went to the moon. Now we can, like, pretty much do, like, craziest stuff. If you brought a computer back to 1960s, say that you're performing witchcraft, right? But
Yeah, and I have a question for you. You coming in? You've seen your name here before, but are you of the mindset that the Earth is a globe? Is that where your standpoint is? Or at least you think that? Do you think it's a globe?
Personally,
just be honest.
I don't know. Like, I don't know. I think it's flat. I think it's flat, but I don't know. You know.
Well, no. The reason I'm asking for your honesty is because at least that way we understand where you are in this conversation. We don't have to be, asking what else do you know. You know, just if you're honest and say, yeah, I think it's a globe. But I mean, if I'm shown evidence of the contrary, it might change my mind. You know what I mean? Like, that's.
Yeah. I think it's flat because, like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Globe just doesn't make sense to me. But I'm open to the truth. I just want to figure it out. I just want to figure it out. So I'm here to, like, I came to figure out Islam, done that. Done, destroyed it. Right now I'm trying to figure out other stuff. So moving on. Yeah.
Yeah, man, cool stuff. I'm asking those questions because I know some people have even when they have a biblical understanding, they will have a mindset that the Earth is a globe. So,
I used to believe that. I mean, I used to believe Earth is a globe. I used to believe Earth was flat as well. Now I'm just kind of maybe flat, probably flat. But I'm open. I'm not like closed to anything.
What has convinced you? Why are you leaning towards it like that now?
Well, first of all, because when I believed it was flat, I would take the Bible and I would say it's perfect, right? So, because I used to believe the Bible is the Word of God, right? Currently, no. I know the Word of God is Jesus. The Bible is about the Word of God. That's what I believe, and I wholeheartedly believe that. And that some scriptures, the Septuagint says, for example, the children of Shem were 135. Our HMS, or the Hebrew Masoretic text, says they were 35 when they had their children. So which was it, right? So you have these kind of contradictions where I say, okay, well, Bible's not perfect. We know where the stuff, like, the imperfections are. And I would say there wouldn't be the imperfections within, for example, days in which the earth was made. It's yom, it's day. That's what it is. No evidence, unless the evidence is provided to contrary, where it's not actually day, and could be lost in translation. Well, that has to come up. We can't just what we want. So I still believe obviously that the Earth was made in 6 days. God rested on the seventh. But when it comes to the shape, I mean, for me, the main reason I reject globe is because it doesn't make sense, not because the Bible goes against us, goes against it out, but it does, obviously, in the Hebrew Masoretic text. We could also make an argument that maybe those scriptures were not as well preserved as we have some other scriptures that we know aren't well preserved as well. So that's but it's all it's Old Testament anyway. I'm not talking about New Testament. New Testament's very much much better preserved than Old Testament. But still, gotta take that in consideration.
Okay, so if you're looking at it from a logical standpoint, somebody who makes a claim to anything, who do you think the burden of proof lies on? The person who makes the claim or the one who's challenging it?
I think the person who's making the claim has to prove it.
Okay, so the claim is that the Earth is a globe. We don't observe a globe. You don't go out into reality outside and look at your horizon and say, hey, look, there's a globe right there. Nobody's ever done that. That's not ever been noticed. Nobody's ever experienced a globe in that way. So we don't experience it, and they're telling us it is. So the burden of proof lies on the claim, right? And those who would support it. I know it's a globe. Okay, well, you know it's a globe. Now you have to support the claim. And when you ask for the demonstration of how we can measure the curvature of the Earth, it's nowhere to be measured because there is no such thing. So it doesn't matter if it's Zanuck or another person who's a top-level globe earther who thinks they know their stuff. There's a measurement that's going to be given to you and demonstrated to you. So they can only give you calculations, ideas, theories, or whatever they want to bring up for it, but they're never going to give you the demonstration of the measurement of the curvature of the Earth. That's never been done. It's never going to be done. So we don't observe that. Also, we don't measure that. So we have two things that are working for us and in our favor, which is demonstration and observation. So if you can't see it and you can't test it to be a globe, it's not a globe. Simple as that, right? And it should stop there, because if you don't have a globe, you don't have the radius, you don't have the diameter, you don't have the circumference, you don't have any of the attributes or the metrics that they say that it adheres to. Therefore,
my trustworthy Bible, relatively, if I could want to take it very literally, it probably goes towards the flat Earth. So I'll take that.
The biblical cosmology would never state anything in the way, shape, or form of a globe. It does not talk about the sun, moon, and stars being created in a heliocentric model. It doesn't have any way.
Yeah, but then how come the Catholics? Because someone told me that the Catholics made the.
Why do you keep bringing up religion? Miggy is not trying to talk about that. Please.
No, I mean, he's saying that the heliocentric model cannot be based in.
Not founded in the religious text, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Not at all. It measures flat.
Yeah. So,
hold on. Listen, the context of Johannan's journey is based in religion, therefore it's contextually applicable. Okay, if that triggers anybody, I mean, go take a drink and have an orange juice for real.
Or we could just talk about flat Earth.
I mean, I do want to know.
Mandatory orange juice break.
Anyway, the thing is, right? If the heliocentric model would not be applicable to the scriptures, then how come it was made by Catholics? That doesn't make sense as well to me.
Right, but then you have an organization who it's the structure of it, and its roots. If you did any study on it, you'd have to question the origin of why they would even come up with such a doctrine, right?
Yeah, why?
Because I'm talking about the actual text, not the organization. So if you go based upon the text, right, sola scriptura, the text itself does not have any foundations of any heliocentric model. So you can't look at what science is saying right now and then go back to your biblical text and saying, oh, there it is. The globe is founded here. Because it's not. So it's void of any heliocentric correlations. You're not going to be able to have people tell you that it's a globe, and then go look in your text and then find it there. It's not going to be found it there. Actually, it's
right.
opposite. So just based on that merit, you won't be able to. I don't care what organization it is, Catholic or otherwise. It doesn't matter who said it or why they even founded it that way. That doctrine of why they even proposed it to be that way is not founded in the biblical text, and you can challenge it basically. So it's okay. So for the biblical mindset, right? Like you have this mindset that you want to keep to the truth of the scripture. If that's where you want to find your path forward into the
Not necessarily.
Well, but I know, but it could have you. It could have you at least understanding that what is being said in the biblical text doesn't have any foundation of a heliocentric model. Like I gave you that one instance too with the the sun, moon, and stars, right? So if you're referencing that in the text, it's not founded in a heliocentric sun in the middle, planets going around. There's nothing like that because they were created on the fourth day. So on the fourth day, sun, moon, and stars were introduced. So if that was the case, what was the Earth going around for 3 days before they arrived? The sun, moon, and stars. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot you can glean when you actually study. If you're a study of the word, that it has no correlation to the context of heliocentric. That's why I'm trying to give you that. That's a nugget you can take away from that part of it, right? But aside from that, right, we want to actually stick to what we can observe and test. So moving forward, if anybody tells you that, because you can leave that to a biblical challenge, if there was ever one that somebody wanted to challenge you on heliocentric versus flat Earth versus just biblical.
They won't stand a chance. The Bible speaks for itself. Yeah,
it would because the word is the truth, right? So, and that's what we would say on that matter, right? So ultimately, whoever's saying whatever, as long as the word is the truth and we follow that, then it doesn't matter what I believe or what that person believes. The truth will stand out, and we have to abide by it. Anyway, talking about what we can actually do now, we can all make these observations on the real world. Go out into a place in by a lake or an ocean or wherever you feel comfortable to look out into the horizon, right? And you can see that you don't observe a globe. You can do laser tests like was mentioned here before. I don't know if you were here in that conversation that AI was talking about, how that can be demonstrated with the other guy. I don't know. Was he talking to you? I just came into the conversation. So that is something that's applicable. You can actually test to see if it's not an experiment. So if people say, well, you can do experiments, and it's not an experiment. You're testing the notion that the Earth doesn't have what they say they has, with the metrics, right? With the radius, diameter, and circumference. So these are all things you can do. You can go find out what is being said about the globe, get those metrics, and go test them. And once you do that, you can prove to yourself that it's not what they're claiming it is. And once you do that, it's easily shown that because everything is tied to that. I'm talking about the entire heliocentric globe Earth construct. It's like I always call it's like the little thread that's on the sweater. And once you tug on that little thread, it unravels the entire sweater. It comes undone. It becomes undone with that one single thing. And why is that? It's because everything is tied to it. Everything, the whole entire construct, the cosmos and everything, the distances to the sun, flights that they take from, the spacecrafts that land on the moon, everything had to be tied to the radius. So if they don't have that, they don't have nothing that they have. So you basically wipe away their entire cosmology with one single thing, and that's not finding the curvature. So
yeah.
That's why it's paramount that you actually do this.
I'll be right back.
Did I lose him? Or he left? Oh, he left.
Said he'd be right back.
Well.
Yeah. He said he will be back.
Yeah, he sounds like a young guy too. So it's good. It's good to have that standpoint where you're defending on the one hand, like you have your biblical understanding, but it's much more than that. It encompasses like everything that we can do to test reality for itself, and it's not. I mean, it's rooted in truth for sure, but you have to have the other standpoint where you're going to challenge somebody from a perspective where you're going to be able to test it too. So it's much more. Where's Anik, man? Did he take off? No, he's still here.
He's trying to figure an answer to that kid's question.
He's trying to get back to you.
What do you say about the laser test? Because refraction already got its bubble pop, so he's got to come up with something else. Gravity already got its bubble pop, so maybe he'll come up with they didn't level the laser. I don't know. Or they didn't hit the target, They didn't hit the target dead on. It only hit to the target to the right. Therefore, it's false.
No, I've actually heard it, an argument in that way that it's what did he say? Somebody was arguing that you could see the light shining, but it's not that it's hitting the target or something to that effect. It was crazy.
Well, yeah, because you could see laser light, like if there's particles or fog or anything, you could see it shining through. So you could see the laser, flying above your head, which is what they would need. But they took a shot of the laser, and the way lasers work is they have a Gaussian distribution, and you can apply a metric to the picture to see if they're distributed that way to tell if you're in the center of the beam or not.
Yeah.
So if you apply that to the picture, it's like, almost, I'm not going to say perfect, but it's, because obviously there's some distortion, but it matches, demonstrating that the beam of the laser is aimed directly at the camera or towards the camera. Because the divergence at that range, if I remember correctly, the millirad divergence at that range is something like 5 or 6 feet.
Doesn't it depend also on the strength of what the laser is actually putting out as far as power, like getting to the target? For it to hit that target for that range, I mean, it's not your regular laser. It's got to be something either made or something they have that's that powerful, like already.
Yeah, well, you need. The main thing you need is enough intensity to make it through all the atmosphere without spreading out, which is the millirads. So, they measure the spread in millirads, and I can't remember the actual number, but I do know this: that that website Flat Earth WS or whatever, where they try to debunk things. They basically said that the lasers millirads were 1 millirad. And that's false. That would make the beam divergence like 30 foot wide or some, I don't know. It was a ridiculous number. And they tried to use that extra divergence to say that the laser went above and then the bottom of it caught it. It's like, no, dude, go read the document. The millirads was only 5 feet spread at that range. So even so, if you hit the top of the target, right, and you're 5 feet off and the target's 6 feet off the ground, that's really only 11 feet. Let's just say 15 to be liberal. So 5 meters, let's say.
Nowhere near
the maximum differential, right? Well, you're supposed to have 90 plus meters.
Yeah, nowhere near the hump of Earth curve that should be there, blocking the target.
Yeah, and the stupid arguments from the past, it's like they didn't level the laser. It's like, okay, there's 2 options. If they didn't level the laser, then that means that it's shooting up in the air, right? So it would miss the target even more. Or it's shooting into the ground, so you wouldn't be able to see it. So not leveling the laser just makes it harder It doesn't defeat it. In other words, if you didn't level the laser, you wouldn't hit the target. So hitting the target is still hitting the target. It's irrelevant, not leveling the laser.
Man.
Oh, then another person had the excuse, oh, well, their collimator broke. So their additional collimator broke, so they just used the standard laser. Right? So what does that have to do with anything? If they still hit the target, they still hit the target. You might as well say, oh, well, the stuffed animal that the girl brought for good luck, she left at home. So how could they have possibly achieved it without good luck?
It's amazing they still want to rebuttal that that test, or at least that's what I'm hearing. They still are doing. Yeah, some of them do say that gravity pulls the laser around the curve. I've heard that. That's one of them before. Remember how they were putting the laser to the fishbowl of sugar water? They put sugar water in there, bend the light with the laser. I remember that was one of the things they were using. Lasers can bend, you see? And then they put the sugar water with it's a fish tank, I think. A lot of new faces in here into the break. I don't think we've spoken with HJJJJJ. Who else is in here? Haven't talked to No Physical Evidence. But hey, what's up, guys? By the way. Larry Dot. Isn't that Hank Hill? Sounded like him. Is that you, Hank?
It's him. Can confirm.
You still selling propane and propane accessories?
Mic check.
Michael.
Awesome. So AI, has your name always been AI?
Mandela effect.
So I guess so, and I've asked you that before.
I remember the time when Larry was a Hank.
Those times have passed.
Yeah, he was Overlord, and Ardent is another version. It's a 2.0 version.
Is he real?
Why? Is this a Turing test? If so, I want to be on my best behavior.
I want to know only if this is reality. If I'm present here, if I am what I am. Am I speaking now?
Well, that depends. Are you an NPC or a human?
I need to realize. I cannot trust my sense. I don't know if I'm human or whatever. One ignorant question. Can sextant work on the flat earth?
Can sextants work on the flat Earth?
Yeah, because Anik is saying that it's working on the globe. I'm asking, can that instrument work on the flat earth and only on the globe?
Well, the instrument itself just works. It's like saying, can a jackhammer work on flat Earth or globe Earth?
But in the sense of Zanik, he's speaking in a sense that cannot work on the flat earth.
A sextant can't work?
Yeah, in Zanik's opinion.
Oh, well, that's just retarded.
If that's true, then why do they invoke the tangent, this hypothetical tangent, to ride over their ball Earth, right? If that's true, then why do they do that? You're invoking, an imaginary plane to fit over your imaginary model when you don't have to do any of that, right? What does Occam's razor say, Zanuck? Does it say make up a whole bunch of bullshit that nobody can prove? Is that how it works? Or is it, most likely the simplest thing is probably correct? The one without all the extra, hypotheticals, what ifs, baseless claims.
Hank, Larry, don't start up the used globe salesman again, please. Just my opinion.
I'm asking in this sense. Some people was traveling, navigating on the ocean. And Zanuck, his opinion is because there are distances and they are matching on the globe. Now my question is, if we use today to navigate, can we do that only to assume that the Earth is flat? Like they are doing, but let we assume that Earth is flat. Can we travel now, navigate on the flat water using the stars? Or we cannot? Or we will be like off distance if we use flat plane?
All right, what was the question? I was doing some back stuff.
Can we use practically to navigate with the sextant, assuming that Earth, that water is flat and the distance is, assuming everything that's flat? Can we navigate?
So, AI, I know QE told me not to argue over this, but I don't always do what I'm told. So you see what I just posted? A and B are parallel according to Globers, right?
I don't know.
So
Sasha had a question, didn't he?
I'm sorry, bro. Go ahead. I thought we were talking about the same thing.
Yeah, continue.
Maybe.
All right.
Maybe you could ask. Maybe you could answer Sasha's question.
Yeah.
Well, I was. This is part of what Sasha was talking about. Isn't this what you're talking about?
Yeah, go on.
Right. So if it's a refracted horizon, like they say, and the light's bending down, then you get the bottom one. And if light is traveling straight, sometimes, like they say, when it's not refracted or when it's very low, then you get the top one. Either way, you don't get the one on the right, which is the 90-degree angle, right? So, QE said, don't bring this up, just stick to the thing. But this is part of the argument. Like, this is like the crux of the argument as far as I can tell. I don't know why he would say not to mention this, but if it's doing, whatever's happening on A or B on the left, they're never going to get the correct angle to get what they need, right?
Yeah.
Did you just post it? Hold on, I gotta scroll up.
Yeah, I did. And that is what you were talking about, right? Sasha, isn't that what you were talking about?
Yeah, in a sense, it's this. We have sextant, and now it's if we have. Let's only put like hypothetical. We know that Earth is flat, but let's put that we don't know that Earth is flat, and that water is surface is flat. Can we use that sextant on that flat surface? You understand me?
Of course.
Yeah, of course.
Like I said, it's like saying, "Can I use these nail clippers on a flat surface?" I mean, look, there they are on a flat surface. They work just fine. Oh, here they are on a curved surface. They work just fine.
Yeah, I know that I'm asking question. Can we play football with the ball? You know, but
So if I'm thinking about it correctly, both A and B is going to get them nothing that they need, right? But if it was, B, the second one where it's just a straight line, right? That's where it's going to make it look like, things are disappearing from the bottom up. If the Earth is a globe, right? Because things are going over the horizon, and we're not going to see nothing there because it's on the other side, kind of like where the bottom question mark is. So if that's happening, wouldn't there be like they say refraction? I call it like ultra or super refraction. Wouldn't there be like omega refraction to where there's a third line, and instead of it going straight, it actually curves up, making it look like a cell Earth? How come we never see that?
That's silly.
Well, that would
Because
happen if. Go ahead.
Because it's not a globe. So I was going to say, go ahead.
But if it's a globe and it's refracting down sometimes, and sometimes it's going straight, wouldn't it be refracting up sometimes? And wouldn't the Earth look like a cell Earth? And then the cell Earthers, they would say, "Look, you can see the top of the building. Ha ha ha! We knew it was true, right? This proves us right." But that doesn't happen, and that would have to happen. Go ahead.
Their claim is that refraction is concentric layers, right? They have a standard lapse rate. So, if a light is passing through these curved lapses, right, it's going to curve at a standard rate as it goes to the differential in density. It's obviously not a different medium, so they use the gradient density idea. Now, it's a great idea. If that were true, then that means that if I shot 3 lasers, right, with different, what's it called? Hold on a second. Different colors.
Frequency, wavelengths.
Yeah, colors, whatever. Right? So they would all have a different index of refraction because different wavelengths do. And they would arrive at different points if you shot them over a distance, right? So just so happens that the military chartered or hired or whatever some universities to do this kind of test for them so that they could figure out which laser is the best to use for whatever purposes they wanted to use it for. And it seems, at first value, because I haven't scrutinized it personally to fruition yet, but the basic concept was that the lasers all hit the target that they were aimed at simultaneously. So that means that the variable rate of refraction, which should be there for the different wavelengths, wasn't there. And if I remember correctly, it's something like they were supposed to be 20 feet spread from each other, right? So that's a big problem if you want to believe in this, refraction model that wraps light around a globe.
Yeah, I think I posted what you're talking about there. I got it from Indio, obviously. I think that's where you got it too. But yeah, so I'll go ahead and post that for everyone so that they can
There's
see
no
it. Go ahead.
demonstration whatsoever for refraction. I mean, it's ridiculous. You can't show light bending. And all the examples that they do have are always something like, 2 different mediums, salt water or glass or something that is not in reality. It's not just the air over the water, and different temperatures is not like another layer of water, or different amounts of humidity don't suddenly make 2 panes of different density, like pieces of glass or whatever's going on in their brain. I can only imagine what they're trying to put together by saying, Well, it's because of the heat variations and the humidity variations and this and that, and it's going to cause it to, be terrestrial refraction. It's not true.
Well, we got to be clear that that's what we're talking about. We're not saying that refraction doesn't exist. We're saying that this Mulligan idea of curvilinear refraction that just happens to match every observation that supersedes the globe limits, that the only proof of it is wrapped around the idea of presuming that you can't see this because of the horizon, but I can see it, therefore it must be curved refraction. That's the kind of refraction that doesn't exist.
Right, right. I'm just saying that it doesn't. There's no demonstration whatsoever that fits even the textbook model for refraction. There is no atmospheric conditions that match up that you could say would be able to curve light in that way. These don't, And so, yeah, of course there's refraction. Of course, there's humidity in the air when light hits a small particle of water, it's going to refract it or break it up, whatever. But bend it in one direction consistently over and over and over, and so it follows a curve. That's almost, that's like it's like throwing a million particles of sand out into the air and then shine a light through it, and every single particle of light is going to hit sand and block it. It's perfect. So all of a sudden it goes dark. The odds are just about the same. But the light's going to hit them water particles and the light all exactly in the same way that every other one did. That's crazy thinking is what that is. It's grasping at straws. It's like, it's just making them look really stupid is what it is.
Well, they're just the problem is in order for the observations that exist to exist and the globe to be true, then the refraction that saves these observations must exist, right?
I know.
According to them,
I get that, but that's just not what's happening because there is no technical condition over the water that bends water or bends light, not in that manner. It breaks it up, refracts it, breaks it all up, and disperses it, blocks it, but bend it in one direction to follow a curve. I'm sorry. You can't show it. It doesn't exist, that part. Of course there's refraction.
Yeah, well, if you go to Walter Bislin or other curve calculators, you can put in a number for refraction, and then you can have a slider where you put your mouse and you click it, and you slide it left and right until it quote-unquote matches your observation. Now, a lot of globers will do that and say, like, look, refraction can do this. Now, is that demonstrating refraction? No, it isn't. In fact, we did one live recently. We were talking to a person about the Canigou shot. Now, if nobody knows about the Canigou shot, what that is 250 miles away in infrared, a mountain fully visible all the way to the base town and the water. But that top of the mountain should be a mile below the hidden area that the curve of Earth should be blocking. Now, the globers' only salvation in this regard is refraction. They must invoke refraction, otherwise they're defeated. But all they're doing is just saying it and going to the Bislin's calculator and putting a slider and sliding it left and right. Now, guess what? Interestingly enough, you go back and look at this a day that we did this, the exact amount of refraction needed off by 1/10, right, is what he has listed as like extreme or super extreme refraction in his notches. So let me ask anybody who's an astute detective, is that coincident, not uncanny? Is it almost like he purposely used that number for defeating the Canigou shot to say, oh, look, if you just have super duper extreme refraction, which is exactly 0.7259, whatever it was, you could see Canigou. It's like, no, you don't just get to write a number down, put it in a mathematics, and say this is what's happening in real life, just because it doesn't match with what you expect. That's not how it works.
Right,
for example, Yeah, I mean, you could just ask them, like, the answer how much refraction is present is always exactly how much is needed. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. It couldn't
That's
be.
a religion.
There's just no way it could
I
be.
mean,
You see it because it's there. I mean, there's how many observations do we have that we just see because it's there? What, several hundred, 1,000 now, maybe more worldwide, and they don't have any that are showing curvature. And when do the tables turn? When it becomes so obvious that they're lying, that they're grasping, that there's no evidence for what they say. I mean, they're just getting in themselves in deeper and deeper and deeper every day, and they're making themselves look worse and worse and worse every day because they just keep doing what you're talking about, cheating the numbers and just, yeah, but what about this? And we'll just add this much refraction, whether it's there or not, but we'll just show you that if it had this much, it would curve the light. That still doesn't work, though. It still doesn't work because there's no way that every light particle could be bent so that the picture would come out absolutely perfect on the other end.
Yeah.
That's a literal impossibility.
Yeah.
We laughed. Listen, check it out. We laughed at what's his name, Rumpus, when he said, if refraction conditions were right, I could see the back of my own head. And we laughed at him. This was about a couple years ago, right? But not today only, right? We had a guy come in and he was asked a question: what evidence would you accept, or what distance of observation, or what order of magnitude off by calculation of evidence would you accept that would falsify the globe? And he basically was saying nothing at all for a while, and then it finally came like, no, I would accept nothing. And then it actually went further, and he basically actually kind of said, not in his exact words, but this was the conclusion, that he would not accept even seeing the horizon from beyond the back of his own head. So he basically accepted Rumpus's idea of infinite refraction, where you could see the back of your own head and then you could see the horizon beyond that. It's like absolutely incoherent.
When I started saying that, you have to believe that the refraction is always happening at 8 inches per mile squared, like that sounds dumb when it comes out of their mouth. So Matthew, being the math magician that he is, right, he says that, well, it's actually bending down at 0.02 degrees or something like that. And it's like, oh, I see what you did there. You took it from 1,038 miles an hour to one rotation per day. And they keep doing this sort of thing, right, to where 2 + 2 = 4, but 2 × 2 = 4, but one sounds better for their argument, so they're choosing to use that one instead. And I'm thinking to myself, like, that is so pathetic. Like, why would you do that? Why?
Well, it's not even true.
That's the whole I'm talking about. They keep digging for themselves every day. They keep doing these sorts of things. Pretty soon, it's going to come to everybody's going to be able to see exactly what they're doing. I mean, we see it, but pretty soon the whole world's going to see what they're doing, and they're going to look like complete morons, like they are.
Yeah, but let's be clear that that's not how it needs to work. That's an ideal. How it really needs to work is you need to take the stretch of view in front of you and consider each segment a zone. And each of those zones has to have a different refraction rate in order to get that light to hit your eye at the right angle to display them in the perspective fields sequentially, right? So like in the Black Swan, like if you imagine those light rays coming out of all those things and hitting your eye, it's going to look like a barrage of heat-seeking missiles. It's not going to be some perfect bunch of concentric curves.
No, you're right. It's going to look like a bomb went off in front of your eyes and all these light particles. If you're talking about what it would look like in reality, that's probably right.
So, yeah, I think we need to hold our feet to the fire. Back to the A-B flat earth right angle works thing that I posted at 47 minutes after the hour. I think, QE be damned. their whole light bending around the curve destroyed this argument that sextants work on a globe. So I think it's a dichotomy. Unless anybody, including globe earthers, would like to correct me, I would love to hear it. Because if it's refracted down and up around the curve,
you can't have refraction because of Eratosthenes. Sunlight is collimated.
Right. So that's part of that too.
Yeah, that is established 2,200 years ago, and that's what they started with. Sunlight is collimated. That means refraction doesn't exist. Collimated light cannot be refracted.
So you know, that takes me. Oh, go ahead. I thought you were finished. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so if you
So
take
it's
a
kinda
laser and shine it into a sugar tank, then what happens to it?
Globetards drink the Kool-Aid.
Well, I mean, it definitely doesn't follow the same path where it came from.
Laser light is not collimated light.
It's not?
No.
You sure?
Yes.
And what is it then?
Laser light has a very low divergency angle.
I thought laser light was parallel light rays shot from
No.
a laser gun. I thought that lasers counted as collimated, light that was sent out at a parallel
No.
angle or whatever.
Yeah,
They're
that's the
attempting to
illusion
do
you
it.
get. When you look at the laser beam, you have the impression that beam is uniform. Yeah, straight line, but it's not. Those rays are diverging one from another. No two rays from the laser diode shooting through the lens, no two rays are parallel to each other.
Okay, so,
So
what's an example of collimated light that we could use then, if not the laser?
There isn't none.
Well, that's what I said. It
There's
has
no
a very
perfectly collimated light rays. So think about it like a birdshot shotgun.
Yeah.
Think about it like a birdshot shotgun, right? And you put the choke on it. The choke attempts to, make it travel in a straight line, but they still spread out a little bit, even though you choked it, right?
Yeah, it will spread, yes.
Yeah, of course.
Very slightly, but it does.
But I think that people still do classify a laser as collimated light.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
No,
yeah,
it's
yeah,
highly
yeah,
focused.
yeah, yeah. So check it out. Check it out. Okay, we're parsing words here. Okay, laser light is collimated. That's how it's created. The whole concept is it's formed in an optical cavity. I'm reading straight from here. Between two parallel mirrors, which constrain the light in a path perpendicular to the surface. So the whole concept of a laser is collimated beams. Now, are they perfect? Are they perfect? No. Are they absolutely parallel? Not 100%. No. That's why they have a divergent rating.
The most simple lasers, they use a laser diode. The laser diode doesn't emit the collimated light. You need a special lens, and they call this by using that lens, it's collimating the laser emitted by the diode. It brings it into a beam. Yeah, it looks for us like a beam. But when you measure the beam diameter, every centimeter that it's traveling, you will find that it's increasing in size very slightly. But it does. So this means collimated light is something absolute. It means parallel light rays. And they are physically impossible to be achieved. So,
because it's the nature of light to want to spread out. So it's kind of like we're temporarily like avoiding the natural properties of light by manipulating certain things, but it's going to revert back to, its natural state, which is to spread out. So I think QE often cites a source where the guy, I think it's Andrew Thomas Young, I could be wrong, but it says that the light doesn't travel in perfect rays, right? Or something like that. And but it's because light spreads out. Thanks.
I was looking at the definition. I was about to go, semantical about, what is or is not collimated. It says collimate make rays of light or particles accurately parallel. A collimated electron beam accurately aligned, an optical or other system. Derivations, collimation, 19th century from collimare, an erroneous reading, and some editions of Cicero of collineare, align or aim from col together with and linea line. So I was thinking that laser was collimated, but if we're saying that, a light beam spreads even quote unquote collimated laser beam, I would agree with you there.
Yeah, I think we're all in agreement, except for the Globers. Some of them will agree on depending on
Collimation
which
is
topic.
the process of bringing laser to closest what is collimated light. But collimated laser beam, it's impossible to achieve it. So the laser are the best we can do. The lowest divergency angle. A light source with a very low divergency angle. So the further it gets away from the source, it increases in diameter. And normal light sources, they actually, when you use like cone mirror to try to focus all the light into a beam, you actually achieve a cone. But when you double the distance, like also the surface area that it covers doubles. So
when I grew up,
so their divergency is much higher than the laser normal light. Go ahead. Thank you.
When I grew up, we had like 22s and 270s and 30-06s. We didn't have any shotguns growing up. And one day I went to hang out with a friend, and he shot a bird at like 100 yards with a shotgun. I was like, what the hell? How did you make that shot? Blah, blah, blah. And I didn't understand the nature of a shotgun, right? But
How many
when you're playing
meters
video,
is that? How much is 100 yards?
about 100
meters.
About 100 meters, I think.
Oh, then yeah, that's a
pretty,
wow.
pretty good shot. But it was a bird shot, right?
That's very
so
long
spreads out.
shotgun shot. Yeah, very long.
Yeah, so I was impressed. I was like, wow, that was amazing. But I was thinking,
what was the length of his barrel, man? Because I mean,
it was a long one. They shot skeet.
Oh, long one.
They practiced. Yeah, they practiced, and it was choked. But anyway, yeah. So I was thinking that the projectiles were flying like a 22 shell. Like that would have been like, whoa, oh my god, impossible shot, right? But
no,
this is how computers think of. Yeah. So computers, they like think of light as like the 22 bullet, right? That goes in like a straight line and bounces off of things. And then as they get better, they're going to start making it to where it's more like a shotgun blast, where it spreads out, right? And they're getting better with the graphics, but light is like, other than time, it's the most convoluted subject that we could talk about. And I've learned recently not to be so dogmatic about it.
Yes, I still haven't heard any reason why collimated light wouldn't work.
I have a question about the Walter Business Calculator. Has anybody used that to get accurate measurements of reality, or is it just they're just putting in numbers and not really using it in reality to confirm what it's doing?
You can't. It's a fundamental flaw, right? You can't validate any of the claims of the calculator.
Why not?
Because nothing in real life is exactly what it is. Now, you could be within a margin, but every optic's going to be
Yeah,
different.
because we don't know the exact X refraction factor. There's no way we can really know that. Is that why?
Right? Exactly. That's part of it. And also, you don't know the exact aperture and observation point. Factors that are very acceptable.
Yeah, that's what I gathered. I gathered that they did some math and they said refraction bends at whatever degrees, and if you put this refraction in, you're going to get this result, but not to confirm the reality.
Right. So, for example, you make an observation, right, and it's way past what the globe would predict. So you just go to Bislan's and you just slide the refraction slider until it matches, right? And then you've somehow proven something. Think about it. It's just for, really, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just for Globers to go to and to slide some scales around until they get a plausible scenario with imagined quantities that could produce, in theory, the optical, event that they witnessed. Where's the validation that was actually happening? Nowhere. But Bislan said it could happen. Therefore, it did happen. And Earth's still a globe. I can sleep good at night.
Well, it's clear that we could not know the refraction amount over, let's say, 10 miles, right? Not an exact number. Nature gives us that, and it varies, right? So that's got to be a big question mark right there.
Yep, and it's not ideal either, because air is turbulent, non-homogeneous, so you're not going to have perfect arcs.
So do you agree light bends down? So what we're looking at the distance is actually lower than it is? Is that what you're saying? I mean, do you think that's happening?
What's lower?
The objects are actually lower than they are because light bends down.
Well,
I mean,
we
that's
do
the
know that
globe
with perspective
argument.
effects. We do know with perspective effects that things don't appear exactly where they should. And by the way, perspective in the real world isn't a linear model. It's not two perfect lines going into the distance till they vanish into a point, an exact point. That's one thing that eludes Globers. They think that if the Earth was flat, that these lines of perspective would go on forever, and you'd be able to see where they meet at the very, very end every time. Well, that's not true. Your ability to resolve that would fade off before you got to that point. Trying to apply an ideal model to reality, not gonna cut it. If people would forego, especially in the field of optics and stuff like business and all that, if they would just get this idea that the Earth's a globe and they have to shove everything into an Earth curve calculator, right? And they actually just took the data and did something with that, then we might actually get somewhere. That's one thing that every flat earther should go look up is how the diffraction limit actually, I don't know how to say it. Well, you imagine that things, or this is what Glober's always say, that things, if the Earth was flat, then things would just recede into the distance with perspective and get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller forever, right? Everybody's heard that. Following a linear model. But that's not how it works. As it gets closer to the angles where it's going to be unresolvable, the rate of change accelerates. And instead of being slow till it finally arrives there, it goes slow, then it goes faster, then it goes much faster, then it just snaps, and it's over. Right? You can watch
it's quite the opposite. The rate of change is initially greater and it gets smaller as you get further away. That's because the angular size goes down directly proportional with distance. Directly proportional with distance. So as that distance increases, the angular size gets smaller. Directly proportional.
Danik,
So it's opposite.
go watch some MIT. Come back and tell me what you have to say. Yes, that's what would happen in a linear ideal model.
That's not linear. It's tangential. Ratio, rise over run. It's not linear. Linear would make it. Linear would
What's
make
not
it.
Linear? What's not linear?
The relationship.
To what?
Distance to the angle. If something's below you, if you're 5 foot and you're looking at something at your feet, the angle will change in a nonlinear fashion to its position as it moves away from you. Unless, of course, it's curved. If it's linear, then it'll be curved. We see a linear relationship. Hold on.
Did you see ever curve?
Hold on, let me finish. We have a linear relationship with the sextant and the 1 degree per 60-mile distance. That means the surface has to be curved because that doesn't work on a flat surface.
That's 1%. Are you saying that sextant cannot?
You're clearly talking about something else. So.
I know. I just equated.
I could have sworn you were talking about angle and distance, right?
Right.
So double the distance and half the angle, that is a linear relationship.
No, I think Xanix's confused that we're trying to talk about stars in the sky and nautical miles or something.
No, I was just giving an analogy and a comparison to the sextant. But if you have twice the distance, you have half the angle. The angular size, yes. Whereas its position in your field of view, that's different.
Now, when I hear this, I can see globe. It is globe. Zanik, you did.
Anyway,
Can
guys.
you go now? Can you go now?
Got a cool story there. The problem is you can go watch all open free courseware and learn about this stuff from real professors at real universities for yourself. But And you could go out and witness it.
Well, look at the angular size of something and it moves away. Every time it doubles its distance, it halves its angle.
But horizon, after all rigs, changed the angular size.
It's angular
Are you saying the horizon? Are you saying that horizon, after all rigs, changing the angular size?
Angular position is an angular size.
Does horizon make changing angular size?
Does horizon change or make angular size? Is that what you asked me?
Does horizon changing angular size?
Does or is? What are you saying?
I'm saying does horizon on Black Swan example changing angular size?
Horizon doesn't have an angular size.
Okay,
Oh my
great.
goodness, dude. You said it doubles the distance and halves the size, right?
Double the distance, the angular size will have. It'll go down directly
Okay,
proportional.
cool. So if that's true, and you point that in the equality in both directions, wouldn't that be the same no matter what range it is from you?
Whatever angular size it is at any distance, it will half the angular size with distance.
Holy crap. So that defeated your initial claim.
That it accelerates. It doesn't accelerate. It stays constant. Directly proportional.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't stay constant.
The relationship is. Would you not agree that as you go further away?
Listen, bro. I'm talking about reality. I'm talking about reality. Okay, not an ideal model.
That is reality.
No, it's not reality.
Sure, it is. Something goes. Get a mast on a sailboat. As it moves away from you, that size of the mast, angular size, will go down directly proportional to distance. Directly.
So let me get this straight, Zanuck. You think mathematics is a perfect one-to-one representation of the real world?
That's how it's defined. That's what math is.
No, it isn't. Not even close.
It actually is.
Well, yeah. So how do you apply Gödel's incompleteness theorem to the real world?
Tell me.
Okay, so reality has no contradictions, but Gödel proved that no mathematical system can not have a contradiction in it. No mathematical theory can be self-consistent and complete. And he
Why
proved
is that?
this. That's a long explanation. He proved it with like flashcards. So I'm not at liberty to show you that.
That's different. That's different when talk to mathematics. So statistics is part of math, and there is inconsistencies and contradictions in statistics.
But there's no contradictions. But there's no listen. There's no contradictions in the real world. That's the point, right? So if all mathematical systems have a contradiction, no mathematical system can be a one-to-one representation of the real world because the real world doesn't have a contradiction. You ever seen anything in reality contradict itself other than a human being in their words? No.
None of these contradictions dispute or contradict mathematics.
Okay, so when we observe something, right, what are we observing, right? We're seeing lights come into your eye or a camera or something. That thing is not a perfect geometric relationship to the real world because in geometry, I can take a straight line and draw it to something in the distance and it'll never disappear. It'll always be quote unquote visible. But we know things like the Rayleigh criterion, right? So if I take two dots of light and put them close to each other and move them far enough away, I can't differentiate the two dots of light. So they can't be a perfect representation of the real world.
That mathematically can be shown to be untrue by just getting a larger aperture. Once you get a larger aperture, suddenly you see two pieces of lights again. It's only been the limit. That is limited only by the error or the limitations of the aperture size.
We're always going to hit a limit, right?
By definition, the Rayleigh criterion is only related to the size of the aperture.
But But in the real world, the Rayleigh criterion is a theoretical limit that no optic has ever even remotely approached to being designed or manufactured.
How can you say that? That's absolutely true.
Even the Hubble telescope. Listen, look up the angular resolution of, say, the Hubble telescope or the largest telescope in the world that's in the Canary Islands. Mm-hmm. Their actual angular resolution is double what the Rayleigh criterion is. You can. This is why.
Why is it?
Look it up. Because
the Rayleigh criterion.
Reality doesn't match mathematics.
So you're saying with their size of lens, they're able to see things and detect two objects in the distance that are closer than they should see them.
No, listen.
No, it's the opposite.
The opposite. Say you had 2 points of light separated by 2.4 arc minutes, right? And that was the Rayleigh criterion limit. The actual device would see 4.8 would be the limit on which they appear merged together. It's well known. I mean, you can.
And why? Okay, that is also true. But why is that?
Manufacturing defects.
Well, because we're looking at.
There's no such thing as a perfect reflector.
No, because we're not looking at two objects. We're looking at 2 point sources of light. It's different. All stars appear to be roughly the same size. Why is that? Even though they could be billions of times difference in physical size and brightness variations. We're talking about how light travels and how light is discerned between. It's not the Rayleigh. That's not what the Rayleigh criterion. That's not how the Rayleigh criterion works.
The Rayleigh criterion is the ability to differentiate or resolve two
objects, two solid objects,
2 points of light. 2 points of light. It's technically airy disks. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's the angular separation between those
two. The airy disks are
the Rayleigh criterion.
Do we know how far away those two objects are? Could one be further than the other?
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant. It has to do with the size of the objects. The Rayleigh criterion has to do with the center of those objects and the outer size.
Okay, yeah. So show me in the formula where it has an absolute value of size, other than diameter of the lens. Because the formula is the angle.
Do you really need me to put that to you?
Yeah. Tell us the equation. Tell us the equation. Tell us where the distance variable is in the equation.
You have the object and the distance between the object. That's part of the Rayleigh criterion. The little d will be the distance between the two objects.
What are you talking about? To read the formula, there is no little d in the fucking Rayleigh criterion.
Yes, there's a big D and a little d.
Read the formula. Dude, you're just really making shit up now.
I'm not making up. This is if you know
the Rayleigh criterion. Memory.
I don't know why you're fighting it. I'll put it in the chat.
Hold on, bro.
Put it in the chat.
1.66 or 1.2 times d, which is the diameter of the lens.
Divided by what?
Divided by what? There is no divided by what.
Rayleigh criterion has a big D and a little d.
Holy crap!
Sine of theta is little d divided by the length, which is the distance to the object or object to the objects. And
Sanic, shut your mouth for literal pain, man.
1.22.
You're making me cry.
Oh my God!
You're bleeding out my ears.
Little d divided by big L.
Sanic.
What are you fucking?
How much do you want to bet?
Little d is the distance between two objects. Sine theta, little d, distance between objects divided by the length to the object.
That's not the Rayleigh criterion.
That's not the Rayleigh criterion.
Holy crap, you're retarded.
That also equals 1.22 lambda divided by big D, which is the size of the aperture.
Hey, anybody in the chat needs to make some money off this chump? They should bet him on this one.
Yeah,
I'll have you warned. He doesn't pay up.
Quiet, and I'll explain one more time, and I'll be quiet. Sine theta equals little d over the distance L between the object and your eye, and it also equals 1.22 times lambda or divided by the big D, which is the aperture size.
So what did I just post?
They're all equal to each other.
What did I just post, Sanic? What's that say? What's that say?
Just said that.
Says theta is 1.22 divided by the diameter of the lens.
And then the distance between the objects is also part of the Rayleigh criterion. Theta equals.
Holy crap, dude.
You going to listen to me or not?
Listen to you lie or make shit up?
I'm not going to lie. sine theta equals little d over the distance to the object. Those are
Why don't you
both part
post
of the
your
Rayleigh
citation?
criterion.
Why don't you just post your citation? Yeah. Yeah. I've been looking at this for nearly 30 years.
You haven't. It hasn't broke through that you understand it. Here we go. Here's
Oh,
a Rayleigh
yeah.
criterion.
I just posted. I just
posted it. Here we go. There's where it comes from. There's how it's derived and how it works. You're just being a simpleton. You're not looking at it.
It's actually an eagle and a mouse.
That's an example of the Rayleigh criterion. If you're the eagle and you're looking at two objects, the distance between the two objects is d, little d. Okay? That is calculated. The Rayleigh criterion will give you an angle that you can see these two apart, including the Aries disk. And that is sine theta, little d, divided by the length, the distance. It's like the inverse tangent when I find the angle. Same thing.
Okay, cool. That's a calculation, right? So they're giving you
What
an
is the
example.
Rayleigh criterion?
This is like a schoolwork
From the Rayleigh criterion.
problem, right? Listen, this is a schoolwork problem, right? They're saying, okay, using the Rayleigh criterion, figure out if these two mouse are resolvable, right? Yeah, in that case, you do got to know the distance between the two mice. This is a real world example.
Oh my God! Are you being
because you have to calculate the angle separating the mouse. Then once you've calculated the angle separating the mouse using their separation distance and your distance from the mouse, then you punch that into the Rayleigh criterion, then do the equation and figure out if it's resolvable.
They're the same thing. It's the diffractive limit. You just gave me the diffractive limit. So 1.22 gamma divided by d, big D, is going to be the diffractive limit. Lambda divided by the
is based upon an angle.
Oh my God!
The limit is based upon an angle, not a distance.
Dude, you said you studied this. You're not acting like you studied it for very long.
Yeah. You can try to play
a real world. How you would calculate what the angle would be or what the distance would be that you can see something.
Oh
my God! You're just gonna talk over me. Seriously?
Yeah, you're damn right I am, because you're full of shit, dude.
So you are talking over me. I just want to make sure everyone knows that.
Yeah. I am talking over you because you're making shit.
I'm not
making Rayleigh criterion is based upon an angle.
Real life.
It's even funnier because Professor Phil said Rayleigh criterion has nothing to do with angle. That's almost even better.
Yeah, that's a good one.
First variable in the equation.
Woo!
Yeah.
Theta's not an angle. Yeah, you're right. Sure, theta's not an angle. Angular size.
Professor Phil said, I know theta's an angle. Professor Phil said that the Rayleigh criterion has nothing to do with angles.
Professor Phil is correct because I just showed you the real life example that theta, the angle, is the distance between those two objects from your field of view, in your field of view. That is a real angle. And that angle is 1.22 divided by lambda divided by the size of the aperture. And then that's also equal to the distance between the objects divided by the distance to those two objects, or one of the objects.
Okay, so let me ask you this: Can I, if I have two stars and I don't know the distance to either of those stars, can I use the Rayleigh criterion to figure out whether those are dissolved without knowing the distance?
Can you use not accurately? No.
So I can't use the sextant to measure the separation of the angle, right? So I can't use that to get an angle.
You don't know the distance between the two other objects, but yeah, you can actually use it to get you can use the Rayleigh criterion to try to estimate the distance or the resolvability of two objects. Yes, that's by definition what the Rayleigh criterion is. If you don't
This is almost funny.
If you don't know the distances to them, what if one object is behind it? That point source of light is different sizes. You're not getting an accurate value.
Listen, if I take a sextant and I measure the stars, they're separate. Can I use a sextant to measure a 1 degree angle separating two stars?
If you change the D, will you be able to see between them?
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Change the diameter of the aperture. Will you be able to accurately be able to see the distance?
Yeah, when you change the diameter of the aperture, the resolving power of the optic increases, right? So you can see a larger separating angle because you can collect more light.
But if the light if Airy circles are overlapping each other, you'll never be able, even if you zoomed in, and had a larger aperture, you would not be able to see any distance between these.
Of course, they're overlapping. Then you don't.
There are stars that always look like ovals, no matter how much you zoom in on them.
Yeah, that's awesome. But what's the point?
So
the point is the theoretical limit of the Rayleigh criterion is not actually, in practice, something that is used, because we can't make instruments capable of going to the theoretical limit. Okay, even though mathematically it says, yes, I should be able to see this based upon how I designed this, but when you actually use the instrument, it actually has a limit that is worse than the Rayleigh criterion. This is what I'm talking about. Mathematics is not one-to-one.
It doesn't work when you have non-point sources of light. When you have non-point sources of light, then you can actually use the Rayleigh criterion accurately. In this example, an eagle does it very efficiently.
There's no such thing as a non-point source of light.
Yes. A point source of light means where the light comes from. It's a source of light. Why don't you understand basic definitions of words?
Okay, so light reflects off your body. How does reflection of light work at the atomic level? Right? An atom absorbs light, right? And then the electron goes into the unstable state, excited state, and then goes back down. And once it goes back into the stable state, it releases a photon, right? So all those, your body is composed of trillions of point sources of light. Everything is a point source of light, Zanuck. Everything.
Oh. Sorry.
You don't see it as a point source of light because of the resolving power of your eye. If you had gigantic fucking eyes, you'd be able to see little fucking atoms swirling around.
How those photons are reflected off an object. A point source of light will have. Okay, you're not going to listen to them.
We call it reflection, but it's actually absorption, and it's absorption and re-emission. We call it reflection. There's levels to this, Zanuck. That's like the fucking ninth grade. We call it reflection, but there's actually absorption and re-emission.
Okay. Let me give you a real simple example so you can grasp this. If I'm looking at a doorknob across the street, you would agree that light is being reflected off of it from some source, from a point source.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what if the doorknob was actually emitting light, like a flashlight? Would it look any different?
Well, it depends on there's all sorts of. There's all points of luminescence. It could be bioluminescence.
It'd be electrophorescence. I wouldn't be able to tell what it was. All I would see is be a source of light. I wouldn't be able to tell shapes or angles or anything of it. A surface, qualities, color, nothing.
Okay, it depends on how it's emitting light. There's all sorts of emissions of light. You're making
things up. You're making.
Oh yeah, so bioluminescence, electrophosphorescence. I made those
point source. Yes, that's a point source. That's a point source.
Those are point source, but you're not going to be able to.
It's not a reflection. It's not a reflection with different. See, when you have go back to the doorknob across the street. Why do I zoom in and see that it's bronze? It has a keyhole. I can see contrast. I can see inscriptions. I can see numbers on it. If it was a point
why can't you see the molecules?
Hold on. If it wasn't see individual molecules. Stop talking. If it was a point source of light, you wouldn't be able to detect any characteristics of it. It would just be a light, like a flashlight, shining at you. That's a point source. They're different. You're making things up.
It's composed, dude.
Oh my God, you can't. You know what you found out about you? You can never give up. You never admit you're wrong ever.
You don't. Yeah. Okay, Zanuck. Why don't you just give me a citation? Oh yeah, I'm wrong.
I'm making shit up
because I just
point
told
source
you
of light is the same reflection. It's not.
So you're disputing how things reflect light. So they don't absorb light from an object.
It.
No. So
I'm well known. The same thing as reflection because the way the photon is re-emitted by the atom is the same thing as if it was a point source. It's not the same thing because there's different angles of reflection. That surface has different. Does that surface have angles? Yes or no?
Yeah, the surface has angles.
But all those angles reflect the light in the same direction. No, they
light listen. Light is reflected spherically. In a spherical direction. Doesn't go in one angle.
Just when I think you can't make anything more up, you keep on making more things up.
Okay, so the geometric ray optic is just one model of how light is emitted. So you're actually disputing electromagnetic radiation is emitted spherically. So how much
talking about light
science are you going to dispute?
That's a point source.
So how much other physics are you going to dispute? So you're disputing.
I'm not disputing. You're disputing it. I'm disagreeing with it and repeating it to you.
Disputing electrodynamics.
Repeating and disputing. I'm not disputing. You're disputing.
You're disputing that things are made of constituent parts, right? And that those constituent parts don't individually act on things. So human beings aren't made of atoms. They're a solid, homogeneous, complete thing that's not made of individual parts. And that those individual parts on their own each emit on their own. What do you think? It bounces? What do you think? Human beings are like a big trampoline and everything like bounces off it? Now,
are you listening to yourself right now?
No.
You're making this up. You're trying to make it sound logical, and all it does is sound like you're insane.
Objects absorb light, and the light that's reflected are the frequencies that it does not absorb. This is well known.
If I was able to make that, if I was able to make that doorknob a filament and make it glow at 3,000 degrees, would it look the same as if it was reflecting the sunlight?
Listen, you're conflating two different processes.
I'm not conflating. You seem it.
Thermal emission.
You view it as conflation.
Thermal light is not the same thing as reflected light. No, you're talking about where the light originates is two different places. Reflected light, the original energy that was made was not generated at the doorknob. It was generated somewhere else. So say I have a light bulb, and the light bulb emits light, and it reflects off the doorknob. The doorknob absorbs the light and re-emits it.
Yes.
That's how it works. Okay.
I understand. I agree with you.
We're talking about heat up the doorknob to 2,000 degrees. Where's the source of light?
It becomes a filament.
The source of light
I'm trying to make it
is the thermal emission.
Because that's the difference between a point source and reflected light. Don't you get it?
But listen.
But nothing. You're just not getting it.
Are objects composed as matter, like a doorknob? Are they composed of individual atoms?
Wondering
are they composed of individual molecules?
Yes, things are made up of individual molecules.
Okay, and all you see is the surface.
Yes.
Okay. And each one of those individual atoms, when a photon hits it, it absorbs light and it is re-emitted.
Correct. What direction does it re-emit?
In every direction.
Okay.
Okay, so
how do you
together you can't see each individual atom or molecule because you can't resolve them. So you see a doorknob, and you don't see points of light. This is the point, dude. This is what the Rayleigh criterion is. You can't resolve the individual points of light. So, but you in your naivety think it's it's a doorknob. It's just all emitting light. No, there's a bunch of individual points of light. You want a citation, Zanuck? I'll give you one.
You're still not understanding what you're saying.
Okay, Perception of the Visual World by James Gibson. Go look it up. It's on archive.org. Go look it up.
You're conflating two completely different concepts.
I'm not conflating anything.
You are. Right? It's not a.
You can't resolve things.
Source. The doorknob is not a point source.
It's composed of point sources.
You could say each molecule on that. I'm going to play your game here. You can say each molecule on that doorknob is a point source. You could say that.
Oh,
hold on. You could say this, and then you can't tell.
I did say it
because of the Rayleigh criteria. Yes, but that whole doorknob as an entire whole is not a point source. Why? Because the light is going all different directions off of it. If it was a point source, it'd be coming right at you. All you see is a light. That's what point source means. It's a point source of light, and all you see is light. You wouldn't see any characteristics.
What the heck, dude? Are you literally retarded?
Source of light cannot be something that's reflected light in all directions.
Holy crap, dude!
Zanuck, you're spiraling.
I'm not.
Dude, so if I look in a mirror and I see a reflection, I can only see someone's reflection of them at one particular angle. But as soon as I move, I don't see them anymore.
All you're seeing is the light reflected at that exact angle to your eye. Yes. Off the surface.
Yeah, but you can see if I'm looking at someone, it's a big mirror. It's a fucking whole wall. It's 100 feet long. Now I don't have to be at a singular angle. I can move around and see them at all different angles, right?
You could, but every object, every ray of light is at a different angle from where it originated. That's why.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why it reflects to your. That's why it reflects to your eyeball, and then is refracted into your back, the back of your eye. Through the lens.
Yeah, only one particular angle sees one particular part of the person, right? But the light from that person is emitting in every direction, and the light that's hitting the mirror, and that's also reflecting in every direction.
It's an infinitesimally small point source. That's why I wanted to use that as an agreement to you so you can understand it, but that's not how it's colloquially understood. You don't have
well,
a light bulb. A light bulb is not a doorknob. If the light originates from the light bulb, it acts completely different than if the light originates from the doorknob. It's a light originates from the doorknob, then it would be it'd be a light bulb doorknob or a light bulb doorknob, and it's not. It's a doorknob that's reflecting light around it.
Because the light bulb is the source of the light. The doorknob is not.
Right. And that's so the Rayleigh criterion is not it's gonna be completely different between. If I have two flashlights that are a mile away, I can't tell they're one. If I have two flashlights that are turned off and they're reflecting light, I can then see that they're not one. That's probably the best example. I just thought of it just now, how you can prove that you're wrong and understand what I'm trying to say to you. The flashlights to you, aimed at you, will look oval. And when they're turned off, you can see two distinct flashlights a foot apart very easily.
What the fuck are you talking about? You lost me somewhere.
Flashlights turned off, reflecting light around it, but you can see them individually. You turn the flashlights on at night.
Yeah.
Suddenly, all you see is an oval beam of light from both of them. There's no matter how far you zoom in, you'll never see their delineation between the two, any border, any airy circle. All you see is one big blurry.
It has nothing to do with the Rayleigh criterion.
You're just talking over me. The Rayleigh criterion
has nothing to do because you're strawmanning.
Seriously,
who said anything about Zoom?
Why are you fighting it? Why are you fighting?
Because who said anything about Zoom, Zanuck? Who said anything about Zoom?
Even if you zoomed, you can't.
Who mentioned Zoom? Did I mention Zoom? Who said Zoom?
Larger aperture.
That's not Zoom, dude. That's magnification. That's a focal length. It has nothing to do with the Rayleigh criterion.
That's not Zoom either, and it's not larger aperture.
Zoom is magnification.
It is larger aperture. You're putting words in my mouth. It's a larger aperture.
It isn't. It's increasing the focal length.
You will not be able to see the separation.
You make me want to kill myself.
You will not be able to see the separation between the two lights, even with a larger aperture.
No shit, because magnification has no effect on resolving power.
I just gave you the equation for that. It says if you got a larger aperture, you should see the individual. That's what the definition of Rayleigh criterion is. Being able to discern.
I think you're arguing yourself at this point. You're going to be arguing with yourself.
Unbelievable.
I never said Zoom, Zanuck. I never said Zoom because Zoom has nothing to do with the Rayleigh criterion. It's a completely different formula.
Larger aperture.
Yeah. So and you know what, Zanuck? We've done this test, right?
Two flashlights.
How
big that aperture gets, you'll never.
Now you're talking to me, right?
Why are you talking over me? Why?
You just,
Zanuck. Now I'm gonna have to mute you, dude, because I'm not putting up with shit. Listen, I was talking, and I said we did this test. Then you started talking. We've done this test. So that too short guy, he took. Okay, I'm gonna tell you, had a 300-foot long hallway. He took a light all the way at the end of the hallway with one camera, right? With the exact same camera, except had a smaller aperture than the other camera. With one camera, he could see the light, and with the other camera, he couldn't. Okay?
That's the diffractive limit, not the Rayleigh criterion.
Did you just really just say that? I'm about to kill myself, dude. The refraction limit.
He really did just say that. He really did.
All right.
Diffractive limit.
All right. Hold on.
What do you? Okay, go ahead.
Zanuck literally began this conversation trying to equate the diffractive limit with the Rayleigh criterion using his d, little d, and yes, it's a little
you don't
d.
believe they are?
Oh my goodness, dude! You listen. Pay attention. You said they were. Now you're saying they're not.
Oh,
it's irrelevant. What I think.
Just finish your sentence, and then he can go when you're done talking.
Yeah, so you started this conversation by saying the diffractive limit is the same thing as the Rayleigh criterion. Then just not 10 seconds ago, you said they're not the same thing in an attempt to defeat what Indio's point was, shooting yourself in the foot and entertaining all of us quite adequately with your stupidity. You may continue.
No, I didn't say that. I said that the single point of light, if you couldn't see it, that would not be Rayleigh criterion. That is the diffractive limit. That is true. When you only invoke the Rayleigh criterion when there are two objects trying to discern from one another. It has to do with. That's why from the Rayleigh criterion we have sine theta equals 1.22 over gamma.
Wow. I don't think you know the difference between objects and points.
Lambda over D. 1.22 lambda over D is what? That's not the Rayleigh criterion. That is the diffractive limit. Sine theta equals that. And from that, we can now get the Rayleigh criterion, which is...
so they're two different things now, where when you started, they were the same thing.
Sine theta equals... Sine theta is both. The Rayleigh criterion is based
but they don't apply to objects. They only apply to point sources. Dude, you are so confused.
They don't apply to... It can't apply to a point source of light because you have other factors that'll...
No, they can't, but they're the same thing.
No, it's not the same thing. You already got done telling you why you couldn't see... I just got done telling you why you couldn't see two flashlights that are close together versus two turned off flashlights that are close together. The two turned off flashlights are reflecting light that you can discern from one another. 2 point sources you cannot. I don't know why this is so hard to get. Seriously, guys.
Yeah, we're wondering the same thing. So anyway, what if you take those two flashlights and you put them vertically and you move them far away from you, right? What does it look like? Tell us, describe what it would look like. I got two lights, one above the other, separated by 6 feet, and we're moving them away. And at some point,
at a mile away, it looks like one blurry oval light. And no matter how big that aperture becomes, sorry, I misspoke earlier about Zoom, large aperture, you'll never be able to see the individual rays of light, ever.
Dude, you're making an argument I didn't make. You're arguing against something I didn't say. I don't know what your problem is. Why do you keep saying oval, though? Eventually, it will be one. Eventually, it will look like one around the light.
Point sources of light do not follow the Rayleigh criterion. Exactly. You can use it roughly, but it doesn't follow like it would if it wasn't a point source.
So this is anyway. I don't know why you keep saying they turn into an oval. They don't. They will become an oval initially, but they'll eventually turn into one dot.
Some cars coming to you with its high beams on. You have two lights next to each other, like the old style, like a Corvair or a Firebird, Pontiac Firebird from back in the 60s. You have two lights, high beam and a low beam, and they're both on. And you see two lights coming at you. But if the car is very far away, it'll look like one light. And even more so, to make the point, try to tell the difference between the high beam and the low beam on one side of the fender. Even though they're an inch or two apart, you'll never be able to determine that they're two separate beams, ever.
So,
no matter how
so now what if they're vertical? What if they're vertical?
Don't change the conditions.
Listen, I'm trying to lead you somewhere, and I think you know where I'm trying to lead you, and you're thrashing, dude.
No, I'm not thrashing at all.
The two lights are vertical, and they're moving away like a boat. Think of a boat, right? There's a light on the bottom of the boat, and there's a light on the edge of the deck, right? And they're 6 feet apart, and the boat sails away.
And
so eventually, there's going to be one light.
And they're shining straight up?
No, they're shining. You're on the show.
You should shining straight up.
No.
What are you talking about?
They're oh my God. They're light bulbs. Who cares what they are? It doesn't matter. But the point is, there's 2 points of light separated by 6 feet. They're on a boat. The boat's sailing to sea. You're on the shore. What does that look like? Eventually, you're going to see one light, right? So you're going to see the top light appear to go down, and eventually it's going to merge into the light that's already near the surface, and they're going to blend into one. What does that look like? Doesn't that look like one of those lights went over the horizon, Zanuck?
No.
No?
No.
Yeah.
Because over the horizon is too close to you, and you can zoom in and see it, find it.
No, you can't.
It's not a light.
Listen, first of all, you just said that you couldn't 5 seconds ago.
You have something in the daytime, something green and something red, painted. You can discern those by zooming into it. If you have two lights, you can't do that. That's the difference between a point source and reflected light. We've been talking about this for a half an hour already. Sorry, it's not how it works.
Dude, okay, I want you to show me that. I want you to show me a green and red paint next to each other that are beyond the Rayleigh criterion, diffraction, whatever you want to call it, right? And I want to see how you can resolve the separate colors. I want to see that. Because I know that's not true.
Because when something's beyond the diffraction limit, there is no differentiable information. Not brightness, not contrast, not color, nothing. Actually, what would happen, though, as a matter of fact, right before they both completely merge together, the one with the smallest wavelength would be the visible last. Because the Rayleigh criterion, that angle is actually related to the physical size of the wavelength.
Yes.
So, like, you ever see the pattern of an airy disk, right? So those interference and patterns are actually.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's an actual angular separation. So, like, say 550 nanometers, right?
It's a green.
If that angular separation is smaller than the peaks or whatever the image is being projected on, the film, fucking iris, I don't know, whatever's being projected on.
So hard.
No, I'm trying to explain to you something. Why it exists.
Well. Yes,
no,
the wavelength
anyway.
does matter for determining between two. So that's why. What do you think? What happens with the white light? If that wavelength is all wavelengths, what happens then?
What do you mean? What happens then?
Flashlight.
Well, you would really need a really fine precision because the difference. Listen, because the difference of say 750 nanometer versus 350 nanometer, you would really need a really very slow, because once it gets, so it'll get to the angle of the, say you're moving it away, right? You got 2 points of light, they're both white light. So they'll hit that limiting angle for the longer wavelength, but once they move that other 300 nanometers, they've covered both wavelengths and they'll be smaller than that. You'd need a really precise fucking distance meter for that. Because it's related to wavelength, Sanic. So, right, when light it gets projected onto something, like the airy disk, right? There's the rings, right? Those are constructive and destructive interference from diffraction. The separation of those rings, right? Those are the maxima and minima. The dark spots, the minima. The bright parts, the maxima. You need two maxima parts to overlap on a projection for it to be resolvable, right? If that angle that is projected on is smaller than that separation, 550 nanometers, say, right? So say I'm looking at two lights separated, comes through into my eye. If that angle is smaller than 550 nanometers impinging on my fucking retina, you can't resolve it. It's a physical limit. It exists because it's a physical limit based upon the wavelength of the light or radar or whatever. Because radar has a diffraction limit. Everything has a diffraction limit. Every electromagnetic radiation. And it depends upon the size of the wavelength of the light, for the reason I just described. But the difference between, say, one end of the spectrum and the other end of the spectrum of visible light is so fucking small, you'd really need a really precise fucking experiment to watch it change like that. Because eventually it would turn color from one color to another. You'd see it go through the rainbow.
You're gish galloping.
No, that's what you would actually see. You would see it change from the blue to the red.
The equation is very accurate. But if you want to just average, you don't even need the 1.22. You can average. You can't say it's 1. It's just
accurate and not testable.
Okay, you're going to talk with me over. I let you talk the entire time. Didn't say a word. Just give me like a sentence without you interrupting me. Is it possible?
Well, I think that what Indio says, he does have a point, Indio, I think. That's just what I think.
Listen, you don't have to believe what I say. Go look in the literature. It's not my opinion, dude. It's their opinion.
It is your opinion because you're interpreting incorrectly.
Yeah, I'm not interpreting anything. I'm telling you what it is, verbatim.
I'm telling you what it is.
Yeah. Okay.
Specifically,
one fucking book you've ever read on this subject. Anything.
Can I say one thing? The Rayleigh
tell you what I read.
Rayleigh criterion.
At this point, I would like for Indio to pull a citation and for Zanuck to pull a citation so we can adjudicate this matter. Seeing as that the claim seems clear right now, Indio is saying he's citing the literature. You're saying you're citing the literature. So let's do it. Are you willing to do that?
Just gave the full citation right there. Full description of what the Rayleigh criterion is. The Rayleigh criterion is being able to discern two objects at a distance. And how you do that is by using the Rayleigh criterion. And the Rayleigh criterion allows you to incorporate the aperture size, the wavelength of light, and the sine of theta to determine whether you can see it or not, and at what length you can. It's a calculation for the length. It's like, when can I see these two objects that look like one? And I've just given you the information, and they've scoffed at it and mocked it. That is the Rayleigh criterion. It includes the diffractive limit. It's an integral part of the Rayleigh criterion, but it's not the Rayleigh criterion in itself. And I don't know how much more descriptive I need to be. If you want to know the length at which you can see something individual rather than merged together, that is L equals that length. Big D times little d divided by 1.22 times lambda. That's the Rayleigh criterion.
I love how you say it's not the Rayleigh criterion, yet it is the Rayleigh criterion in the same
It
sentence.
incorporates the Rayleigh criterion incorporates 1.22 times lambda over big D. That is the diffractive limit.
Oh, my goodness, dude.
You don't need the 1.22. You can just do wavelength divided by aperture size. And that'll give you a close enough approximation to the diffractive limit. Then you want to know the length at which you can discern between two objects. That incorporates, and God, by common sense, it incorporates the fucking distance. Sorry, didn't mean to swear. The distance between the two objects and the distance to those two objects. The big L and the little d.
Yeah, the problem is that this little infographic that you posted here doesn't back any of your claims about the doorknob and the light bulb.
Well, that's a whole nother paper for that. I can bring that as well.
Yeah.
That talks
Why
about
don't you go get that like you were asked?
All right, I will. Okay, let me get some information on point source of light and the Rayleigh criterion, because it's an entirely different set of phenomena.
Yes, and bring it in a citation form,
But think of it logically. If I had two laser beams pointed at your eyes, and then I had two flashlights pointing at your eye, would there be a difference between being able to tell them apart? The wavelength of the
Yeah, I'd be blind.
Okay, come on, don't be a smartass. If I have two lasers pointing at you at a distance and two flashlights pointing at you, two are right above the other. You know, I don't have to, you're an educated man. You know that if I look at the lasers, I'm going to see two dots. If I look at the flashlight, I'm going to see blurred oval that look like one big oval. Right?
I think it's a bit of an unfair comparison.
That's because, listen, it's a false equivalency because the beam divergence is not the
use
same.
the Rayleigh criterion. Both lights.
Beam divergence, beam divergence.
Yeah, the beam divergence is different, and so is the angular size of the emitter. So the beam is going to be a different size at the source and at the arrival. So they're not analogous, but nice try.
That's exactly the. Thank you for that.
Oh yeah, I also wanted to mention. So, because obviously this is what we're asking for, not what you want to post. Post a citation that backs your claims.
No, he just basically gave the answer. He says one has divergent beams, the other one doesn't, and that's why point source of lights don't work for the Rayleigh criterion accurately. That's exactly the answer. You've answered it. Thank you.
Holy crap! This is literally the most
lasers also diverge
of disgustery.
But
for
not
your
as much,
knowledge,
that's the point.
Zanik, for your knowledge, lasers are also diverging.
Correct, but not as much. Would you agree that they don't diverge as much?
Yes, of course.
Okay, that is the answer. That's why
they are low divergency.
That's a major element in the Rayleigh criterion. If you have diverging light, they will appear to blur together. You'll never be able to resolve them.
And they are monochromatic also.
Oh God. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah, chroma key is very important. Can you shine a laser into a diamond and get a rainbow projected on the wall?
Why does that matter, though?
Yeah, it does matter.
But why?
Because it's a monochromatic light.
Uh-huh.
This guy's asking questions. He's like, is that it?
Yeah.
You didn't understand what he was saying.
Is there any no paper?
Well, since nobody said it yet, you know why you're a dumbass, Zenik? Because ultimately, I think we're talking about objects, in which are illuminated by, what's that called? Incoherent light. So when you make the point about coherent light source, like a laser beam, it's not analogous to objects
Sunlight or
illuminated.
ordinary flashlight. Yeah.
You're going to hurt yourself,
They're not
Elijah.
one and the same
And I'm the
kind
dumbass?
of light.
I'm the dumbass, and you're going to hurt yourself trying to explain this in terms that you can understand.
What do you mean trying to explain it? I do know that there's a difference between coherent light and
That's the
non-coherent
point. And that's the point, Elijah.
light. Is it?
Yes.
What is your point? What's your point?
I've already said
I
it
don't
like
know.
5 times already.
No, what is your point? What's the point? Why are you saying what you're saying?
When the Rayleigh criterion fails if you have 2 point sources of light, which are not lasers. They're not coherent light. They will blur together as it appears to be seen by the observer. So the Rayleigh criterion will not work. It will break down. However, reflective light, as I was explaining to Jedi earlier, will not have that problem.
So, are you trying to say that we use this Rayleigh criterion to explain the disappearing of the ships bottom up?
Oh my goodness.
Oh, God, no.
Then what are you trying to say with this argument? What are you trying to prove? How does it prove your globe belief?
All right, how this all started is Zanuck was trying to prove that ideal models apply to reality. You know, so if we take the Earth or whatever in an orthographic view, and we take either linear or relationships that follow certain ratios, that they're just going to continue that way in reality because it works on paper.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, he just admitted that if there's 2 different types of things, then it doesn't work. How? So he shot himself in the foot again.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. I said you couldn't tell between 2 point sources that are very close together. You can. It's difficult, though. It's designed for objects that aren't diverging or point light sources. That's where it comes from.
That's not true.
Because the
That's
math
not
is pure.
true.
Math is pure that way.
Listen. When you look at your phone screen, yeah, with your eyes, you see what you're supposed to see. Images, text, all that stuff, yeah? Because phones today, they have extremely high resolution. But if you take a microscope and you look at the screen when it's lit, you're gonna see squares of colors.
Are you done? I don't want to interrupt what you're saying. Okay, cool. I've been listening for a while, and I've been trying to wait my turn. So the point source of light. So that's a mathematical concept, and I think this is where he's kind of got a little wiggle room, because it's kind of like a field, right? What is a field? What is a point? Right? What is a line? These are all mathematical concepts, and this is where he's wiggling around because he keeps saying point source of light. Can you tell tell me, Zanuck, what would be a good example of a source of light in reality?
A flashlight.
Is that a
Burning
point?
fire.
That's a really big point.
Where the fire comes from. Yeah, that's what these things are. These point sources of light are.
That's a really big point. Could I also make like a LED light? That'd be a smaller point, right?
Right.
And then I've heard Matthew say that the sun is a point source of light.
That's correct.
Okay.
Source of light only means the light comes from that source. Created by the source. Point source. Source of the light. Not reflected from. And Jetty was trying to equate. Okay, you're going to talk over me again. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So Jetty was trying to explain that it didn't matter. Never mind.
Dude, you literally said the Rayleigh criterion is designed for non-point sources.
Yes, that's where it comes from.
He swapped back.
Yeah.
Oh,
it can be used. It can be used, but with high inaccuracies. But it doesn't. It mathematically comes from angles. Your eye, the lens that causes the refractive angle to your retina, objects and how far they are apart, and reflected light. Once you start using point source light, all bets are off, and there's many more inaccuracies that need to be taken into account. I don't know why this is so difficult to understand. Seriously, and I'm such a dumbass, right, Elijah? Explain it to you perfectly logically, and I'm a dumbass. I don't like being insulted.
Yeah, but you're saying that to say what though? That's the thing. You say that to say what? Like, what is? Do you have an argument, or you like what is it that you're trying to say based on what you've just laid out?
I'm not trying to say. I am saying what the right Rayleigh criterion is, how it works, what causes inaccuracies, and one of those things that causes inaccuracies with it is.
Okay, and why was this brought up? What was the purpose?
As most of these conversations go, Elijah, they start from something silly and just diverge into some.
Oh, okay, so just start with that then. Answer the question. Why did this come about?
Ask Jedi.
Can I ask you a question, please?
Who the fuck is Jedi? Jedi's not here. You're talking to AI, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
It's the second time you said that shit.
Yeah, sometimes your voices remind me of each other. Sorry.
Yeah, brother. I mean, good grief, you guys need to get your ears checked.
I want to ask Zanuck a question, please. Can I?
Do it.
Zanuck, please explain what is a point source light?
Where the light originates from.
He just said.
What's the surface area of a point source light?
Not restrictive. Be any size.
What do you mean, any size?
I think you know, and the word "any" means, and size. Put the two together.
No.
Any size.
No. When I look at my light bulb has a filament. It has dimensions. So that's the surface area, yeah? It's a wire of tungsten. And that's what I see. An arc, yeah? A wire in the shape of an arc being lit. And that is not a point light source. It's actually a whole wire length. When I look at the sun, it has a size, a disk. It's not a point. I never seen a light source which is a point.
Every point on that filament is a point. Every point on the sun is a point.
Every points do not have surface area.
Every point on that surface.
Zanik, those points that
you're asking a question, I'm trying to answer you.
do not exist.
I'm not gonna...
They are conceptual.
They're not conceptual. You've already explained it very well.
Yes, they are. No, they don't exist in reality.
So you're not
show me. Show me a point in reality. A physical point.
I don't dare talk because you're going to talk over me, but I'll try right now. Every point.
Go ahead.
See, there you go again. I'm not running away. I'm just going to mute because I can't speak.
No, I said go ahead, explain.
All right, one last time. If you interrupt me, I won't communicate with you. Every point on that filament is a point light source. Point light source means wherever that light emanates from, that is the light source. That is the point light source. The sun, every point on that sun is a point light source. Every point on that filament is a point light source. Now, if you want to get technical, the parts that are reflected off the reflective mirror is reflections of that point light source. But it can be treated as a point light source because of the way it acts, the way it's focused the beam. So
Zanik.
Make no mistake.
I understood
the point light
what
source
you tried.
is the filament, and every point on it is a point light source. Okay, I can't be any more clear than that.
It's not okay because the filament has dimensions. It doesn't have points.
Oh my God! If I have a line, how many points are on a line?
Infinite.
Great. That's how many points are on your filament.
Mathematically infinite. Yeah.
That's your answer. Infinite points on the line. Infinite points on the filament. Done.
Well, show me a point light source now.
When you said
because you don't have it.
Yeah, talk over both of each other. That sounds even better.
And the light which is coming from the tungsten filament, is produced in the atoms that make the metal.
Yep, those are point sources of light.
Well, atoms are not points, mate.
Oh, they're not? What are they?
They are not points.
What are they?
That is something that is true, and they are definitely not points.
I don't know what you're smoking.
They're physical, tangible things. I'm not smoking. You are
just
smoking.
point us to a point. Point out a point so I can hold the point in my hand.
Yeah.
I collect my points in my point bag.
Hank,
because the sun is a point, but each atom coming off of the sun is a point.
You're acting like DMOC.
No, I'm just pointing out that it's a concept.
You're acting like DMOC.
No, I'm just illustrating that if I have a fluorescent bulb, right, and let's say that it's 9 feet long, right, you're calling it a point source of light, and I'm saying, well, which point? Which point is the point source? Show me.
Yeah.
I just want to know, has it been 2 or 3 hours of this?
10.
I'm just pointing out that, it's so ambiguous.
What does it matter?
And we're talking about the physics of light because he's claiming all this different stuff, all these different concepts about light. And it's like, show us this in reality. Show us these concepts. Show us these theories in reality.
It's all flat Earth related.
Points are mathematical concepts. They don't exist.
They claim causes half the visual problems and all these, observations and whatnot. It's all part of their trickery and whatnot. So it's all part of flat Earth, dude.
Well, it's just so ambiguous, right? It's like saying the field source of light, right? It's like saying that. How much sense does that make? Think about it. I'm talking about light. I'm talking about the source of it. And I say the field source of light. Doesn't make any sense. So every time I heard Zanik say it, I know that he's being as ambiguous as possible, right? Because you can't point to a point. Point out a point for me, Zanik.
Well, when you're doing the Rayleigh criterion, quote unquote, diffraction conglomeration that he made with 2 point sources, and one is the sun and one is a flashlight, you're going to have a problem, aren't you?
Yeah, but at some point he invoked a point light source. That's a light source which does not have a surface area.
It's the same problem. Listen, check it out. It's the same
It's a
problem in his
flashlight which
diagram.
doesn't have dimensions.
Exactly. It's the same problem in his diagram where the 2 mice are considered points. Yet mice have dimension, do they not?
The mice, yes, they do have dimensions, of course.
It's the same problem we get with Globers where they say an object is an entire object and it has to disappear all at once if perspective is the reason or something. It's like, no, an object, yes, it's an object that's 5 feet tall, but it's also a portion of it is 1 inch, and that 1 inch is also a portion.
Yeah.
So if you just look at objects as points in free space and disregard the dimension and then try to do math on them, you're not going to get accuracy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if anybody wants to have a fun time, scroll back through all that audio and get all the times Zanuck contradicted themselves explicitly. Also, like I said, a lot of these types of courses are available for free. I know MIT has them. I can't think of the other. There's another one that has a ton of them as well for free. Can learn all about it.
I think I've seen some of those when I was studying the physics of light, and that's where I came across that mathematical point thing, because that's something I never would have figured out on my own.
I mean, I've been playing a video in here ad infinitum on repeat that talk about a couple of those topics.
Yeah, those are good ones. The ones that start out and say, know the truth and it shall set you free.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the angular resolution one.
I think we're talking about the same thing.
No, in that one it doesn't. I don't think it says that in that one. Maybe it does. I don't think so, though.
I thought that's how they all screwed it up. Maybe I'm confused.
Well, take a magnifying glass and put it close to your smartphone screen, and you will see the pixels. But with your naked eye, you can't see them.
Now, when you say point source and you're talking about pixels, that makes a little more sense, right? Because you're not talking about the sun. Especially in their model, the sun is like 109 times the diameter of the Earth or something. I can't remember. You know,
something like
how
that.
Could that be a point? Yeah. How could that be a point?
It's a point with dimensions, and in mathematics, the point does not have dimensions. Therefore, it does not physically exist empirically.
Right. So you got to call out these concepts because they like to use them because they can get so vague that you can't really pin them down.
Yeah. All the light sources that we have in the world, they have surface dimensions and shapes. You know.
Hey, Get, I remember you showing me a GIF of a camera with like 1 million frames per second, and the light
Oh
wave,
yeah, with the
and it didn't bounce
photon.
off.
Yeah.
Could you send me the source material for that, please, in my direct messages?
I'll search it now. See if I can find it. One moment.
Yeah, because that revolutionized the way I think about light. It's crazy, you know, because I did quite a bit of study on the physics of light back in like 2016, 2017 era. You know, because I was trying to figure out, you know, what's the truth? Is it the ball or is it the flat earth, or which one's right? You know, I thought I had a pretty good understanding of it. And then you show me that, and it just blew my ship out of the water, and I'm down at the bottom of the ocean. You know, going, okay, I'm back at square one.
Yeah, but there actually is a problem with this point source idea and the idea of angular size when it comes to lights at a distance, right? Because remember, the Globers want to tell you that they know the angular size of these lights in the sky, right? And then from there, they work out these ideal relationships. And then they tell you, this is this far away and that's that far away. But guess what? It's not that simple. For the same reasons that Zanuck tried to explain horribly.
For what reason, though? Was somebody making an argument? Like what? I wasn't here. I don't know. I still don't know why.
Well, it's a classic. Like Glovers will look at observations and they'll do linear relationships, or they'll apply what they believe is perspective, which is a linear model in their view. Right? So they'll apply these orthographic style projections with ideal geometry, right? And then from there, they'll try to analyze real world observations, assuming that their math that they created in the ideal form will apply to reality. You know, it's a lot of the arguments are based around that, especially when it comes to interpreting optical data.
You know, I think in a way it's a kind of a blessing that I wasn't really into math in school, and I'm outside of it in a lot of ways. Because once I understand that all this is like conceptual, it's like, oh, that helps me out so much, right? Because people who might be like math nerds, you know, maybe they're having trouble understanding it. Maybe not AI so much, but you know, people that are listening, right? I think it's really important to understand that this is just a concept. It's like all of the stuff they're talking about, it seems like it's conceptual.
Yeah, it's like when you learn linear perspective in art class and you start to draw in it, you very quickly recognize that it doesn't look like reality. I mean, it kind of gives some effects, right, that it seemed to be reality at first, but then you realize, wait a minute, I need 3-point perspective. Wait a minute, I need atmospheric perspective. Wait a minute, I need to take this into account and all this, right? So yeah, it's a useful tool to try to recreate the world, but it doesn't recreate the world accurately. It's like another thing you learn in art. It's draw what you see, not what you know. Right? So for example, in your 3D spatial relationship with the world, you kind of know where things are, and you get this impression in your mind where things are. The problem is that you see in 3 dimensions. You experience what experience feels like a 3-dimensional world around you, right? But you're trying to draw that on a 2-dimensional paper. Through your own eyes, you experience 3D. On the paper, you got to take what you know and through your experience and draw it. So you look at what you're looking at and you try to draw what you're seeing, not the relationships that you know. And so for a long time, people have real hard time with doing perspective techniques, especially foreshortening limbs of the body and stuff like that, because they're trying to draw what they know. They know that my arm, my forearm is about the same size as my upper arm, right? So you try to draw that and you screw it up, because in the real world, through perspective, when you're looking at somebody from an off angle, although you know that their arm is that size, one appears like half the size from that angle.
Hey, AI, have you ever checked out the David Hockney's Secret Knowledge book? And then the movie that was made about 15 years after that, based on what he was suspecting was going on. It's called Tim's Vermeer. Have you ever seen that?
Nope.
Well, you got to check that out, because Hockney started seeing, and he noticed it in when they started mastering the whole foreshortening and well, he noticed that there were a lot of people holding glasses with their left hands in these old paintings, these 15th, 16th, 17th century paintings. You ought to check it out. It's called Secret Knowledge. And then a guy, a special effects guy who was retired, got a hold of that book. He was not a painter, yet he was able to use the technique that Hockney suspected they were using. It was some sort of camera obscura technique. Well, that's what Hockney thought it was. But you'll have to check it out, because it's amazing, because he found that they were using optics, hundreds, centuries before photography was supposedly invented. And you can see it in those old paintings.
Oh, yeah, that's very interesting you say that, because I've never actually done a camera obscura.
Well, that's what Hockney thought it was, and that's what he was trying to use. But this guy, it's been a couple years since I saw the Tim's Vermeer. But check out the book Secret Knowledge by David Hockney, and check out Tim's Vermeer. It's on YouTube now.
All right, sounds cool. Yeah, so for those that don't know, the principle of camera obscura is, well, basically the principle of optics in general of resolving an information is to only have certain information on certain portions, right? Otherwise, all the reflections are going every which direction, right? So, for example, there's a white truck in front of me. Well, the light coming off that white truck is going in all directions, right? And the light coming off that blue car is going in all directions. So technically, I'm getting cascaded with light from both, from all angles. So I need a way to differentiate rendering the white and the blue. And so I have to exclude certain light from certain angles in order that this sensor area receives white and that sensor area receives blue. So in other words, I have to limit my light intake somehow, or focus it, or correct it, or channel it where I want it to go. And so the principle of the camera obscura is you remove a lot of light angles by creating a small pinhole in one side of a wall. You're in a room that's dark, and since the light from the outside will enter through this small pinhole, you can imagine that certain objects' light, the angles propagating from it, will only go in a certain way, and they'll only hit a certain part in the room. So eventually, if you're in there long enough, your eyes will adjust, and you'll be able to see the outside world on the inside wall.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's what the guy realized was going on, and the process of actually making these Vermeer paintings, I mean, it was painstaking. He was only making like a couple square inches a day.
So it's kind of like, man, you know what? That almost sounds like tracing in a way. It's like, oh, he wasn't that good of an artist.
Well, that's exactly what it was, because he noticed that Warhol and Ingres were basically the exact same effect, and they were both tracing. Well, that's what he figured out Ingres was doing, that they were tracing.
I want to trace back to where we could see if there's curvature on the Earth. Zanuck, you claimed in the live stream voice text that the calculations that you use to back up your retarded claims are based on physical measurements. Now, what you need to do is go get those measurements.
What claims?
That calculations are measurements. He's saying that a calculation of Earth curvature is as good as going out and physically measuring it himself.
Correct. I measure the horizon at a 3-degree drop at 35,000 feet. That's a physical measurement. Calculate.
I don't care what you say. Calculations aren't measurements. I don't care what you say anymore.
No,
your words are meaningless until you go measure.
Listen, you're just not missing the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is this: I make a measurement, and I have to calculate.
When did you do it? When did you make that measurement go?
When I was in an airplane looking down at the horizon.
That's not a measurement.
It is. Are you serious?
It's an observation.
It's
an observation.
Listen.
No, it's a measurement. 3 degrees.
No, it's not. I'm sorry, it's
3
not.
degrees.
I'm about, shut up, both of you. It's only a measurement if the horizon is geometric. Otherwise, what are you basing the degrees off of?
That's true. You got to have a geometric horizon.
They don't even need the horizon.
Yeah, you're a fucking liar.
Kidding
no,
me?
I don't need the horizon. I don't need the horizon.
So,
all right.
So what degree? So what are the degrees in reference to?
A star in the sky. I move 60 miles. I see 1 degree change. There's your.
Oh yeah, but that's off of a baseline of 0.
You're gonna ask me a question, then talk over me just like everyone else did.
I just want to know when you did that and where's the video of it.
Well, it's a fact that's off of a baseline that's 0. If you're talking about the degrees around your field of view, well, the only way that can happen is if it's the degree off of the angle, right? The angle you have between whatever degree it is and the baseline, which is a 0 angle, which is a line. That's not true.
Hypothetical. Ever. Where's his evidence?
Do it right now. Measure the sun right this second.
Measure the sun? What are you talking about?
The angle of the sun from vertical. Who is this I'm talking to?
Are you fucking kidding me? Why would you need to do that? Just measure drop over distance.
Who is this? Keep on talking.
Well, that's a different.
Who is that guy?
I mean, that's a different conversation.
Who is that guy? He's like obsessed.
It's only curvature that you owe us.
Oh, Glad. Oh, okay. Yeah. No.
It's only curvature that you owe us.
No, Glad. You know what? Glad is right because the point that you're making is you're trying to say that it has to do with curvature, and it doesn't at all. The degrees of your field of view have nothing to do with curvature at all. So when he asks you for curvature and you bring this up, it's like non sequitur. So
says you, Elijah, but that's not entirely true. If you measure an angle to an object in the sky, not from horizontal, from vertical, no horizontal needed, and then you move 60 miles and you see the relationship, if that's a linear relationship, that means it has to be. Can you help yourself and not let me finish the sentence or no? I'm speaking.
Probably not.
Hello, passengers.
Hello, passengers. I mean, he's trying to poetically massage it away to say, yeah, when you take an elevation angle, the horizontal is not necessary. I'm not accepting that Because that's just not true. Where is that true at? Degrees off of what? Nothing? Fuck out of here. I'm not accepting it.
Can I be heard okay?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to point out, that Glatt is asking for the curvature. This is a flat Earth Discord. He's supposed to be here to provide us with curvature. And what did he say? He was obsessed, radical. What did he say? He's obsessed with asking for the curvature. That's the whole point. It's your only job of being here, Danik. You're supposed to show us how we're wrong. And we're not really into talking about the difference between calculations and measurements. If what you said is true, then why do tailors have the measuring tape? Why? They can just calculate. Put a lady on a scale, and you could tailor make her dress, right? Everything else based off of calculation. Or a man, right? He brings in a suit that he got from a garage sale, and he wants to have it fitted to him. You can just get his weight. Hey, here's the suit. Here's my weight. You can calculate my seam, right? And everything else, right?
Well, I mean, the thing is, he's begging the question of a measurement to base his calculation off of. Just like that kid came in early, well, sometime last week or the week before, and he was saying, after I measure my floor, I can calculate how many tiles I need. Yeah, sure, because you measured the floor already. So when he says calculation is measurement, that's because he's begging the question in the first place.
Oh, you asked how you can get this angle from nothing. I didn't say nothing. You got it from the vertical. You have a vertical.
What do you mean off the vertical?
Drop a plumb line. This is how you would do.
Okay,
use
so you have 90 degrees, and then you're gonna
no
get
90 degrees. No 90 degrees.
Well, if you have a line vertical straight up,
drinking?
well then, okay, I'm gonna mute you.
Seriously, I'm just. You're not acting like you're coherent right now. You have a vertical line from plumb.
Well, if you have a vertical line, then the degrees would be around that vertical, right?
Yes, the degrees off a vertical. That's what I just said.
Okay, but what's that got to do with curvature?
Because the vertical, the object's angle.
That was a mistake.
The vertical versus the angle that you get to the object. That is called the co-altitude angle.
No, the angle that you get to the object is an elevation angle off of horizontal.
No,
yes.
sorry.
Yes, that is absolutely correct. I'm on the train.
Did Zanuck mute Elijah? What the hell?
What is going on? Mic check.
Yeah, you good, man.
Loud and clear.
Elijah's head exploded from talking to Zanuck. That's why we haven't heard from him.
Looking does my head in too. I'd have to just stay away from him. And it's been a long time since I had any words with Zanuck.
Oh man,
it's probably been a damn near a year, I'll bet.
Has it? Damn.
I wish I had some free time because man, somebody needs to. For me, they need to make a GIF where Zanuck's talking, Elijah's talking, Zanuck's talking, Elijah's talking, Zanuck's talking. Then all of a sudden, New York City explodes.
Wait. I think my best approach is just don't talk to Zanuck anymore, and maybe he'll forget all about my existence, and I'll never have to have that experience again.
Where's the chromatic aberration? Where's the curvature? Where's all these calculations derived from? What measurements?
Who the hell is Jonah the scientist? Yeah, good question, Hank. Good question. We all want to know.
I got a question. My mic's working.
Yeah.
Has anybody tried to talk to HIJJJJJJ?
It's not VC verified. Maybe it's almost.
I think that's pronounced Haj. Hey Haj, can you hear me?
Did you unmute him?
Yo, I heard someone call my name. I was AFK just for a sec. My bad.
Hey, is this your first time on the server?
Yeah. I've just been lurking, listening to what you guys talking about, just hanging out, you know.
You just listen to. Are you new to the flag?
Yes.
Awesome. I'm sure somebody would like to talk to you. I'm going to lose signal soon.
Yeah.
Somebody else go. I'm driving too. If you're thinking about me, somebody else talk to me.
Yep, Dave doesn't know how to use his mouse and turn the steering wheel at the same time. So next.
Fudge, how do you say your name?
Just teasing you, Dave.
Excuse me?
How do you pronounce your name?
It's high.
Hi. Oh,
Yeah.
all right then.
Yeah.
Oh, you say this is your first day?
Yeah, in this particular server.
Cool.
Yeah.
Oh, what do you think about the flat Earth subject? Have you discussed it before with anyone?
Yeah, I have. I've been in a few debates about that. Like, yeah. It went well. The people just kept talking over me, the flat earthers and stuff, when I was bringing up very valid points.
You found valid points for the globe? Like some curvature measurements? You found that?
Well,
Crazy, you're the first one to do it. Oh, wait. Sounds like you're about to qualify it and tell us something that's not valid. Ah, jeez.
All right, but you see, the thing is, you didn't even give me a chance to explain myself.
Okay,
Right,
well,
and then
we don't
and then
need you to
just jumped the
explain.
gun.
Here's what we need. Curvature measurements.
All
If you're
right,
trying to explain that away, then that's just what you're doing.
All right, but you talked over me in the beginning. All right, I'm gonna explain this, right?
We
I
don't need
to explain.
explanation again.
Yeah, we don't need explanations.
Let me explain something. Like, chill out.
We don't need your explanation.
All right, so
we need
let
a
me tell
curvature
you
measurement.
something.
Do you have it or not?
I don't have a curvature measurement. But I have
Okay,
this.
well, game over.
No.
That's
I don't
over.
need a curvature measurement. Just let me explain this.
You don't need
I'm
a
going to
curvature
explain this
measurement
one
to
way or
support
the other.
the claim of Earth curvature.
All right, so I have a good example, right? I've been on a boat
No.
before, right? No. Well, let me explain this, and it will answer
we
what you're
don't need
saying.
your explainaways. We need measurements.
No. So I've been
This
on
is-
a boat before, right?
We've been
I
listening
went
to
like
years worth
far
of cool
enough where.
stories.
All right, don't talk over
We don't
me.
need any more of
I
those.
went far enough out where I couldn't see shore anymore. Right? I used binoculars. I scanned the shoreline. I didn't see, or I couldn't even see the shoreline at that point. So I knew I was over the curvature. I didn't fall off the earth, did I?
Wait.
Still
Did you close
here.
your eyes? Did you close your eyes?
You assumed that there was a physical Earth curve obstruction that was blocking
I love
your line of
anecdotal
view
stories.
just because you couldn't see any further?
Yes.
No, that's all right.
Yes.
That means that
So,
it's happening everywhere.
Well, he said yes, so he just made an assumption with absolutely no evidence. Okay, well, that's pretty stupid.
I have evidence because I went over the curve. What do you mean?
What curve? You never measured any.
I don't need to measure a curve to know there's a curve there because I went over the curve. What
How
are
do
you
you know you
talking
went
about?
over it if none has been measured? How do you know
Because
there's
I
any
couldn't see
curve
the
to go over?
shoreline. Because I couldn't see the shore.
So there's an optical limit to your view for some reason, and you're
Well,
just
no, I had
assuming that it's to do with a
binoculars.
physical Earth
I
curve
had
obstruction.
binoculars.
They
I
have
had
a limit too, though.
binoculars.
Binoculars have an
Yes,
angular limit too.
But those binoculars went up to like 30 miles or something like that. 30 to 40, 50 miles, something like that.
That's
Right?
cool.
So, like, yes, it is very cool. I'm
So
glad
30,
you said
40,
it
50
yourself.
miles, you couldn't see any further than that. Great. Where's the Earth curve at, though?
I'm not sure exactly. But I know
Well,
there's definitely enough
that says
curves.
it all right there. Thanks.
Wait.
Well, you think you beat me, but you didn't actually beat you. You know
It's
that,
over.
right? So.
No, hold on.
You don't have
It's
an
not
Earth curve
over.
measurement. You don't have a measurement for this
Do
thing
you
that
have
you're
an Earth
arguing
curve
for. You have a
measurement?
cool
Do you
story.
have a
Of course I
Do
don't.
you
There
have an
isn't
Earth
any.
curve?
Of course I don't
Because
have an Earth
there
curve
is.
measurement. There isn't
But
any.
why aren't people falling off the Earth every single day?
Well, why would they? And where's the Earth curve to measure? How can I show you a measurement of something that doesn't exist? Nobody has one of those measurements.
Oh man, this is.
Uh-huh.
Dude, let me answer that real quick though, because that's a good question. The
But
answer
why aren't
is.
people going off of the Earth?
No, just think
right?
about it. Think about it, bro. I'm going to answer your question, tongue in cheek. Okay, fair.
Yeah.
Because check it out. If that was the case, most people live on land and they don't just spontaneously walk off ledges.
No shit, Sherlock. Like.
Whoa.
So you already
But
knew
the
the answer to
people
your own
that-
question? No shit,
No.
Sherlock?
I'm saying normally people don't walk off edges, right?
Oh, you
I'm agreeing with him that people don't just fucking walk off a cliff, right? I get that, but why don't fucking pilots just fly in one direction, and why don't they just fly off the earth? Why doesn't that happen?
Why don't
young man watch your language in this server?
I will not watch my language. You do not tell me what to do. You understand me?
Hey, why don't pilots account for the curvature that you can't measure? Oh, I think I just answered my own question.
Yeah, but you're too. It sounds like a very young man. You don't need to be in a forum with people that have been in this topic and can speak intellectually about it. It sounds very redundant. I would suggest that whoever muted you probably keeps you on mute. You just need to be here lurking, listen. It's probably your best choice. If not, yeah, take off.
Oh, he changed his name to hide. He's Potty Mouth now.
Oh, Potty
Mouth. Or maybe a mod did that. I don't know.
just listen.
Okay,
just lurk. Lurking is your best option at the moment. You're not ready for a forum like this, man. It'll take you maybe some time to get.
I can't see the molecules. I can't see the molecules.
Yeah, we can't.
Blocking them.
The young man he's not able to carry a conversation in this forum. I mean, you can just tell that by the way he was responding. We just keep him on mute. Let him lurk.
But he said he had a valid point, and he never got to the point.
Does not. He's a young guy.
Yeah, as soon as they have to tell you that their point is valid, it's probably not.
He's trolling.
I was eager to hear that, but it never came to that point.
He's been lurking for a while, actually. He's been here since this morning. So,
as soon as he tells you he doesn't have a measurement, he has an explanation. Whatever's about to follow is not valid.
I wanted to ask him, how did he see 30 miles out? Where is that horizon at?
Yeah, that's already too far. Messed himself up.
He already debunked himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he knew he was over the curve at 30 miles.
I mean, yeah. On a boat? 30 miles? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I wonder.
Well, some days when I drive to work, I can only see like 100 yards in front of me. So on those days, I went over the curve.
It's a variable curve.
Yeah, that checks out.
Yeah, you ever heard of the fog of war, where you can't understand things because of the tempo and the pace and the logistics? This is called the fog of the horizon. Just you never know when it's going to get you. You never know when you're going to go over it. Could be now, could be later. Could be one place today, one place tomorrow.
Didn't Zanuck say that water flows uphill? Zanuck, are you there?
Flows uphill?
Yeah.
Where?
Yes.
Where you at?
Yeah, I'll change my name to that.
Yeah.
Water flows up. That was my name for a month. Because when I heard it the first time, it's so funny.
You can get Zanuck off kilter really quick, man, and he starts being a bit hypocritical in the things he says.
Well, he's been double speaking the whole time, and I've been just trying to figure out what specifically he's trying to say, but he's saying two things at the same time.
It's like his brain and his mouth are trying to go through the door at the same time, and they get jammed right in the middle. They're trying to.
Well, he's trying. To be fair to him, okay, he's trying to be as honest as possible. To the
I know.
Can I tell you how?
Is that why he left? Is that why he stopped talking?
He's still here. He stops talking because he takes little breaks. He drinks his green tea and tries to refuel for the next conversation. But
well, he told me that the angle in navigation are measured off of the horizontal for whatever reason. He said it's off the vertical. I said no, it's off the horizontal. He said no, it's not. And then I post a citation right there where it says you're measuring off of the horizontal. So him talking about a co-altitude is irrelevant because you're not measuring the co-altitude.
He's typing in the chat.
Who cares?
About the horizons, not horizontal.
Who cares?
I'm just.
That's exactly. But listen, you just have to read. not needed is irrelevant.
He says that there's one part of Earth that is flat. What ocean was that, Zanuck? Oh, when you're typing in there, go ahead and type it in for the chat so you can tell people that 1% of the Earth is flat, and 99.9 is a what is it? How did you describe it?
Floating geoidal booger.
Oh yeah, the potato Earth. That's how water flows uphill, man. That's wow. Okay.
Dinner, Miguel.
Yeah, see, if gravity actually operated in the way that they say, and Earth was a globe in the way that they say, with differential substrata, then gravitational vectors would not be to the center of the Earth. They'd be all over the place. Somewhere they'd be here, somewhere they'd be there, and so on and so forth, all around the quote-unquote globe. So you could like walk across the room and then you'd be sideways compared to where you were earlier based on the gravitational vectors, if the Earth was what they claim it to be. So, Zanuk's just trying to be honest to the convoluted globe model and say, you know what, hey, here water's curved, but over there it's perfectly flat.
But at the same
you could have
time,
an ocean.
Would be talking about unmute me to hear how you're wrong. Well, again, I'm using a navigation website. I'm not wrong. I'm just reading what it says right there, which is not what you said. It's what I said, because what I said, I've read from various places, including here. You're not going to be weaseling your way into the conversation to tell me I'm wrong when I haven't made a claim.
Is he muted?
Mm-hmm. It's been peaceful in here.
Yeah, he is. I didn't mute him this time. I don't know what happened. But he's telling me to unmute him. No, thanks. Not me.
I don't think I have the power for that. Oh wait, maybe I do.
Well, now Zanuck will explain that bridge now. Last picture. Come on, let's see. He will write me.
Don't worry, it's refraction.
What? Bridge is refracted from the top?
It's bending a straight line. A straight line, I mean. Oh my god. I'm just making jokes.
You know how he came here in the first place? Hello. Zanuck, what are you doing? Oh, I was there on science versus pseudoscience, and they're bullshitting something about elevation angles and how sextant you need the horizontal plane. And And we said, and you think that we are thinking different?
Okay. Well, Elijah, you said angle off of nothing. It's angle off of vertical. You get vertical.
No, it's not.
Angle.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Why do you say it's not? Isn't that is the angle off vertical the same?
It explains it right. It explains it right there.
I know you're explaining it. Can you tell me why an angle off vertical is not the co-altitude angle? Because it is actually.
No, yeah, but that's a red herring. I said that angle measured. All right, I'm going to mute you again.
Don't mute me.
It's a red herring because the angle measured using the sextant is off of the horizontal.
Only a
Who
sea
gives a
sextant.
fuck what you're talking about?
Only a sea sextant, not an aviation sextant.
What does that have to do with? Yeah, well, with an aviation sextant, the horizontal is already. Aren't you talking about a bubble sextant?
Yes.
Okay, but still, that's irrelevant because I'm talking about at sea.
It's not irrelevant. That gives you the co-altitude angle directly.
No, I'm talking about how right there, in order to do it at sea, you need a horizontal, and that's all I've said. You want to say no? You want to say no, or you're saying yes? If it's yes, yeah, goodbye globe.
Yes, sea sextants use a horizontal, which is derived from the horizon.
So the co-altitude forms a box or a rectangle or what have you.
No, it just forms a complementary angle.
Yeah, it does. I also posted that. I
know,
also posted the imagery.
I know that's a graphical
earlier
representation
as well.
That's a graphical representation. Oh my God, Elijah, you're an adult, right?
Listen.
Come
on. I am an adult, and this is why you're muted most of the time because your argument is defeated. Like I told you, when we were talking about the angle off the horizontal, you talking about the co-altitude is definitely a red herring, since you're talking about the co-altitude to tell us that it's not measured off the horizontal. Boy, you smoking crack. You must think we stupid.
I think he thinks that the audience is stupid.
Who's Captain Dan? Welcome to the group, Captain Dan.
Yeah, hi guys.
Who's Captain Dan? Oh, he's a flatty.
Yeah, everybody knows Captain. I don't know. I'm just maybe he's new. I don't know.
He got
Oh
flat
yeah,
after
I
all.
pop in time to
I
time.
think he's new.
He's a glove denier as far as I know, Miggy.
Yeah. We got the rolls. We got no physical evidence, non-VC verified.
We have plenty of explanations, though.
It's somebody's name, essentially. No physical evidence.
He doesn't need evidence. He can explain. Just wait. Let him explain.
These guys don't care about the globe. You got to take their fantasy space from them, then they'll be crying.
Sounds like his hand was in a cookie jar. I can explain.
They just think this is a 1 out of 100 trillion globes. They don't care about it.
Interesting.
Anyone want to check him out?
Let me go ahead and kill Zanuck again. Now, what did he say? When you're using an aviator sextant or you're using a bubble sextant, horizontal isn't necessary for the co-altitude. That's what he said, right?
Yeah.
They say it doesn't matter.
Oh well, by golly gee, look at what it says here. Oh my days. My lucky stars, right? So, sextant part 1, flight literacy. The bubble sextant. The aircraft bubble sextant measures altitude above a horizontal plane established by a bubble. That's what is a bubble sextant used for? In the sextant designed for air navigation, a bubble, like the one in the carpenter's level, determines an artificial horizon, which is parallel to the celestial horizon. I don't even. Anyway.
Panic.
But the bottom line is.
He's on mute.
Yeah, he's on mute.
Yes, if you have a bubble sextant, you will get a horizontal. You don't need it.
Oh, yeah. You're staying muted right after that. He just told us it's unnecessary when it's already established.
What a piece of work, this guy.
I'm unreasonable for muting him, right? Like, because we'll sit here and the point will get lost after it's made. Oh, you said it doesn't. You said sextant doesn't measure off of the horizontal. Yes, it does. Oh, what about a bubble sextant? Yeah, the horizontal is established with the bubble.
Can Zanuck provide a singular example where the recommendation is to drop a plumb line and use that? I'll wait.
I'm done with you. I'm done kicking your rear around town. You can do what you want.
Well, I just want to see the calculation from the horizontal, getting the elevation angle from a aviation sextant, and then doing the complementary angle. You just get the angle directly from vertical, and that gives you your complementary angle.
Yeah, no, you're not responding. You're not responding to me. No, you're not responding to me. I think AI. Weren't you changing the subject or something?
No,
because you have no response to me.
What Zanuck is saying requires you to establish a horizontal from which to get a perpendicular vertical from, or to establish a vertical, which requires a plumb line, as he said. But in what scenario do you establish a plumb line first to do any of this in any practical use whatsoever, anywhere, at any time? Go.
When I take you off mute, that's what you're answering for.
It's a practical. That's how. If I was on an airplane, this is what I would do.
Oh my goodness.
That's how I'd get, and I'd be able to get where I'm going to have to get to by doing that, because that's a sextant.
How would you do that on the airplane?
I would. The picture shows that I drop a weighted string off of a protractor along a straight edge, so I can sight the celestial body, and I can use that to tell me where I am in reference to the GP.
So this proves how stupid you are, okay? Because you're already on an airplane.
Genius, right? I want to stay alive.
It's stupid. Because you already have a system on the plane.
No, say all the systems are out and we're flying. Hey, Zanuck, where are we? Hold on a second. I got a protractor and a piece of string. Let me figure this out real quick. And within 5 minutes, I'd say, here's where we are.
Okay, cool story.
Not a cool story. It's how it works.
An emergency situation. No, it's not.
But it works. It shows that it works. It's equivalent to the sextant. There's no difference.
How would the protractor be? How would the protractor be held in this example?
Just like it is.
No, no. Give us the orientation, because you know that there's a zero angle that's at the bottom of it with the degrees, 180 degrees around.
All I care about is deviation from vertical.
What is the orientation of the protractor in this example?
The flat base going toward the celestial body, and so there'd be, you see the.
So would it be vertically held or horizontally held?
It could be more vertical than horizontal if it's pointing less than 45 degrees. See that red string? And see how it's respect to 90? That's your co-altitude angle. Or the opposite, depending on. Doesn't matter which way you do. All you need is a deviation from vertical. That's all you need.
I don't know if I've ever seen anyone ever.
Who's doing this?
Like that to use
I
it.
just did it.
No, not you. You fucking.
It works. There's no reason why. Wait, how about this? Let's go back from a different perspective. Can you tell me any reason why?
How about we show people that you people will say anything but what mariners say?
Okay. Can you show me?
How about that?
How about you tell me how this won't work?
How about everything but how it's actually done? How about that? Right? Everything but how it's actually done. So when I was talking, I didn't say this is what Eli does. I was like, well, looky here from this navigation website. And oh, golly gee, it showed that you do measure off the horizontal, the thing that you said wasn't the case. Now you're still arguing for everything but how it's actually done. Oh my God, all my days.
Tell me how this can't work.
How about how it's actually done?
How it actually is done on a ship, you would sight the horizon, you calculate
Right.
your.
You establish the horizontal. That's how you.
Yes, you have to establish horizontal, and how you do that is you take the height above the surface.
Okay, why would I allow you to speak anymore when your position was that's not what they do? And then you started talking about off of a vertical because of the cold altitude. Why the fuck would I be sitting here listening to you give me my point? Boy, you're on crack.
Do we have any other? Gaslighting me.
Tried no physical evidence.
Yeah. No physical evidence.
For geometrical objects, no physical evidence. Why you need evidence for geometrical objects?
I swear it's like a big Z and a tiny Z in his fucking mind, arguing with himself, double speaking, crashing into the wall.
I think it was Chocolate saying that first said it, but Xanax a used globe salesman. That's all he is. Sorry, Xanax.
Yeah, Snake's all salesman. Snake's all salesman.
Maybe he's a good person because we are deceived with some stupid logic, and he's want to, point it out. People don't take that logic. That's wrong.
You think?
Don't use your senses. That's wrong.
I need to see some evidence that Zanuck is a good person because my first encounter with Zanuck, I had to explain to him that the atmosphere is acting like a lens, right? And that it's, causing light to diverge. So he was completely disagreeing with me until I found, that guy who came on the show a year later, right? And said that, the guy who said, it's a mirage, right? And then the very next year on that same day, right, he got an expert to come in and say, and this say that the atmosphere was acting like a lens, causing light to diverge in all directions. So Zanuck was disagreeing with me until I cited my source. So I don't know if he's a good person. I need to see some evidence for that, because as far as I could tell, he's just a nuh-uh guy, just like a lawyer. Nuh-uh. Everything's based on hearsay, presumption, and assumption. So he's like a defense attorney for the Globe.
Yep. Gonna need that evidence, Sasha. Provide, please.
What evidence?
Of everything you believed in.
I have this evidence. For example, I hate Christianity. I hate Bible. I hate Catholics. But every day I'm in church telling them that God doesn't exist. That's Zanuck.
Wow.
I don't want to have anything with them, but I'm coming in the church every time and telling all people, listen, people, whatever you want to think, God doesn't exist. Same way he's doing in last 5 years. That's the person. If you are so, don't worry about us. We are eluded, Go to your life and enjoy your life on Globe, man. It's all right. Don't worry. We will not take over the world so fast.
Saying that if you don't mute them, they'll just lie to try to keep the conversation going. They'll just lie. It's off the vertical. No, the angle that you're measuring using the sextant is off the horizontal. No, it's off the vertical. Here's a citation. No, what about bubble? Well, the citation there says it's off the horizontal as well. Well, yeah, it's off the horizontal, but yeah, shut the fuck up at that point. Me muting him at that point is the just thing to do for the audience. Not because I'm being authoritarian or anything.
Yeah, he shouldn't be arguing against you.
No, whatever you present, Elijah, that means who cares, Whatever you say, whatever you present, what's that? That's nothing.
He's arguing for measuring off of a horizontal. The moment he starts talking about, what about the co-altitude? Yeah, well, you're not measuring that, are you?
But how you can measure of one line the angle?
Well, the bottom line is you're not doing that.
Yeah, he said vertical. What vertical? What? But you have one vertical line, and then where is the other line?
Well, he's trying to say, like he did with that protractor and that plumb line.
Is 90. Is that Elijah? If you go look straight up, that is 90. That's it. But it is not 90 if you don't have base down.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out the first thing on that
so
was
the 90 in his mind. Sorry, just the 90 in his mind would have been horizontal because he's turned the sextant vertical. That's why I said, well, what at what orientation would you have it? Well, what about 45 degrees? What the fuck? What the fuck?
Yes, delusional.
45, that means that it's going
off of horizontal, by the way. But please go ahead, Hank. I'm sorry.
It's all right. So the first day I met him was actually in here, right? But the first day was like unleashed within person scientism. Then it's about Chicago. He's arguing why we can't see some of the buildings. Never you mind they're built in a swamp in a low area, right? That has levees or whatever. Right? We shouldn't be able to see the whole buildings. The whole skyline should be behind curvature, but he wants to talk about why we can't see, the bottom of the buildings. right? Which is a non sequitur. It's a complete non sequitur, right? So ever since then, I knew that I was dealing with a lawyer type. Actually, I say lawyer type. I actually just now put that together this week. But my point is that I knew what I was dealing with then. Like this type of person, he's not going to be honest, right? He's only going to do like his job, which is like preservation. Like every time we kill it, he's trying to bring it back. Well, what if? Well, how come you can't see the bottom of the building? Shouldn't be able to see the whole building, Zanuck. 50 miles away. It should be behind 1,800 feet. The tallest building is 1,600 feet. And you want to talk about why we can't see the bottom? How come we can see the whole thing? How come we can see the buildings at all? Where's the curve, man?
Yeah, it's called cherry picking.
So to the guy who said that he was on a boat and he sailed away 30 miles. I would like to hear him explain how come we could see Chicago from 50 miles away. How's that possible? You know, because you like explaining stuff. So, explain that away. And why do you guys have to do so much explaining? Why do you Luciferians got so much explaining to do? Right? I mean, you can't just show us the curve. Because we can demonstrate flatness all day, every day. We got all kinds of observations that are so-called impossible shots. And then you guys are like, but you don't understand refraction. Yeah, actually we do. That's the problem. You guys don't understand refraction. You guys are claiming like ultra refraction through one medium, and that's not how refraction works. Everybody uses the straw in a glass for a reason. Because there's 3 media, and that's causing the most extreme refraction possible. Is when you got so much extreme different density. Because is there a huge difference in density between the gas and water and the glass? Yeah, that's pretty extreme, right? But you guys are like, no, that's not important. You know, look at the Atmos, right? Look at the Atmos. That's extreme refraction.
But that's what they want us to talk about. They want us to talk about refraction at all. Instead of, oh, golly gee, the initial claim that was falsifiable has been falsified. Oh, refraction. The initial claim, the claim that is laid out in no uncertain terms, that there's physical obstruction in the way of any light you would see, because it's an obstruction. And, oh, well, the thing that's supposed to be obstruction itself is like all not obstructing stuff and whatnot. All right, well, there's the end of that. Oh, refraction, slap, bitch, no.
No, but wasn't Zanuck in here talking for like 3 hours about the Rayleigh criteria? And I think he was misapplying it to a lot of things when I was listening.
Well, I don't even know what he was applying. I don't even know. I was asking. Hey, Helio.
Hey, brother.
Yeah, he was, man. He was in here. But I think he's muted right now.
No. Well,
what else
don't
could he have said?
Don't unmute him yet. Because I've been listening for a while, so I know what he was saying. You know, he was trying to use the Rayleigh criteria. He was misapplying it to a lot of different things that everybody was talking about. I mean, and that's a kind of a thing that he does. You know, like he'll get stuck on a point and then he won't let it go, and then everybody gets frustrated. That's pretty much his shtick. You know what I mean?
Thank you.
There is a 2 globe picture.
Downstairs, would you know?
Downstairs.
So it would have to be,
Alphabet.
226.
224. This is 224.
That would be the problem. Yeah.
Hey, Elijah, are you talking to your girlfriend? Your wife or something?
I don't have a girlfriend right now. You know that, Helio. Way to cut me deep. Way to cut me deep.
I don't know. No, well, dude, I don't know that, so I don't know why you cut me deep, because I didn't know if I made a mistake. Sorry, I won't talk about that shit again ever.
Yeah. Yep. It is what it is. On the road again.
There you go. Well, I don't have a girlfriend either, so that's all good. But anyway, yeah. What Indio and Zanuck were going over the Rayleigh criteria. I don't really understand the entire thing, but I think it's just really kind of it's talking about the deflection of light between 2 mediums, isn't it? I mean, that's the basic concept, isn't it?
No.
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 Crap, there's a tornado warning in California.
Maybe I'm thinking about something else.
That's refraction.
Okay, maybe I'm.
You ever heard of a tornado in California?
Why are you asking me about tornadoes when I'm talking about the Rayleigh criteria?
I'm sorry. There's
Washington
a tornado
tornadoes?
warning in San Joaquin County, which is like Sacramento area.
If only there was some earth curvature
You guys
that
have
blocked that
tornadoes, tornado warnings in California right now?
No, we don't. Right now we do, but we never had before that.
Okay. Why are you bringing up tornadoes? I ain't gonna lie, I think I'm confusing the Rayleigh criterion with another phenomenon. My bad. As I'm looking at it now. The Rayleigh criterion says visual acuity is typically measured with the use of a standard eye chart called the Snellen. Anyway, I'm confusing it with another. What's the one that's just like diffraction between or refraction or diffraction between two mediums? What's that one called? Not Rayleigh criterion. It's Come on, guys, help me out.
Refraction, Helio. Snell's law.
Snell's law. That's what it is. Snell's law. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah. I was confusing it with Snell's law. Yeah, Snell's law is a refraction index.
Talk to Houdini.
Yeah, the Rayleigh. And that's maybe I was confused myself listening, but at the same time, now it's coming back to me because I was listening back and forth doing other stuff, but with the I heard Indio arguing with Zanuck about this about the aperture of the lens can cause certain things and how far you zoom in and all this kind of stuff. It really doesn't explain their idea. And what Zanuck does is it comes in and just distracts everyone from any real ideas. He just kind of makes shit up. We've been dealing with Zanuck for years. It's like he sounds smart, but he really doesn't even understand what he's talking about most of the time.
Now I was talking about perspective.
Well, sure, but he was also talking about, Go ahead. I'm sorry.
He debunked himself. He brought up the bubble sextant, which uses water. Easy.
I mean, a lot of people like Zanuck or others, think that the only way a sextant would work is if the Earth were a globe, which that's absolutely not true. Now,
it would work whether the Earth were.
I mean, I'm saying if you're traveling across the ocean, if you're traveling across the Pacific, or
I'm just saying that the sextant would work whether the Earth were a globe, a chicken, flat, this, that, and the third. Doesn't matter because it measures angles.
Yep.
Okay. So, but when you're using something like the Earth to do it, well, then obviously the angle that you're measuring is the distance between the horizontal and the vertical.
Yep, exactly. And they just can't accept the fact that the horizon, even though that's the origin word for horizontal, right, is
so celestial navigation wouldn't work because the first angle they take is off of the horizontal.
Right. Yeah, I know. Well, they get really butthurt.
Well, the angle they take, that's the first thing they do.
Well, go ahead.
Is it safe yet? Are the crazy people gone?
Yeah, they're muted.
Yeah, they're muted. I heard what you guys were talking about. I'll shut up. You guys keep going because I
don't know what that was earlier. Talking like I don't. That was a train wreck.
Well, it just kind of shows you some people's mentality. I mean, Zanuck, I know he's special case, but for the most part, Zanuck understands it, and he's just freaking roasting us, But for the most part, people really don't get that, the major part of it.
Did you hear him debunk himself?
No, he was doing that all day. Like, he started with one position and like 5 or 6 minutes he'd take the exact opposite position.
That's what he tried to do. Yeah, but that's why I said, muting was just for the audience, justified for the audience, because he clearly held. When I said, well, the angle measured is off of the horizontal, he said, no, it's not. It's off of the vertical. So I said, no, it's not. It's off of the horizontal. He said, well, you're wrong. And then I muted him, and then I got a citation where it said it's off of the horizontal. And then he said, yeah, but when you use a sextant, the horizontal is not needed. Then I got a citation where it says the bubble establishes the horizontal. And then he said, well, yeah, you're getting a horizontal. I muted him right then because I'm like, exactly. Now you're going to attempt to take my position, the one that you were arguing against, you fucking asshole? Absolutely not. I'm just going to mute you and let that be clear that just happened to the audience. Versus talking through it and it getting all, it's just useless. If a person is not going to concede, it's just unreasonable.
He was muted for everybody's mental health.
Good thing you didn't have a gun lying around earlier.
He said reflection when he was talking to you. That's why I was like, what are you trying to say? Because he said at one point that reflected light isn't a point source light. And the point of the light source is the place that the light is emanating from. Basically is what he was saying. But then he said later on that you can think of it as a point source, a reflected source of light. So again, right there, just double speaking. So I had to wait for him to double speak to point that out because I don't know exactly what point he was really trying to make. All I know is he double spoke.
Look, if you say every possibility, you can't be wrong, right?
That was related to Indio's earlier point, Elijah, that he was making. That's why he double spoke. I don't know if you probably had that conversation, but
I was like probably on the tail end of it.
yeah, that's probably why.
Oh, it's just a good thing I don't drink, because I'd be drinking right now after that.
India was like, to hell with this, man. It's very frustrating when someone just doesn't go, oh, yeah. Especially when it's like, dude, you're saying that your position is this. Well, the position on this is the literature available. And then he's like, no. But then he's like, yes, here's the literature that I was arguing against. Oh, you're going to post it, you dipshit? Like, yo, he does that. He's been doing that since I met him.
Yeah, he's always been doing that.
Which is pretty whack.
Did he take up any more professions after I left? I don't know how many professions he had. Is that like 5?
He has infinite professions. There's an infinite amount of potential to the professions he can have. Therefore,
he has a secret. He has a secret profession which he revealed with his spontaneous sextant, and that is MacGyver.
Oh, the string with the sextant?
Oh!
Is that what you're talking about?
When before he said, yeah, before he said, well, when he was saying you get it off the vertical, I'm like, what are you talking about? And he's like, yeah, you take the plumb and you take the protractor, and I'm like, okay, what orientation is the protractor? He's like, it doesn't matter. The orientation of the celestial body. So I'm like, wait, is it horizontal or is it vertical? He's like, it could be 45 degrees. I'm like, nigga, who's doing that?
Elijah, I thought you were gonna be like, whose man is this?
Yo. Terrible.
We got Italic Man in the conversation. Italic Man, has anybody know?
Can I say something real quick about Zanuck? It's funny that we let him get us frustrated sometimes. After all this, like years now, talking to that dumbass. Anyway, continue. He has no real arguments. So Italic.
Yo, what's up, everybody?
What's up?
Yo, can I get like 90 seconds of your time, real quick?
Yeah, go for it. Is that chemtrail?
That's chemtrail.
Musical.
Yeah,
I have a musical surprise for you. Can you unmute Wacky?
Wacky.
Is that a friend of yours, bro?
Yeah, just unmute Wacky. I got a musical surprise.
All right.
For the next 90 seconds.
Sure. I mean, how's he gonna play?
Yeah, he just trust me. Just trust me.
All right.
Sounds fishy, man.
Hey, Whack.
I don't trust it.
Chemtrail's a trusted member.
Absolutely trusted, dude. Just unmute Wacky and just feast your...
No,
Yeah, you're good, dude. This is gonna be sick. So,
all right. Wacky.
I guess Italic Man, you want to count him in?
I already unmuted.
No, I know. It's just okay. So Italic, you want to count Wacky in or what? You wanna...
All right, Wacky left. Hey, if there's a link,
Wacky's
right. Oh, there he went. There he is.
What kind of sick game are you playing?
All right, so ready? 3, 2, 1, beatbox.
All I wanna know, is why people lie. All I wanna know, space is fake. All I wanna is pride. All I wanna fake. Where's the fucking travel like? All I wanna know, is why people lie. All I wanna know, space is fake.
Dope.
Yeah, that's pretty badass.
Time, dude.
Helio, can you please clip that like right now and put that in the music?
Amazing.
No. How about Kentra? Just send me the MP3 and I can put that.
Yeah. I'll go rap chat it right now.
Forward that to Elijah, man.
Yeah, you know it. All that.
Yeah, send it to us, man.
That was
Thanks, Wacky. You're a legend.
Thanks, bro.
Super
Yeah,
X.
thanks, bro. That was fire.
That was awesome, Mikey. Appreciate it, man.
All I wanna.
What you ever seen that video, Elijah? Those like nerds in the ghetto rapping thing with the hype man. You ever seen that?
Yeah.
You have that dude like raps or like beatbox, kind of like this guy. He's got all these weird sounds that he can do.
Yeah.
You have seen it?
I think you're talking about Tyler the Creator. His
No. I'm talking. I'll find it real quick. Nerds rapping in the ghetto. Hold on. Or nerds beatbox in the ghetto.
Yeah, my brother watches that stuff all the time, and he watches like the World Championship where all these guys get up on stage and have like 20 minutes or something. And some of those guys are amazing.
Or
Beyond.
It's not in the ghetto. It's in the hood. That's what it's called. Here we go.
Anyway, yeah, that's some good shit, bro.
I think you're talking about Ozelis.
This is the channel is Big Dawes TV. It's like the hype man in this video. He's a baller too. He dresses up as a nerd and he's like, "Can I jump in on the game?" And he freaking play basketball like nobody's business. He freaking.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm gonna share this video. But yeah, check out their channel. It's really cool. Yeah, they'll go up like they'll walk through the hood and be like, "Hey, you want to hear my beatbox? I got some rhythms." And then sometimes they'll get some guys to rhyme over his beatbox and shit. Man, it's really cool.
He does the rags like.
Yeah, all that shit. That's your stuff, Wacky?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, that's cool. So you've already seen Big Dawes, right?
Oh yeah. I've been in the same room with the guy in the video.
Cool. Yeah, he's freaking badass. That was cool. I don't think we can play Big Dog stuff on here, but yeah, when you if you put some new stuff out, man, let us know. Or you can go ahead and share your channel, or give it to.
I don't have one. I don't have.
Oh, you don't. Either way, you can share your links with which you already have. I think with Chemtrail, and then we can share it around. You should start a channel with if you're making music like that.
I appreciate it.
Man, I want to hear it again. No doubt.
And you have some more clips?
You can go on our YouTube channel and press rewind and listen to it right now.
Yeah. But if you have some other clips too, I mean, if you can on the way to share, I mean, short clips is probably only like 10, 15 megabytes. Maybe 20. You should be able to share it with somebody in a DM, and once I have it in DM, I can share it on here.
I'll be honest, I don't have anything.
Either way, we'll figure it out later. It's all good. Yeah. Chemtrail's gone now. Play this guy. That was really cool, man. Did you record that at home by yourself?
That was live. That wasn't recorded.
Sounded like there was a couple of different tracks, man. So that was completely live.
Yeah, live.
Yeah, it's one voice. I heard it.
No, you're doing it right now. Do it again.
Yep.
Holy shit. Wow.
Boy, you got a ballad in your mouth.
Dude, that's crazy.
If there's any constellation, I don't know if you see Italic Man in the VC, he's also pretty sick.
How'd you find your way to our server here, Wacky?
Through Chemtrail, actually.
All right, do you know him from another server?
Yeah, from a beatboxer.
Oh, from the Beatbox server. So have you ever talked to anyone about Flat Earth before, or is this kind of your first time?
Well, I was in a VC where you guys were watching videos about.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and give you a VC verified role, which that's the first step in this server, so that so you'll be able to open your microphone and participate. You'll be able to type in the live stream voice text chat, and the more you participate, the more you want to get involved. So has Chemtrail ever talked to you about Flat Earth before when you were in the other server?
Yes, we actually planned this out, but last time we couldn't do it because y'all were watching the video outside, but I stuck around for like an hour or so.
All right. Cool. Well, hey, welcome to the server. If you ever have any questions, just open your microphone, get involved. Sure. Sometimes we just when there's dead air, you can beatbox for us because it sounds really fucking cool. Hey, goodbye.
If there's any dead air, let me know. I'll beatbox.
Well, when there's dead air, you'll know because nobody's talking. And that's all original music, so we don't have any copyright stuff going on because we're live streaming 24/7. I don't know if you knew that, right? Yeah. But if it's just you and your open mic, you know. No.
You won't get copyrighted unless I do a cover.
Dude, that's freaking badass, bro. How the fuck do you do that?
It's called having 6 years of no life.
Maybe.
You know how you get into boxing? You spend a lot of time.
I have almost 50 years of no life, so. Pretty cool. Wacky, you got another one in you, man? Can you do it?
Yeah, for sure. I can do this all.
Yeah, let's see. It's dead air now. Go ahead and do it again.
There's no lyrics in this one. But it sounds.
Holy shit. That's crazy, bro.
That was sick.
That is insane, man.
Hey, Danny, when did you record some of that?
Oh, you got me busting up, man. That shit is awesome. Love it.
Thank you. I'm doing my best to try not to bust y'all's eardrums.
You're slaying, bro. You're killing it.
I can bet that Zani can do the same thing.
Who?
A beatbox off between him and Zanuck. Go. Just kidding. Not really, though.
I'm not kidding.
Actually crazy what the human mouth can do with some.
Didn't Zanuck make a rap song like last year sometime?
I told you.
So I'm right? Right, Sasha?
No, I don't know. This was for you, but when you said oh my god, no. Even that. No, man, it's no. I said, man, it's perfect. Even if you want to be God, you need to be Zanuck.
God dang it. Oh, what is that song? I'm pretty sure it was Zanuck that made that stupid Glover rap song last year. Probably not even up anymore.
It was with Pizzle.
Oh, it was Lil Pizzle?
Yeah. Well, at least that's what I know of. Might not be the one you're thinking of.
All these Globers just kind of run together every once in a while. Hey, since Wacky's here, he might not have heard some of the songs that we have. A bit better. We can play some of Chocolate Sands, or we could play. Hold on, let me think. The bot. Let's see. Yeah, we have some good Flat Earth rappers. What, Flatty? He put that song back? I missed that. Something else. We'll deal with that later. There we go. I'm going to play one. If you're new here, you probably haven't heard this one before, Wacky. Oops.
Oh, yeah, let's hear.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy B, trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave to your die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
What should go flat? Matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question?
Coming here crying to ask why they're lying. Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe y'all somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauded. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind irrespective of a warrant. To stay levels curve, we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach without any warning. Hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron is not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Act astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orbit. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to learn with the horizon swan. We eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong. What they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and power like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles as easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. Don't need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listen with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, they come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro, second them hammering on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want seize your assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
All right, I think we got a new person. I just checked in. I'm trying to remember his name. Maybe he could speak up and help me out. I just checked him in like 5 minutes ago. I don't guess he's gonna mic up. Is it Wacky?
Oh, I couldn't tell if we're talking about me or not. So
Wacky, did I just check you in?
Check me in as in.
I didn't hear that.
I said check me in as in what? I have no idea.
Did I just give you the VC verified movie down here?
I think it was.
I think you need to adjust the sensitivity on your microphone settings.
I'm saying I think it was Skeptic. I'm not sure.
Okay, thanks.
It wasn't Wacky, Hank. I don't see a new person in here. You don't remember their name?
That part of my brain, it just don't work like it used to. No, I think I did too many combat sports. So yeah, Wacky. Welcome to the server. How long you been here?
On my other account that got hacked, I was here for over 2 weeks, but this account I just got on.
Okay, I think I remember your voice now. Yeah, so what do you think the shape of the Earth is right now? Is it a globe?
As usual, it's just
You're very difficult to talk to. You cut in and out a lot.
Here, let me fix my mic.
Yeah, Hank, this guy Wacky just did a couple beatboxes for us. You didn't hear any of them?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had my mic muted. Hey, Larry, you didn't hear that? Larry?
No, bro, I just checked somebody in.
No.
I moved him down.
Well,
but I guess he left.
Was it? Oh, okay, that's somebody else then. Okay, but yeah, Wacky, he came in here with some insane freaking beatboxes and shit, and then I played that Why Would They Lie video for him, and so I'm kind of curious. What do you think about that one, Wacky?
The one you played?
Yeah, the one I just played. What do you think?
It was sick. I loved it.
Ain't no beatbox in it. It's electronic.
Chemo. Well, actually, I mean, I love everybody's verse, but I definitely love Chemo's. And the last guy's the most.
Yeah, me too. Dude, I'm totally with you on that, Elijah. Even though I love your voice,
Chemo went damn, man.
Dude. Yeah, it was just like he was in the zone. And the last guy, he's a friend of Midi HC's, right? I've talked to him once. The guy that did the last verse.
That's Midi. That's Midi's friend. Yeah.
Yeah. Me and him and Midi had a talk one night. Yeah, he's a really cool guy. But yeah, he doesn't come in here very often, or never. I mean, it's the only time I've ever talked to him. Anyway, that's really good stuff. But yeah, I mean, Hank, if you're not aware, Wacky is chemtrail. He talks to Chemtrail on a beatbox forum or whatever, another Discord, and he invited Wacky over here, and he's done a couple of freaking crazy ass beatbox, like live beatbox stuff. So tonight it's just like, how in the world you do that? I don't know. It's insane.
There's a very simple explanation. You do it with your mouth.
Well, I'm a singer, so I know how to make my voice do some shit, but not like that.
I told you the secret. You just have to spend a lot of time alone.
Yeah, it takes a lot of practice. Yeah.
As in, almost every beatboxer is lonely. I'm kidding, by the way.
No, sure. I mean, not everybody can actually learn how to do it. I mean, you have to have. I guess God made you that way. Just like I can sing really good, but not everybody can actually learn to sing as good as me.
Yeah. See,
I gotta say, man. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
You go ahead, man. I was gonna say, when I sing, I sound like a cat in a blender.
I mean, it has nothing to do with like. I was born to sing, I've always felt like that. Like I was singing, at a very young age, and you can't teach somebody to sing that's not when it's not already built into them,
Well, I could definitely say that I was taught to sing. Now I liked to sing.
You have a natural talent. You have a natural talent, brother.
No, I'm trying to tell you that it didn't start out that way. That's the whole point. It didn't start out that way.
Well,
I had my same tone, obviously, but I was tone deaf. I would slide into. I would just, for whatever reason, I would be sharp all the time. I didn't have a problem with being flat, but I always ended up sharp. And I could never hear it. I didn't even know it was a problem until I ran into my friend Raphael Smith, who does backup for Alicia Keys, or did do backup for Alicia Keys. And he's the one that pointed out that I was going sharp, and that he's the one that vocal trained me.
That kind of makes me think of my younger brother. He's a really good singer too, and he had trouble figuring out harmonies and stuff. Where harmonies came natural to me, but it took him a while to actually be able to sing harmonies without being, pulled off of the part while he's trying to sing harmonies. And so yeah, but dude, Elijah, you're a great singer, brother. And so maybe it took more effort for you, but that's it's not here nor there. And I think he still has struggles with it, but he doesn't actually use it much. But yeah, I mean, as far as like once I figured out what harmonies were, it was like, oh, it's just 1-3-5, 1-3-5, 1 through 5 1, or and then then the half steps and all that kind of stuff. You know enough about music to. But it was just, I don't know. So it's like some people just have. I don't think anybody can do what Wacky just did tonight. I could never do that. I couldn't even learn it.
I think you're wrong, Helio. Even my country bumpkin ass can beatbox a little bit. I'm not good enough to do it
I
live.
didn't say I couldn't beatbox, but I can't do what Wacky did.
I'm a big
Ever.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I was just trying to say that people can learn to do it. Like if I were to put in like 10 years of practice like he did, probably, I'd probably be able to pull off some of the stuff he could.
Yeah, practice makes perfect.
Okay, you can think that all you want, but I don't think that's the case. I mean, the people that have the natural talent will find it, and they're going to utilize it. Other people can learn a portion of it and use it functionally, but they can't actually.
So Helio, let me get this straight. You don't believe in practice makes perfect?
That's not what I said.
Yeah, it actually is.
No, I said people with natural talent will perfect the practice, and other people can learn from them, but they don't have the natural talent. So it doesn't work that way. And I know a lot of people don't like to hear it. It's like, well, okay, if I had spent 20 years trying to do what my favorite singer or artist does, and I did the natural talent is there. I mean, like, you think somebody can learn to do what Mozart did? I'm not comparing myself to Mozart. I'm just, of course, because I just remember it was never an issue for me. I mean, like, as soon as I learned how to sing, I started singing. It wasn't even hard for me necessarily. Certainly, but you have to work at. Once you have the talent, then the work is beginning. And then other people recognize the talent, and then they work with you and support you. So you can't learn to be as good as someone if you don't already have the natural talent. I'm not saying you can't. Well, actually, I'm saying you can't. You can't learn natural talent. No. Yeah. So if you're disagreeing with me, that's okay. You don't have to agree with me on that.
I slightly agree. I'll explain why. Helio, I've been a music person most of my life. So I've played guitar, I played piano, and I played violin.
You play piano too, Wacky?
Yep. And I have perfect pitch as well, but I cannot sing for the life of me. I sound like a cat in the blender.
You're a little choppy. I think you might have to go into your settings on Discord and turn your sensitivity settings. Adjust your sensitivity settings because you're like chopping up a little bit. No, if you want to talk, that's all. Are you guys experiencing the same thing with Wacky talking?
I did tell him that like 5 minutes ago, Helio.
All right, cool. Yeah, just adjust your sensitivity settings. All right, cool.
Yeah, what I was saying is I've been a musical person my whole life. I played guitar, piano, and violin, beatbox, and I have perfect pitch, but I cannot sing to save my life. I sound like a cat in a blender when I try to sing.
Well, that didn't sound any better. Fixed it. But can you just go into your settings and put it on automatic sensitivity?
No, he needs to turn it down, like where it's only at like 5 or 10%.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You know, yeah, just drop it down.
I mean, I have it at negative 92 decibels.
For some reason, you're like really choppy.
So how much money did Chemtrail give you to come in here, bro? I love Chemtrail, man. That dude is a gem.
Yeah, and as soon as he got him in here, he's like, "Hey, listen to this guy," and then he left. I'm like, where you at, Chemtrail? He might have other shit to do or something, right? But yeah, Wacky's got some skills to pay the bills. I don't know.
I don't know what to tell you. I just make noises with my mouth.
Yeah, no, you're pretty good at it. Ain't gonna lie about that. You got another one in you?
You want me to be honest? I got them all day, man.
I want to hear another one. I mean, bro, I'm impressed. I really want to hear another one. I mean,
I really actually like that beat, the rap beat you showed me that. I like that one.
Yeah, go ahead. Do what you do. I told you, Larry.
Yeah, man, that makes me wish I still had my boombox in my car. I got a pretty decent box with a halfway decent amp. Yeah, I used to love thumping, just delivering pizza and thumping. I'll be listening to like Mystical and Ludacris and Tech Nine, just delivering pizza all over town, just rattling my car. Smithereens. But yeah, I would definitely love to thump that. That was nice.
I was tripped out, Wacky. And yeah, I definitely think you should, well, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but hey, what we do here is Flat Earth. And is this your first time? And I already asked you this. Is this your first time really like talking to Flat Earthers, or?
Oh yeah, it's my first time talking because last time I was here was a documentary or something y'all were watching.
Looks like when you're doing your beatbox and stuff, it sounds really good, but when you talk, you're chopping up really bad.
Yeah, these settings are for beatboxing. I can put my talking settings on.
You put your talking settings on. That might help us out if you actually want to talk. It's like if I sing really fucking loud, so I have to like stand halfway across the room.
That last one he did, Helio, reminded me of, what was that one from Ferris Bueller? Oh, yeah. Remember that one?
Oh, yeah. What is that?
What is that song? I can't remember. You know what I'm talking about,
Kool-Aid
right?
Man. Oh, yeah. That's the Kool-Aid Man, guys.
Oh, I know what you. Yeah, I remember that song. Oh, yeah.
Hey, Wacky.
Oh,
you ever hear about Fruity Loops? Maybe about 10 years ago.
Fruity
Like
Loops.
did a lot of
Sounds familiar.
Did a lot of house beatboxing, house style.
Oh yeah, okay. I think I know who you're talking about, but I'm not 100% sure.
Oh, that sounds way better, Wacky. We can hear you now.
Yeah, these are the talking settings.
Yeah. Thank you for doing that because you were breaking up really bad.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, cool. Yeah, it's awesome stuff, brother. Man, I appreciate you coming in here. But yeah, I mean, so you hold on. I'll be right back.
Open up! It's the police.
FBI, open up.
Jehovah's Witness.
I was just knocking on your door to let you know your car's extended warranty has expired. Well, guess what I'm waiting for? I'm waiting for like, oh man, you people got street people now? My car don't need a warranty, man. Got 270,000 miles on it. Jeez, leave me alone.
Trying to rob his car. Larry.
What about my car?
Larry.
What's up?
No, not your car. Helia's car, bro. They take the car keys, they try to steal it, they drive away, freaking.
Sounds like Helio drives a V8 with some custom exhaust.
Yeah,
Need to modicize that car.
I feel bad. I pity the fool who tried to steal my car. It's paid for. And in other words, it's a piece of crap.
The funny thing would be if Helio had a Tesla.
You know, no matter how hard I try, I can't picture Helio in a Tesla.
Well, how much power conversion capability do they have? Think about it, since they're all electric. What kind of system could you run off of that?
Teslas, man, those Teslas are freaking in a drag race. You know, if depending on which one it is, they can. The torque is so high. I mean, in a drag race, it you know will do what it do. I mean, in a long race, it won't last. But drag race, man, the torque is so high on some of those Teslas, it would just like it'll smoke a gas engine.
The 0 to 60 time on their rig, like their tractor trailer rig, is faster than a lot of cars.
Dude, I couldn't imagine. I'd love to be in a Tesla and step on that friggin' pedal and just go like 0 to 60 in like 3 seconds.
Yeah, you can lose control so easily. Dave, your mic's sort of screwed.
Robot Dave. We're just gonna change his name to Robot Dave or Half Robot. Dave needs to appeal to Kentucky commissions about their their tower systems over there. I ain't gonna lie, I never jump on here unless I'm in front of this microphone in front of my desk, because you guys don't want to hear me talk on Bluetooth either. So, because every time I have, people say, "Oh, what the hell's wrong with your microphone?" I don't ever do it. But anybody shouldn't, because a lot of people talk on Bluetooth and it sounds okay, but Dave and Hank, they be breaking up all the time. But they're both drivers. They drive around while they're talking and shit. That's okay. We still love their input, and we love you. She'll be here. Did you find that video, AI, where the Pizzles rap? Oh, so dumb.
I can't seem to find it. I can't remember if he posted it or if he played it live.
I remember it, but it was like 4 months ago or something like 4 or 5 months ago. He put something. It was like, dude.
It's also possible that somebody deleted the post just to save everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, he might have deleted it from embarrassment. I don't know.
One of his lines was, "Earth's a globe and I can prove it."
Oh, man. Italic Man, is he into? Yeah, no, there's no mods that aren't flat earthers. No, but we're fair. You believe what? You believe there's no mods that aren't flat earthers? Well, this is a flat earth server. Oh, okay, you believe we're fair. Okay, cool. We try to be as fair as we can. We've been doing this for a very long time, so.
You know, Helio, you know where Chemtrail dipped to?
I don't.
He just sent me a track of the first thing I did in the VC. He turned it into a track.
Dude, well, I don't doubt that. Dude.
No,
I wouldn't be surprised if it's like every time I ask you to do something new, I'm gonna freaking clip it out. Like, oh shit.
He says it's on Rap Chat.
Well, I'm gonna get him to send it to me in the MP3, and we'll just freaking, play it every once in a while. Maybe we'll get some of the rappers in here to freaking put something over it, But you ain't even a flat earther. You just happen to come into the server. We're gonna, but this is my content. It's on my channel. I can do whatever the fuck I want to. I'm just playing. I ain't gonna. But anyway, yeah, man, it's hot shit. So, what's he say? He put it somewhere else.
He says it's in Rap Chat.
Dude, that first one you did, I thought you recorded that somewhere and it was just playing.
No, that was
I know. That's why I was just like, holy shit. When you said, no, that was live. I was like, wow, do it again. That's what I wanted to make sure. Okay, that was live. Oh, shit. And yeah, it's badass, bro. Totally dig it.
Yeah, the first one.
I can do some. You know, I guess I could.
You're on the right track.
Dude, I can. You know, man. Like I said, I'm a singer. I can probably do, but I'm not a rhythm guy. You know, as far as that goes, I can sing. I can sing high. I can sing low. But as far as I'm not the biggest on the the rhythm part. And switching between the different pitches, like you were saying, you said you have perfect pitch. Well, I mean, I in a sense, I wouldn't say I have perfect pitch, but if I'm in a key, I can hit a note that's in that key. I don't know if that means perfect pitch to anyone. Perfect pitch is like you don't have to hit middle C on a piano to find middle C, in your mind or in your voice. And I don't have perfect pitch in that way, but as far as the harmonies from a key that I'm already in, I already know the different scale, from whatever note you start with, I know the scale. I wouldn't necessarily call that perfect pitch. Perfect pitch is described as, if I say A440, you can just hum the note. A440.
Yeah. Ilio.
Yeah.
Check the live stream voice text chat.
Oh, see Chemtrail. He's still listening, probably on the live stream. He's not in. Oh, that's a video he just put up.
Yeah, that's the track.
Rap chat. I didn't even know that was a thing.
I hear my voice.
Yeah. I'd capture better quality than that, though, from the live stream. Because that shit should be thumping through my speakers right now, but it ain't. Nah. I can capture what you did.
Bro, I don't know why.
That was a good attempt there, Chemtrail. But no, I can get that. Yeah, it sounded really good on the live stream. Sounded good through the live stream here. In the Discord. What I just heard there didn't capture it, bro. Well, I'll see what I can do.
I'm really proud of the lyrics, by the way. That is why people lie.
I'm gonna have to go back in time. Say, you came in here like an hour ago, right? Let's see. Let me see if I can capture.
No clue.
It was about an hour ago.
You can screen capture live if you want. I can do it again.
Well, I mean, I'm the one doing the live streams, and I have a timestamp, like at the bottom of every video that I do, so I can actually capture what you did and then clip it out. So I'm gonna try to find it right now. Well, let's move on to further discussion. And I'll look that up and see if I can capture that for that first time you came in and joined. Sounded really good. I'm gonna see if I can capture it. Even if the audio, which I thought the audio sounded pretty good, so I think it'll be good to go. And I can record it. And it will sound exactly like it sounded to us. Or it'll sound like it sounded on the live stream, which what I just listened to, that's not what it sounded like on the live stream. So I'll fix it.
But the audio's screwed up.
No, but it's not Kentrail's fault. He doesn't know how to do what I do.
You know what the best thing is about it? That you don't have to record it. You can do it live like 500 times a day.
Oh, you're breaking up a little bit. What was that?
I can legit do that like 500 times a day without getting tired. So
No, I can tell. I can tell, bro. I can tell. I'm gonna tell you do this. You could do this for hours on end and feel. But it'd be really cool. It'd be really cool if you got a rapper, you as a team with a rapper, and maybe even somebody that's like behind you with a mixing board, but like just maybe even just like simple drum tracks, and you guys started making songs. And all of the sounds would just be you. There would be no like manipulation, like digital sounds or anything. Just like bass beats and snare and stuff like that. And you could do everything else, and then find somebody that's a rapper. That you guys like a trio, just somebody, or you could just do the drum tracks yourself. You guys make songs. Freaking put some like harder bass hits and snare or whatever, just like little things every once in a while.
I got those too.
I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't.
So for a trap beat, it's actually pretty common to do like that kind of bass.
Yeah, well, that sounds like a fun. Yeah, I guess I'd have to practice that if I wanted to do it, but I don't necessarily want to do it.
I don't know.
You got that covered, Whack.
I don't know if y'all like summer, but
have you worked with some rappers before where you guys make songs and shit? You must have, right, by now?
Not really, no.
Why, you should.
Fair assumption.
Okay, you don't have to. I'm just, or you can just do it all, just music and no rapping. You can do, and then you can do your rap.
Actually, sometimes I actually like to like leave the bass and do something like summer vibe, like. Something like that.
Okay, I ain't trying to tell you what to do. I mean, you fucking badass. I don't know how you do that. Well, just like the clicky. That kind of reminds me of like some of them African tribes that do the clicky sounds and shit.
Oh, yeah.
You could probably learn that language, bro.
You're doing a click. You're doing a. But you're not putting your tongue like on the top of your mouth. You're just dropping your tongue from where it is.
Yeah, I know. And you open your throat.
Yep, you hollow it out. Hey, are you trying to do them?
Yeah, I can do that, but you can go. Hey, I got a. Do you ever use a jaw harp? You know what that is?
Yeah, I almost broke it too.
I bought one. Yeah, I know. I was like, oh, you have to put it on your teeth? And I was like, oh, shit. But I bought one, you know.
Yeah. Don't break your tooth.
No. I already have one broken.
Is that a didgeridoo?
No, it's
that's
called a jaw harp, bro. Anyway, I thought I'd be able to do something with it, but I don't really want to mess with it.
Try not to break your teeth.
Yeah, fuck that.
I'm just gonna stick the duck sound. Also, one more thing, Elio. You know how you were trying to do the right?
Right.
If you keep the same mouth position, just widen it a little and blow out air with a click, it sounds like this.
Oh, you click your tongue?
Yep.
I can't do it as fast as that shit, though. I mean, I guess you could if you practice it.
If you want to click it, you want to hear how fast I can click it?
Go for it.
So it's
right. Dude, I'm a vocalist, so I know what you're doing with your throat.
Yeah. No, it's with my throat. It's with my tongue.
Oh, it's drop. No, you have to use your throat. You drop the bag. Really? What is it then?
It's just your tongue. You just click with your tongue. Just regular clicks.
Yeah, but you're changing the shape of your entire mouth, and it does go into the back of your throat.
No, it actually doesn't.
That's what that creates the different tones.
Look, this is a regular click, and when I hollow my throat, it turns into a hollow clap, which is.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
But I'm doing the regular one.
I mean, I can do. Well, I can't even do it right now. But I can go.
Oh, are you talking about the? Also, same thing. If you know how to roll your R's and shorten it, that.
Yeah.
And if you it turns, yeah, you hollow your throat and devocalize it, it turns into. So.
Okay, well,
can I be heard okay?
Something to think about. Yeah.
All right, so Helio was talking earlier about natural talent. You know, I think every single person on earth has natural talent for speaking, just about, minus the, mute people and the dumb and the deaf or whatever. And then in their 2s and 3s, they're told, shh, sit down, shut up. The whole thing, where they get you ready for school and life. Sit down, shut up, be quiet, stop talking. But it's like, I think we're all natural beatboxers. Like if we were to all sit down and practice, this guy coaching every single one of us. If we were to practice for a year, I bet we would all have our own little, thing to hum to beat to, or whatever you call. I don't know what you call it, beatboxing. I think we all got natural talent when it comes to making noises with your mouth.
It could work out like that, but he'd still be better than all of us at it. You know, unless somebody came along that was like, and then he would be like, hey, man, this guy has some natural talent toward this, and I'm going to grab him up from the crew and, like, are you freaking serious? It's like, are you saying that everyone can do what he's doing, or everyone can, you know, can? I don't really know what you're getting at.
I'm not saying that everyone can do what he's doing right now. What I'm saying is that everyone has natural talent for making noises with their mouth, and with a little bit of practice, we can all do it. That's all I'm saying. It's like I don't think you realize how much like natural talent we have when it comes to making little noises. And I know that he does it in a way where it's succinct and in timing and sounds good, you know, musically pleasing to the ear, right? But I'm saying we could all do that eventually. I think because, you know, I grew up in a hick town, right? You know, not a cowboy, not a redneck, but hicks, right? So these are like cowboy redneck wannabes, okay? So I lived in Marshall for like 6 months, Marshall, Texas. And I got exposed to, you know, flow, beatboxing, stuff like this. And, you know, people would just like pound on the table with pencils and pens and just make up shit like off the top of their head. And I got exposed to this culture. And like, I really love music. So I just kind of like embraced it and dove into it and practiced. And, you know, I can't do it live because I haven't done it in years. But, you know, like 20 something years ago, I was beating on the table and, you know, with my pencil and beatboxing and making all kinds of, you know, silly little raps or whatever.
Yeah. All right. We may not be talking about the same thing, Hank.
No, we're not. Obviously.
You think everyone has the same potential, Hank? Is that what you're saying, or no?
No, I'm saying everyone has potential.
In general.
Yeah.
Yeah, correct. Yep. I agree. I mean,
I figured somebody would. I think Helio he likes to argue.
He might not be able to do what he's doing. Some people are just more talented. Some people just have more potential. So we might practice for 20 years and never do what he's doing.
Dude, some people are are fascinated with psychology or fascinated with certain aspects of science, or, you know, they're really talented and it's something they're very interested in, and they have a perfunctory kind of thing, you know, they're already moving toward that way, and they have a natural talent for it. And in my experience, you know, in my experience in music, people that do love music, even though, like, from a young man, I kind of felt like music was my thing. I don't think that someone with that, without that thing won't. It's like, you guys ever heard somebody that can't sing, and then someone tries to teach them how to sing? If you haven't, I've been in that position. I went through that through all of my. I sung in choir all through high school, and I had to be leaders of sections. And it was like, hey, I want to be really good at this, but they really don't give a shit about it. But they also, some people wanted to be good singers, but they really can't. And so I'm like, come on, Hank, man, give me a fucking break, man. I've been through this, man. I spent most of my life trying to teach, or people that actually want me to teach them how to sing. You know, it's not, you can't just teach someone how to sing if they don't really have something to offer. I mean, if they're tone,
it's like guitar too.
You've heard the word tone deaf, right? You know, it's there's such a thing as that. Not everybody can learn how to sing.
There's people that play guitar for decades, but they'll never play like Jimmy, ever.
Dude, they can't even play like the guitar teacher.
And they passionately love it, all that.
No, sure, but it's just like, but that's not their passion, so it's not necessarily going to happen for them. They love guitar, they love music, but they just can't be a musician. You know, and that's fine. Who doesn't love music? Well, a lot of people don't, but most people do. Most people love music, but and yeah, I want to learn how to play guitar. Sure. I'm not the best guitar player. I'm to be honest, I struggle at guitar, but I've always been a good singer.
The crazy thing is, like, painters and artists that can draw like realistic people, just like naturally, they can just draw. Like, that's insane to me.
Yeah, you can be tone deaf, Italic Man like Ice-T and do music. Doing Slayer songs and shit, but he only got that fucking gig because he was already famous. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, there's certain aspects of rap where you do have to pay attention to tone and stuff. I wouldn't say all rappers are tone deaf or because that's ridiculous. But I think Ice-T is kind of tone deaf, but he's already famous, so he can make up a heavy metal band and do his shit. Yeah, it's laughable, but I like Body Count. I like some of the stuff they do. I'm not gonna listen to that shit all the time, but I like some of that fucking Body Count shit. It's just fun, it's fun. But he can go out there and do his shit. I mean, he's fucking Ice-T. And he can star on detective shows and shit from Hollywood. And then go out and do tours and metal shows. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous, isn't it? He can't sing worth a shit, but he can go out there and fucking rock the crowd, playing some Slayer covers and some of their own, original material and shit. Freaking badass, fucking, good for Ice-T. I can't sing worth a shit. But he's got balls, and balls is enough. I'll tell it, man. That's fun. Yeah, for real, bro. I want to hear him sing some fucking Guns N' Roses. I don't think he's ever done a Guns N' Roses song. I bet he couldn't do it to save his life.
I don't have your stuff. Don't have my stuff.
What was that? Oh, I see it in the chat room. Never mind. Yeah, Helio, that one is age restricted, so the bot just doesn't want to play that one.
What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was searching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just riffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, they would be sea drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ship disappeared due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician. Give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. definition of vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment they ill to the last demolition. You can see this is an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Not to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will resist them. Yeah.
I love that song. Does anybody else love that song?
Yeah, it's one of my favorites of his.
Yeah. Just like bars after bars.
Right.
Strictly flat earth related. Like water is sticking outside of balls, your logic is slipping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing your view on the world and the way that you're thinking.
Mic check again. Mic check. Anybody?
Yep.
Gen 4.
Yeah.
Gen 4. We're good.
Gen 4. Yep.
I had to reboot my phone or something, man. It's fucked up. Sorry. That beatbox shit was tight, man.
Yeah, it was, right?
Yeah, that shit was
I
freaky, man.
enjoyed it.
Yeah, that was super tight. When you're that that much of a aficionado at that, man, and that's like somebody playing a violin amazingly. You're like, it's the same thing. It's a lot of work, a lot of practice, and the results speak for themselves. And not a lot of people could do that, but Hank's right, man. Everybody can make noise with their mouth, man. And that's maybe that was a thing that, back in the day out in the fucking woods, you did just making noise, just to entertain
Make
yourself.
some noise.
Cha, 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 cha. Yeah. I have no doubt the first musical instrument was a drum. I have no doubt about it. Some dude was sitting there, just, with his fucking bow and arrow, man, started beating on some rock or something and say, oh, fuck, that one sounds different than this one. Fuck. Cool. I like it, man. I got a beat going. It's a beat. The first string instrument, man, would have been some dude with a bow and arrow, and he was plucking his string on his bow and arrow, and it was leaning against some kind of piece of wood or something. And he's like, what? No, it's amplified. Oh, this is cool, man. I gotta play this string right here, baby. I'm playing it, man. I'm gonna play that string on this piece of wood. Sounds good on the wood. Sounds good. But this wood sounds better than that wood. Tone woods, man. You guys familiar with tone woods? Maybe. Different woods have different tones. and the good tones are better than the bad tones. At least that's what they tell us, you know. But when doing a comparison, when manipulating the variables, some would sound better than others. All right. I just wanted to drop in and say that beatbox thing was cool, man. I really enjoyed it. It was a nice music talented guy. It's cool. And some other people came in the server today, man, that think they know it all, and they cite their own sources, and they're the source. I thought that was pretty funny. I'm the source. What? Oh, get the fuck out. That's hilarious.
You talking about Xanax?
Am I? Maybe not. I don't know. There's some.
You know, Xanax the citation. He's got a nickname.
Yeah. What's his nickname?
The citation.
The citation. I love that, man. That's perfect. Yeah. The citation, it never shows up with one. It's funny. Anyway. What a ball buster today. I can just laugh at, ridiculousness when you see it, man. You can laugh. And it's like, I don't know his agenda. I don't know. I'm getting paid. Probably.
Wait, you haven't talked to Xanax before, Flat Earth Dude?
Freemason. I don't know.
You haven't talked to him before? Flat Earth Dude? You haven't talked to Xanax before?
Man, he's ridiculous.
Okay, well.
No.
Good.
No, I see no point in that conversation. I was funny because he came in. He's like, "Hey man, I love it that you guys are so chill."
Well, we'll get to you. We'll get to you.
You guys like to chill
in a minute. Go ahead.
Yeah, I hear you, man. Yeah, I love that he comes in. He's like, "I like it. You guys are just kicking back and chilling," and but then he went into all this bullshit for fucking 3 hours. I'm like, I thought we were just chilling, man. What the fuck happened, man?
No, it never happens. That never happens with Xanax. We've been talking to him for years.
Yeah, I know. I've been listening to him for years. So I get it, man. It's just it's ridiculous.
But anyway, Lord Jeffrey wants to chime in. What you got going on, Lord Jeffrey?
How you doing, man?
No, not bad.
Well, welcome, man. What brings you around these parts of town?
Took a leap of faith. Decided to do the VC.
Faith.
Yeah, I was reconsidering joining this VC.
All right.
I chose to join. Yeah.
Have you been here before?
Not really.
Not really, or that's a yes or no question.
So I joined the server, right? But I didn't get VC verified.
Okay, cool.
And it's been like that. It was like that for a while, but then I got VC verified today.
All right, cool. So, what do you think? What do you think? Have you ever talked about? Go ahead, Larry.
I just wanted to know, was it me who verified you?
No.
All right, moving on.
Well, it really doesn't matter at the end. At the end of the day, have you ever talked to anyone, to any certain extent about this topic, flat Earth before?
I don't really like talking about it because not everyone's gonna get it.
Get it in what way? What do you mean by get it?
Like, I will plant seeds in people, but they're always in denial. If you show them the evidence, they're gonna be like, no.
Well, sorry, a lot of people, most people you talk to about this topic, especially when they first come across it, they're going to have a predisposition one way or the other.
I mean, yeah.
And so, I mean, dude,
Yeah.
and it's probably the same for you, and as it is for many people in here. First time I heard about it, I thought it was the dumbest shit I ever heard of, and I'm not even going to take a look at it.
Same.
But that was like 6-7 years ago.
Yeah, but that's an advantage, right? I like to see that as an advantage when I'm talking to let's say a globe earther, right? The thing that's special about being knowing the Earth is flat is that you were in the same position as the globe earther. So it's like looking at your past self. You already know the arguments. You already know the stuff they're about to ask, the stuff they're about to say. It's like a easy game. The only thing that you're fighting about is getting that guy realize it.
It's not a fight, though.
Yeah,
No, it's not a fighting, but that's how I look at it. Because you guys are, when you're talking to a globe earther and you're telling him the Earth is flat, you guys are going to argue, but the whole point is that they're not going to get it because they don't want to. But there's some people that will listen and hear it out, but that's rare.
Sure, and that's why we're here. We're here to have the discussion. People are listening, whether or not you believe it. People are listening
24/7.
There you go. Is that what you were about to say, Flutter? Go.
What happened to the server, though?
Hey, I'm gonna say, man, I didn't go that route. It got wrapped. We
Which
had
way
to
did
start
you
a
go?
new one.
Yeah, go ahead, Flutter, dude. Go ahead and say what you're going to say.
Wait, what route did you come from, Flat Earth dude?
I was gonna say, man, dude, man, some guy told me satellites were fake and there's no pictures of satellites in space, and I said, "Cool, man. I'll be right back, man. I'm gonna go prove you wrong."
So you started with satellites?
Okay, so how did you prove it wrong, dude? How did you prove it wrong?
And I go, dude, I never did prove it wrong, man. Satellites are fake, and there's only cartoons of satellites in space. There's no pictures. And I was like, well, that's interesting.
Well, that's the thing, man.
And that was it, man. I didn't fight. I didn't go, oh, dude, you're an idiot. But all it takes is one little seed like that to fucking set
you gotta
somebody
plant
off
these
and go,
seeds in people, man.
You gotta plant the seeds, man.
So
That's all you gotta do.
even if you are losing,
that's why I'm here.
Even if you are losing the little scuffle, right? The thing is, they're gonna think about it right after they leave. When they're done talking to you, they're gonna think about it.
Yeah, hell yeah, they are. They're gonna go, oh shit, I'm gonna prove that guy wrong. I'm gonna go, yeah, good luck with that, man.
Everybody that you come across in IRL in real life, or if they ever come across the server, they'll never forget the time they talked to a flat earther, man.
No, they won't.
So,
but yeah, planting seeds, man. That's all we can do. We're not like gonna fucking convince. I don't want to convince anybody, man. It's like plant a seed, and you got to go check it out for yourself, man. Good luck. Have a nice day.
It's like a lot of people will come in here and say, hey, you guys aren't doing this right and this right and this right. It's like,
fuck
all
off.
we're doing is talking about
What are you doing?
what we've come across. We're having a conversation. You came here.
Right.
So you found us. So if you don't like what we're saying, you can either leave or talk about it.
Yeah, man. Or just hang out and listen. Whatever, man.
That's a good one too. Or hang out and listen. Yeah.
Yeah. It's all good, man. Every day I learn something new here on this fucking channel. It's awesome. Thank you. I might not retain every fucking possible thing because I listen for fucking 6 hours.
That's not even necessary to retain everything. But, dude, after so many years, you pretty much hear every aspect of every argument. So it's not It's not like you're gonna almost like you're not gonna hear anything new. But
No,
you know what the really cool thing is? After you've been doing this for quite a while, you've heard almost every aspect of every argument, and when new people join,
yep,
that's why I asked leading questions. How did you find the server? I mean, what do you think so far? When have you ever talked to anyone about this before? You know, it's just simple questions. You get them to talk more.
Are you full of shit? You know.
Why am I full of shit?
Not you, like that's another one.
I know people make fun of my voice because I talk like this, but it's whatever. People make fun of my voice.
Full of shit.
No.
Oh, you guys crack me up, man.
No,
Hey,
dude.
No, that's one of the questions is you know when they start talking and we're like assessing what they're saying to us, it's like, are you full of shit? At some point, the bullshit meter detector goes off. You know.
Well, I mean, I don't blame people for people coming in here and say, "Man, you guys can't be serious, right?" You know, and they're all like defensive and shit, but they don't really know shit about the argument. You know, I can't blame them. You know, because I used to think the Earth was a globe too. What the fuck are you cracking up so hard? Maybe I missed the joke on me. Whatever.
And
you're breaking up, Kenny.
Ten to one, Kenny. Your upload-download ratio is 10 to 1.
Oh man. Hey, Flat Earth dude. Nobody can hear what you're saying. You're breaking.
Nobody can. I can't hear you guys either.
Well, now I can hear you.
It's even now we're even.
I think
I couldn't hear you either.
Yeah, because you were breaking up on your end. My shit's solid.
My shit is wire tested. It's been through NASA engineering. It's perfect. Yeah.
All that
shit. My internet is perfect. It's amazing. All right, no, you guys are great.
Why did Homeboy leave, man? The guy that came in, he was talking like a flat earther, but he's VC verified. He checked out.
Maybe he dropped. You know how that thing. Sometimes it just drops you. You know.
Yeah, maybe. Well, hopefully he'll be back. He got the VC verified. Sounded like a flat earther.
I'm not going to take it personally, man. You know?
I ain't either.
Offense is taken, not given.
That's right.
Exactly. And that's one of the greatest things I learned this year.
I don't think he was offended. He was actually kind of making some of the generic points about the beginning of the conversation. So
yeah, I mean, he's right, man. We got to drop some seeds. That's all you can do. We're not going to convince the masses. I don't think that's going to happen.
You know, shout out to George. If you're listening, get your ass back in here and bring some more.
Yeah, man. Bring some more good shit, man. Cool, man. I'm going to drop out, but I'm going to go do a little music hangout later. Like an hour and a half.
Where?
On my channel, man. You know how I roll.
I can do it on the other Discord, on Flat Earth Reality?
Flat Earth Dude channel.
On YouTube?
Yeah. Thursday night therapy, man. I do a Thursday night therapy session.
Drink a little beer, smoke a little grass.
That's about it, man. Play some music, man. That's about it, usually. And we talk about, shit sometimes.
All right, cool. I might check it out.
I'll put the link in the
it's the campus.
In the VC, man. I'll put it in the VC text, man.
Link up in there.
Check it out.
Yeah. And we support everybody here, man.
Well, keep it up, guys. Great day.
We support all the robots in here.
Fun day. And we had some, that robot. Where are you?
Do a little
Support all the
dance.
robots.
Make a little love. Get down tonight.
Get down tonight. Get down tonight.
Anyway. See you later. Ken. Oh. Thing. I bought Flat Earth Man's children's book off of Amazon. Alex Michael, Flat Earth Man. I received it today.
And
it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I mean, I didn't realize that it was just, which I think is cool. What it is, it's a flipboard basically of the Don't Believe in Gravity song with some clips of his songs and stuff. I didn't know that's what it was going to be, but I actually, I bought it to support him because I freaking love Alex, man. He's awesome. And so yeah, I'll share the link if you want to buy it on Amazon. It's really cool. I don't have any kids, but I just bought it to support him because as much as I love all his music, I've never actually bought any of his products. I just listened to it on YouTube. So I went ahead and bought the book. It's $13. It's pretty cool. And it's really like, it's just like page by page, with all the lyrics from the Don't Believe in Gravity song. Got some really cool pictures. And I guess no spoilers, but it's pretty cool. But as far as the lyrics go, it's probably 12 and above that would really understand anything. It's not a kid's book. I would say 12, 13 and above. Like it's like I put out a children's book, but it's pretty much clips from his Don't Believe in Gravity video with the lyrics, which I think is really cool. But
Gravity, what's that?
Yeah. So it has all the lyrics from that video and clips from it, and it's a flip book. It's a small clip. It's really cool. I'll take a picture of it. Just link for it. Man, it's really cool. He was on Jaron's show earlier today. I'm sure they probably talked about that. I listened to part of that show today, and they were all cutting up crazy like we do sometimes. Anyway, it was funny.
You mean yelling at each other?
No, just taking the piss out of each other, just freaking making jokes. Alex has been on here a couple times. So. Yeah, it was. Oh, I got into the piss drinking and shit. But it was. all in good fun about drinking your own piss. It's all in good fun, isn't it? We're not.
What the hell, Bobby?
I know. No. They weren't serious about it. It was jokes about it. And yeah, we don't do that.
Look, man, if you haven't looked into Dr. Brzezinski from, I think he was from like Poland or somewhere Eastern Bloc Europe.
Hey, but even better though, what they did talk about on Jaron's show with Alex Michael was the coffee enemas. That I think that was the best part of the show. You shoot coffee up your ass. Damn, I knew Hank was going to have to say something about this, but nobody can hear him because he's freaking. Larry, man, get your freaking mic fixed. But yeah, I mean, Jaron had a show with him tonight, and they were talking about coffee enemas like for 30 minutes. So I don't necessarily have an opinion on that. I don't see where it could hurt anything, but I just don't know how I would do that. So are there any, I don't know. I mean, that's kind of a personal thing to me. If I wanted to give myself a coffee enema, I'm not going to talk about it. But it might be beneficial for your health. I don't know. On Jaron's was the Baby Truther show. You can go watch it, and they give you some details about coffee enemas. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong or whatever. It could be, either way. Tell you what, if you go to a allopathic or allopathic doctor, they would never recommend it, but I'm not going to say another goddamn thing because there's some other things that they would recommend, and it has to do with some other shit that I feel like is really bad for your body. And when they recommend it, they get kickbacks. They make a shitload of money when they diagnose you with something. So, I mean, where can we really talk about this shit? Somewhere? I don't know. No, it was really it wasn't in jest. It was really what they were talking about on Jaron's show today. It wasn't in jest. In jest! Just play it. Usually ingestion goes through your mouth, but they were Hmm. Since y'all ain't talking, this might be something interesting to listen to.
Did you run everybody away?
That's a possibility. I mean, hey, I ain't gonna lie. If you guys think I'm going overboard, tell me to shut the fuck up. I don't have a problem with it.
No, bro. You're good.
But since nobody's talking, I found some. I haven't looked at it yet. Sometimes I'll
Well,
play.
I didn't know that I was on mute, and I'm using my headphones to unmute. So I was
What were you talking to dead air? Like you were just talking, but nobody could hear you. I do that sometimes.
That's right. That's right.
All right. So what were you saying?
I think the last thing I remember talking about was NASA doing it backwards, the coffee trick.
Yeah, well, I was talking about what they were talking about on Jaren's show today. And that's coffee enemas. But was there something else other than that?
You know, I mean, call me a crazy person, but I always thought, like, you know, all that stuff, excrement, you know, it's like, it's waste. It's a waste product. You know, I mean, call me a religious nut or whatever, right? But, like, we're not supposed to be drinking blood and all that stuff, right?
Well, well, every association with drinking blood is like a ritual, right? Now, when you consume meat, you're gonna get a portion of blood, right? So, I mean, you're not drinking blood, I guess, when you eat meat, but depends on how you cook it and whatever different animals and stuff like that. It's not you're not drinking the blood, that way. I think drinking blood is associated with different rituals. So.
Well, I don't drink no blood. Whenever I cook meat, I dry it off, like, thoroughly and then cook it.
Then you're doing it wrong, bro. Do you want your meat really dry without moisture? Do you think there's no blood in the meat that you eat?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I dry it off like the best I can, and then I sear it. And
No,
then
you
I
want to
cook it
get
till
all the blood
blood.
out so that you're not drinking blood, but you're eating the blood that is cauterized by cooking it. Okay, well, we're not talking about the same thing. Yeah, blood, drinking blood is associated with rituals. There's always going to be blood left in the meat. Come on, Hank, man, that's not the same thing. This is, that's really kind of a ritualistic thing. No, nobody's drinking blood when they eat a steak. Even if they eat it rare or medium rare, there's a little bit of blood left in there. It's like, oh, I can't eat that because I'm drinking blood. Come on, man. You're overthinking this shit. My opinion, you don't have to believe me. And when you eat a steak, you're not performing a ritual. Even though eating dinner, it's You give thanks to the Lord that you have a meal for your family and stuff. Or dude, who eats a freaking well done steak? If anybody eats a well done steak, they don't know how to eat a steak. So, and if
That would be my wife.
if really, well, that's pretty strange to me, but that's okay. She can eat a well done steak all day long. But if it's all about intent.
It's a woman's prerogative.
This is blood versus intent. Does she want the well done steak because she doesn't want to eat blood, or does she just like it because it tastes better to her? She likes to chew for like 4 hours every bite. I'm
Don't
not
know, don't care.
I don't either. I'm not thinking about your wife. It's just weird. People want a well done steak. It's like, wow, you just want to just like chew on it and chew on it. No, I mean, none of it's blood rituals or anything. That's not what meat eaters are about. We're not doing blood rituals. Just living like most people live on the plane of Earth. Like you have a farm, you raise animals, you eat meat, you eat eggs. Like, no, you shouldn't. A lot of people have different ideas about what we should do while we're living on Earth.
Yeah, I don't care if you make fun of my wife. Go ahead.
You mix what?
I don't care if you make fun of my wife. It's perfectly
No,
perfectly fine.
dude. What, dude? I'm not making fun of your wife. I just think I'll make fun of everybody.
I know, but it's okay if you want to.
I make fun of everybody that wants their freaking steak well done. I think it's ridiculous.
Here, let me help you out. You know how Hank shuts up his wife so he can get a moment of peace? He cooks his wife's steak well done. That way he gets about 30 minutes of peace for each bite. There you go.
It's not about your wife. It's anybody that thinks they. Well, I mean, I don't care how you like your steak, but I just think it's dumb to have your steak well done. It doesn't taste good. It's very chewy and it's not it's not satisfying. But if it's satisfying to you, go ahead and fucking cook your steak until you have to chew it for. I mean, you're working out your jaw muscles. I like mine like medium to medium rare. Like, oh, you can get botulism. Shit, everybody'd be dead if that was the case. Because most people like it like I like it. So, fuck off. I don't even eat steak a lot. I eat a lot of chicken. Fucking A, I live in northwestern Arkansas. That's where Tyson eat chicken most of the time. A lot of chicken places. I love chicken. Now, when it comes to cooking chicken, I don't fuck around when it comes to cooking chicken. You never want to especially breasts. You don't want a dry chicken breast. You can barely eat that shit. You don't want a well done chicken breast, but you want that shit to be at optimal temperature so you can get rid of all the salmonella shit, especially in this area, because I live in Tyson country. I think most people in America live in Tyson country because most of a shitload of your chicken comes from here.
I live in Bo Pilgrim country. He got a swimming pool shaped like a chick. Because fuck Tyson, that's why.
Because fuck Tyson. I mean, it's almost like I don't have a choice where I live. And I live in Fayetteville. I don't have a choice but to buy Tyson chicken. I mean, I do have a choice, but it's like nothing but Tyson and Walmart around here, man. So it's like,
I think if people understood how much of a choice they actually have, that like this place would be so much better. But it's like I always go back to this quote. It's a Perfect Circle quote. We're victims of sedition on an open sea. Right? He's talking about use your freedom of choice. He's like telling you right there.
Sounds like chicken shit.
Hey, have you ever seen Perfect Circle live, Hank?
You know that I have. I told you.
Oh, really? Well, I don't remember, but yeah, I only saw him once, and it was pretty bad.
Are you sure? I thought you said you saw Tool.
No, I've seen both.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Ooh, skunk. It's a polecat.
No, I saw Tool in Little Rock. I saw Perfect Circle at Rocklahoma. Anyway, yeah, I've seen both. Of course, I was drunk. What are you talking about? But dude, that Tool concert that I saw, that Tool concert I saw in Little Rock, they only did like 3 concerts that year. They did one in Little Rock, and I was like, "Oh shit, I'm in Little Rock!" And so I bought for my brother. My brother, I was like, I gotta buy him this for his birthday present. I bought 2 tickets for $128 each. We got some really good seats, man. Oh, it was so freaking badass, bro.
I got to tell you this. Like, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Garage band, right? Or play any kind of live music. There's 2 things that are impossible, right? You die without paying taxes, and you get the song exactly the same as you did the last time. This is impossible. It's impossible.
No.
When I went and saw them, oh, you disagree?
No. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah. So when I went and saw them, they played so good, man. It was like it was a studio. I'm questioning, like, is this like Milli Vanilli? Am I getting Milli Vanilli'd right now? That's what I'm thinking, right? Because it was so close to the actual album, but I could hear just the tiniest, the like 0.0001% of the played. So Perfect Circle has a remix album by Trent Reznor, and they remix a song, and they played a remix song live. I don't know how do you do that? Is that even possible?
With Trent Reznor, it's probably possible because he's a mixed master. Anyway,
I mean, they played it live, and it sounded like the studio version.
I don't know.
Like,
all I'm saying is when I saw Tool live in Little Rock, and they only had 3 concerts that year, and I saw them live in Little Rock, it was balls to the wall amazing, bro. And no. no remix or anything. But I'll tell you what. I mean, Trent Reznor. I'm a huge fan of Trent Reznor's shit too, bro. I don't know what necessarily you're talking about. He was doing some Perfect Circle stuff.
Just look up a Perfect Circle remix album.
Perfect Circle remix by Trent Reznor.
Yeah, bro. I told you about this before. A Perfect Circle remix, and it was Trent Reznor
I
who
forget a lot
remixed
of
it.
shit, Hank. Man, come on. Oh, shit.
I guess you do. I guess that's a fact.
Yeah,
but yeah, there's some really good songs on there, and I can't remember which one they played. I think it was. I'm trying to remember the name of the song. I know how to play it, but I don't know the name of the song.
Hey, so this is Trent Reznor trying to recreate some Perfect Circle songs?
No, it's a Perfect Circle collaborating with Trent Reznor.
Trent.
And they recorded an album. And it was a remix CD. So,
well, why don't you fucking send me a link? I'll check it out, bro. I don't think I've heard it before.
So Maynard, he brags about his side projects having side projects. This is what he's talking about.
Dude, I love Trent Reznor and the fucking guy. What's the guy's name?
Pull over.
Singer for Maynard. I mean, yeah, and all the guys. Well, I can't even think of the other guys' names from Tool because I'm a vocalist, so I'm not. I don't remember everybody's name. And of course, the front man is always remember. You remember their names. Dude. Trent Reznor and Maynard collaborated on if you told me about this for Trent Reznor and Maynard collaborated to recreate.
All right, I think this is the one that they played live.
Some Perfect Circle music.
I think that's the song. I just posted it. So if you're not familiar with Perfect Circle, you're not going to be able to tell the difference probably. But if you're familiar with the band and you're a fan, this CD is going to be, or this album is going to be the bee's knees. Like if you never heard this before,
this new?
This is the kind of music. No, this is old, man.
Okay.
This is the kind of stuff you listen to before you're at the gym,
Oh, dude, when Perfect Circle came out, I was like, fuck yeah. I mean, you talking about the first album, second album, Perfect Circle. Doesn't matter. I'll listen to it.
It's a mixture of first, second, third. They remixed all three of them.
So it was Trent and Maynard messing with some shit that they had as a collaboration. All right, I'm gonna check it out. I never knew about it. Cool. I saw Perfect Circle at Rocklahoma like 3 or 4 years ago. It was the bomb diggity, bro. It was freaking out of this world. Hey, Larry, have you ever watched any of the interviews that he had? He, meaning Maynard, had with
Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan is such an embarrassment, but can be, but Maynard's he's pretty solid on his shit. You know what I mean? He owns like a fucking vineyard in Arizona and shit. He's got all his shit together. I can't play this on here.
And I'll be in the car singing that like at the top of my lungs. Because I've always been anti-war, you know, peace person, peacemaker. And the lyrics of the song go, disconnect and self-destruct one bullet at a time. It's like, okay, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I'm feeling that. And then he said, I'm more than just a little curious of how you're going to go about making amends with the dead. It's like, yeah, how do you make amends with the dead? They're dead. You can't pay them back. You can't. That's why it's a sin. You can't, you know, get even with them. You can't pay the restitution. They're dead. So how you planning about doing that? Good luck with that, you know. It's like, man, I thought this guy was a Satanist. What is he doing singing peaceful songs, you know, about basically walking in equity, right? Meaning, you know, like Jesus, he caused no sin against his fellow man. Like, man was a Satanist. Anyway, like I said, I saw it live, and it was so good I could barely tell the difference between studio albums produced in a studio and the live music produced right in front of my face. It was that good. So well rehearsed. Almost unbelievably good. Like, I was really questioning there for about 20 minutes. Am I getting Milli Vanilli right now? Are they lip singing to a studio? Did they produce this in studio and then pretend to sing it? That's honestly what I was thinking. And I was in a garage band for 2.5 years, so it's not like I don't know music. So, Helio, did you listen to that song I played? Or that I posted? It's the campus.
What, did someone address me?
I did. I addressed you. I said, did you listen to the song that I posted?
I certainly did, and it was pretty badass.
I want to say it was brilliant. And I'm not even like that much British, but that shit was brilliant.
Well, the word brilliant doesn't have to be British, but yeah, I liked it. Yeah, I listened to it. Right before I just messaged you, and yes, yeah, I really enjoyed that one. That was really good. And that's not really out there much, is it? You know, that collaboration.
That's a hardcore fan type thing.
Yeah,
You know about it if you're
that's
a fan.
fucking. That's pretty badass. I ain't gonna lie. I like it. It's really freaking cool. So, I mean, is it Thursday night here? 24/7 Flatter Discord. I mean, if you've never been a fan of Tool or a Perfect Circle, which is it's not the same band, but there's a couple of members from that, and other thing. These projects are. There's something else. It's really kind of. It's music math. It's math music, right? And
yeah, we call it math metal. But yeah, you got it.
Yeah. It's very important for people. But you don't have to like that. You can like the other stuff. It's all good.
Heavy metal's kind of offensive to me.
It's offensive.
Chill out, Karen. Get your ovaries out of the knot.
Wait, I want to hear how it's offensive.
It's offensive because it's shaped like a fence.
Well, I wouldn't even consider Tool and a Perfect Circle to be heavy metal, to be honest.
That song that I posted was pretty heavy.
It's more like a
heavy.
No, but I mean it's heavy, but it's not metal in the sense like like Slayer and Exodus and which I still love those bands too, but those are pretty much set on a 4/4 standard. I mean, but not every single time. But anyway, there's a difference in my mind when it comes. Now you like Mudvayne, Gletflow? Yeah, I like a lot of Mudvayne stuff too. So yeah, I mean it's like it's like all of it sounds really loud and I don't understand it, so it's all heavy metal. No.
I bet Glatflow would like the drums at the end. The beginning part, meh, but the end. I mean,
yeah, Glatflow, watch that video. Yeah, it's pretty cool, man.
Listen to the video. Don't watch it. Close your eyes.
Listen, yeah.
Let all the vibrations.
Yeah, I've been into Perfect Circle since Murder since their first record.
Oh yeah, me too.
Josh Freese on the drums.
Late 90s.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and here I'm gonna do something. Hold on. Give it a sec. Go ahead and talk, guys.
Where's everybody at, Helio?
God, you
trying to get it back with the music. Trying to bring people back. People love music.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I'm here listening. I mean, why are you trying to get me to talk? What do you want to talk about?
Oh, hey, Danny Faulkner responded to me today, dude. I was so happy.
About
who?
He commented on one of my videos, or he commented on something. I can't remember what it was. But and then I was like, "Is this the real Danny Faulkner?" He's like, "Yeah." So I clicked on the thing and I looked up his face page or whatever it's called.
He's been following us. He's a fan of what we're doing here. So now
he's a fan of Flat Nasty, dude.
Yeah, I'm just
right.
Dude, Danny. I mean, he's talked to us a few times. He's following what we're doing. He's flat curious.
Yeah, he is for sure.
I mean, he's been working with the Entrance and Genesis project for many years.
Flat curious. No.
All right. Well, we're gonna borrow their fucking stupid terms, right?
That's hilarious. I think flat curious is just perfect.
All right, cool. So Danny Faulkner is flat curious.
Yeah, somebody who's afraid to admit that it's flat. And they just
But he wrote a book about. I mean, he's a PhD astronomer, and he wrote a book about flat earthers called what was it called? Flat Wrong, or what was it called?
I don't know. I forgot already.
Anyway, I didn't read his book, but he's been here a few times and talked to us.
Yeah, he's one of those.
He's
really,
definitely flat curious.
Well, he defends the globe, but he hangs out with us sometimes. Okay, so Helio, I posted, even though this isn't flat Earth, y'all were talking about it. The Perfect Circle is alternative rock first, and then they got a couple other genres, but it's in the live stream voice text. Is apparently this is what the world thinks a Perfect Circle is.
Yeah, when they first came out, that's accurate. The first album.
Exactly. Yeah, and then that's how they pigeonhole themselves. Their first record, people are going to be like, oh, so they're alternative rock. Oh, so they're hard alternative rock. Cool. Done deal. Doesn't matter what else they put out in the future. They're alternative hard rock.
They got one song, Blue.
Blue is so good.
I've never been into genres anyway. It's just like if I like a band, I fucking listen to it.
Well, and the only problem with genres, in my opinion, is that two things. One, everyone always gets it wrong. What kind of music is it? It's this, and then nine people out of 12 are going to go, no, it's fucking not. It's this. So that's number one. Number two, it's hard to talk about a band though without using a genre. You have to be like, oh, well.
Sure, in the public interest, if
who's Propaganda? Well, they're a punk band, and then that's that. But
it can be beneficial. It's just like, oh.
Here, let's compare them to Tool real quick. See what they say about Tool. Go ahead, keep talking.
I think Tool was metal, like compared to a lot of other bands. You might say they're like soft metal, but to me, they have their own genre. It's math metal, is what I would call it. But that's just me. That's how I
my pain is math metal too. So they're progressive metal or metal. They're just metal.
Math metal I think is a different category because that's the people go.
Hold on, you've got more genres. Perfect.
Yeah, that's the math metal shit. It goes.
That's what they call progressive. They don't call it math. They call it progressive because it's like progressing intellectually or whatever. Instead of writing songs in 4/4, they're going to write a song in, God forbid, 6/8. I'm just kidding. It's like sometimes like 7/13 is the time signature. You're like,
Hey, let me ask you this: have you ever listened to Animals as Leaders?
Yeah, they're fucking crazy.
I fucking love those guys.
Yeah, they're nuts.
I've seen them a couple times live.
Really? Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, they're badass, bro.
I never got to see them.
They're freaking. There is no 4/4 and that shit.
Yeah, like try to find the one. Just, I dare you.
Yeah.
There it is. There. Oh shit! No, that one's
the guitar player, Torin Abasi, the guitar player in Animals as Leaders. Holy fucking shit! He's so fucking.
Is that Bulb? Is it the same guy, Bulb? You know what I'm talking about? All that math metal shit, new metal.
Yeah, I guess. Well, I would even. I wouldn't even consider Animals as Leaders in any of those categories because, dude.
It's called Gent. DJENT.
Yeah, well, I mean, some of it's gent, but at the same time, it's just like.
Yeah,
there's no vocals. It's just like.
I mean, it's good for a second. Dude, I listened to that for maybe 6 weeks, and then I was like, I've heard enough of this for the rest of my life.
Well, it's just like, who the fuck? Yeah, I mean, it's just like, you like it and appreciate it, but you can't just listen to it all the time.
No, I get like, and there's a moment too. It's not like, oh, I think I could maybe listen to another song after one song ends. It's like in the middle of a song, all of a sudden I'm like, oh shit, I don't want to hear this for the rest of the month. I'm done.
Yeah, Toast the Bossy is a master.
Yeah. And it's
Who's
the thing,
drummer
because
from
Tool.
Perfect Circle? Who's he? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, Tool is different than Perfect Circle in their writing, in that they stick with the 4/4 or 6/8 time signatures, whereas Tool will they've tried to go numerous different places with their math rock. Also, Josh Freese, the drummer for Perfect Circle, he's one of my favorite drummers as well. So him and Danny Carey are both phenomenal in my mind.
Shit, there's a new video out by Animals as Leaders. I want to check it out.
Right on. Okay, and since I always do this, I do want to bring it back to Flat Earth. Now that we got some more people coming in, and it's dinner time's letting out on the coast, the West Coast that is, bedtime for the East Coast. If there are Globers abound listening, please bring us your evidence for the globe Earth existing as you think it does. We're gonna be not the first and not the last to tell you Earth is flat and stationary. And if you want to get real into it, we can talk about gas pressure. That's all I got, folks. My preamble to whatever comes next.
So where's these new people?
Oh, I just saw like every 10, 15 minutes, one person pop in a live stream, either Flat Earther or new, and one of the new guys is Keith FX that I've never spoken to, but he is server muted.
Server muted, huh? Keith.
Yep.
Watch out for Keith.
I mean, he has FX, like special FX at the end of his name. So he might be a super cool dude because he likes special effects. Oh, yeah, he's still here.
Or he might be like Jack Sparrow, not without my effects.
All right. Savvy. Speaking of Jack Sparrow, no, I'm just kidding. Not going to go there.
Well,
You're breaking up there, Larry.
never climb trees. Like, no, I got bills and shit.
Sorry, dude. You may have to start that over. But, yeah. And there's 2 God Rockins also, which is trippy to look at.
Well, it's because I'm still signed in on my computer at home. Sorry about that.
Oh, man, if there were anything that didn't deserve an apology, it'd be something like that, okay?
Well, just anyway, whatever.
You're good, God Rockin'. You're good. You're always good. Very good man. I mean that.
Thank you. You too, Flat. For sure. You work hard at trying to keep the room under control on Flat Earth, you know, where it should be. You're one of the few that is pretty diligent about that. And so I'm sure that it's appreciated, you know, by the mods and everybody else. So, you know, I just noticed that
especially
you do,
Dave Hinkle.
You know, you do put an effort out. Both, yeah, Dave does too, for sure. There's a handful of you guys that try to keep it on topic. And, you know, if that's what they want, then that's what they want, and so
Right.
that's just the way it is.
It's good too because it doesn't. I appreciate you saying that, and it doesn't seem to get into too many skirmishes. And I can tell you, I'm heavy-handed with it. Okay, I will let you know. Why aren't we talking about the curvature? But if there's only a couple of us out there acting like that, then the rest of everybody can talk about kind of whatever they want, and then we'll just be the buffers, kind of the refs, being like, all right, well, let's maybe see if we could take it back to flat Earth. And if you're right. If they don't, they don't. If they do, they do.
Right. Yeah, you're not bashful about it at all, which is good, and you're not real heavy-handed. You just put it out there, and and it is what it is.
Let's be honest. I have an attitude. Okay, everybody knows it.
Yeah, it's an attitude, but it's not like it's a super annoying attitude. It's
well, that's good.
It's more of I see it more as a vigilant attitude, wanting to just keep the server on topic for the live stream. So,
Right,
I mean,
right.
It's just something that the server people want. The people that own and run the server would like it to be on topic, and so you try and do your part. I rarely do that myself. I don't know. I'm just whatever. I probably talk off topic more than I should. So
Well, here's the thing, though. If everybody did it, we wouldn't have anybody coming in here to talk. So we only need a couple people like myself and Dave, and there's others that do it too, to be peppered throughout the day that just kind of try to guide it back, and that's it.
Right.
Like I said, otherwise we wouldn't have people bringing up other topics, keeping the audience flowing in and out. I think so. It's a balance. It's a total balance.
Right. All you can do is try to see what the results, what your efforts bring. Obviously, I think it does help keep it on topic for sure.
Yep. And another thing is, then I forget it. Of course. People coming in and hearing something that they're not necessarily interested in, and then someone brings it back to Flat Earth, they might be more willing to stick around and say, oh, so these guys do vacillate. They go in between topics instead of just get all off topic, and this isn't even a Flat Earth server. Really the only reason I do it is because I want the newcomers, brand new people coming into it, to see us always destroying the globe. You know what I mean? And and it's also another thing. I'm not smart enough to get into the minutia about Rayleigh scattering and light stuff. See, I couldn't even talk about it. So when people do that, to me, I'm like, yeah, get it. And then 3 hours later, all right. You know what I mean? But that's just me. That's just me.
Well, yeah, I mean, I look at it like this. It's kind of an experiment, I guess, in a way. I mean, you're trying to keep it on topic, and you just have to kind of wait and see where it goes and how well it works. And if it doesn't, I guess you alter your efforts a little bit or whatever. I mean, I'm just spitballing or thinking what might be going through your head, but
No, I got
thank God you do it, because I don't find a desire to do it. Which call me whatever you want for that, because I'm just being honest. I just don't find a desire to stay back on topic. I don't know. It's just not me. It's not that I don't.
And it gets annoying. I don't want to be annoying. I hope to give it enough time where people can exhaust the topic that may not be as pertinent to Flat Earth as, say, curvature. I don't want to be censorship. That's what I don't want to be. But yeah, I mean, it's a fine line. But yeah, I love this server. It's also why I am passionate when it gets to a certain point of, and not only that, Zanuck, having to listen to Zanuck's crazy mouth for just you know what I mean? I was getting sick of that, and anybody listening for a while might have been getting sick of his voice too. They weren't getting anywhere. Nobody was agreeing with anybody. Everybody had valid points, it seemed, but they were just arguing for the sake of it. So that's the kind of stuff.
Check it out.
Oh,
Zanuck,
no. Zanuck didn't have any valid
Zanuck is Zanuck, dude. It's all Zanuck when it comes to that, because this all started years ago on Nathan Oakley's channel, maybe here as well. I mean, I remember like 4 years ago, it was nothing but Zanuck every day. Him and Brenda, and just a couple other boneheads at Nathan's channel. And so I've been dealing with Xanax for probably close to 4 years. And it's never been a pleasant conversation. Never.
Yeah.
Because he's just such a zealot.
Yeah, to me, Xanax is only there to say, "Nuh-uh, you're wrong. You're an idiot. I disagree. You're over talking." You know, I mean, I just never really heard him made a good. He's never like come up to and said, "This is the curvature," right? It's always like, "How come the bottoms of Chicago has disappeared?" Well, from fucking 50 miles away, do you think you'd be able to see something that small? Like, what are you talking about? You can't see the cars and the street lamps? What are you talking about, Xanax? From 50 miles away, why can't you see the street lamps?
All right, settle down.
He boils my blood, bro. Because, that's a stupid thing to ask. We're asking, how come there's not curvature? We shouldn't be able to see any of the skyline. He's like, why can't you see the street view? From 50 miles away, you flipping moron?
Well, yeah, and then it just boils down, in my opinion. What do you really got? Where's your smokingest ass gun? Where's it at?
He doesn't have one.
Well, none of them do. That's the problem. See, I keep coming back to that too. I'm getting to feel really bad for these people. You can only do so much until it's just like, well, if they're not going to see it, they're not going to see it. It's 100% a choice on their part. We've shown them 1,000% of the information that destroys their globe model, destroys the whole thing. And so now it's just a matter of acceptance, setting the pride aside and saying, yep, I've been wrong. Yep, I'm sorry for my attitude. Yep, let's learn this stuff together.
No, they're never going to do that. Some of them are not ever going to do that. And I think Xanax is one, but that's just my opinion. I don't get it, but I don't want to get it either at this point, because it's always pointless to try and get it. It's always pointless to try to get through to it. It's pointless. And so I'm just done with it. As far as I just can't talk to him anymore. Don't want to.
Globe, I heard you say that some people just aren't going to see it. That's the argument that we would be making if every horizon distance was 1.225 times the square root of the observer sight in feet. And we were saying, well, you can't see past that because of refraction. Right? That would be the argument to make. Well, some people just aren't going to see it. But the problem is non-flat earthers are disproving the globe. Joshua Nowicki wasn't a flat earther when he took those photographs. The Guinness Book of World Records from 273 miles away, Mount Conahu, that wasn't a flat earther. So it's not that they can't see it, they refuse to see it. They're willfully ignorant, just like the Bible predicted.
I just got home from Mom and Dad's with a homemade bowl of chicken noodle soup. Oh boy, it's going to be good. Off topic, but I'm going in to eat my chicken noodle soup.
Add some cayenne pepper in there, bro. You got some cayenne powder?
Don't like it.
Okay. Always put cayenne in my soups.
I don't even have it in the house.
That stuff's good for you if you're having a cardiac event.
Zero cayenne pepper. What's that?
I've heard it's pretty handy to have some cayenne pepper around if you were having a cardiac event. I don't know if that's true.
Maybe. I haven't studied that. I haven't had a cardiac event for almost 10 years, and I feel really good. So hopefully I got happen any minute. My sister's a bomb cook. She makes her own noodles. This is like real chicken noodle soup. Homemade noodles and the whole schmear is fucking the bomb.
Made with that good juju. Ooh.
Yep.
Elio, if you're still there, I think A Perfect Circle did a song with who's the band that came up with the album White Pony? Deftones. Yeah. Deftones and A Perfect Circle, or Deftones and Maynard did a song together. That's a really good song.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking up some Meshuggah stuff. Larry, this probably might be a little too heavy on the side. You ever listen to Meshuggah?
I have no idea what that is. It sounds like a diabetes commercial. I have no idea what that is.
No,
Sorry.
I think they're from Sweden. Pretty fucking heavy, but anyway, I'm trying to find. I think I already posted it once. We were talking about animals as leaders, and they were playing some like gent kind of stuff, which Meshuggah really kind of invented the gent stuff like 20 years ago, and I don't want to misrepresent that. I think they're Swedish. So I'm trying to find this one song by them. I mean, it's one of my favorite bands. Anybody in here know who Meshuggah is?
What's the band's name?
Well, I mean, I don't know how to pronounce it in their language, but we call it Meshuggah here in America.
Never heard of it.
All right, well, here's their YouTube channel. I'm going to post it right now. Dude, and they just came out with a new video that I didn't know they were doing. Dude, if you want to talk about like gent, freaking like weirdness and freaking the drummer for this band, he's Neil Peart on steroids. And Hank knows who Neil Peart is. I don't know if anybody else knows
who's that. Neil Peart.
Drummer for Rush.
Drummer for Rush.
I got a friend of mine that took drum lessons from Neil Peart. He lived in California.
I mean, you don't. The way that this band writes music doesn't necessarily make sense to a lot of people, but I've been a huge fan of this band for 20 years. They've been around for that long. I've always loved this band. So anyway,
dude, I remember bitching because Rush wasn't in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. But no, I didn't know his name was Neil Peart. I just knew who Rush was.
Yeah, the drummer's name's Neil Peart, and he died. Like 4 or 5 years ago? I think it was a big deal about it. Neil Peart, he's one of the greatest drummers of all time. But this drummer and this band, I think, is one of the greatest drummers of all time as well. He's still alive.
Did you see that girl on the drums from the Carpenters?
Are you talking about the singer? Are you talking about Karen Carpenter?
Yeah, type it in right now. Karen Carpenter.
She's a fucking badass, bro.
Dude. Oh my God. So good.
Wait, have you never? Well, I mean, you've seen it now, obviously, but have you guys never seen Karen Carpenter play the fucking drums? She's a fucking badass. She's a master.
I'll tell you what, there's a drummer out there. I can't remember his name, but I'll tell you the name of the band. The band's called Dirty Loops. They've got a song called Work This Shit Out, or there's a drum solo in it. And it's a 3-piece band, bass player, keyboard player, and a drummer. And they are some of the best musicians I've ever seen in my life. It's not weird style music, but their skill level is like off the charts. Singer, his voice is off the charts. The bass player is like a world-renowned major. His name's Henrik. I'll think of it. But anyway, I can't remember the drummer's name. But if you ever want to listen to a very, very extremely skilled 3-piece band, their name's Dirty Loops, and listen to the song "Work Shit Out." They'll fucking blow your mind how good they are.
It got rocking on the link I just sent. I know it's really heavy, and I know you're not really into heavy music.
Yeah, I love heavy music.
Drummer. All right, cool. Listen to the drummer. This dude, there's nothing to say. It's like, what?
I'm telling you, the drummer for Dirty Loops.
I did see Dirty Loops. Yeah, I saw them like a few months ago. I remember Dirty Loops. Yeah, dude, that fucking guy's awesome too. Yeah. No, I got you. I remember. I think you probably introduced me to him several months ago. I just forgot. Yeah. All right, cool. Yeah. Dude, this guy from Meshuggah, I mean, he's been around for freaking 30 years playing in the same band. Dude, it will blow your mind if you never listen to this band. You'll be like, what? But it's all like, no, it's just like so focused, so interesting. Anyway. Most people, in the pop music scene or even the rock music scene in America, never heard of Meshuggah. This fucking drummer. It's only, as far as I know, this is the only band he ever played for. And, you can find some interviews with him, but, dude.
What do you think about Taylor Hawkins overdosing on fucking heroin and fucking benzodiazepine?
I don't give a shit about that motherfucker, but this drummer in Meshuggah, he's one of the best drummers in the world.
Taylor Hawkins was nothing but just a commercial style drummer. I didn't like him either.
Hey, did you say Taylor Hawkins?
Yep. For the Foo Fighters. Foo Fighters.
Oh, no, I think he was a great drummer. What are you talking about?
He's all right. Commercial is all.
No, sure. I mean, what the...
Not as good as Dirty Loops drummer. Not as good as the one guy you're talking about.
No. He's a pop drummer.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yep.
There's no judgment. There's no judgment. There's no judgment involved.
Good.
when it comes to like
not
good
impressive.
pop songs, good pop drummers, I can just let it roll. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
not going to
they're
give
good,
him
just not
shit.
impressive. They're just not jaw dropping.
I think he was a good drummer. I don't know what you're talking
Yeah, he's good.
about. Okay, cool.
Not
He's
a-
good.
not just-
Why were you trying to give him shit? And
He
the
just didn't
motherfucker
drop
just
my
did
jaw,
it.
bro. That's all. It's not one of those jaw-dropping drummers. He's very, very good. Just not a
No.
jaw-dropper.
Well, listen, like I was talking about the Meshuggah drummer. He can just he can do all kinds of and all kinds of different key signatures and all that kind of shit. That fucking guy that just died, he's creative, and he worked with Nirvana's drummer too. So it's a pop style. It's about how it's presented. It doesn't mean you have to be the best. It means that you make a good song. You don't have to be the best drummer. And I mean, I don't know why you're trying to take the piss out of him. When actually he was a really good drummer and he was talented, and
he was really
how
good.
much you wouldn't even know what's going on between the bands and all the songs they make. He might have wrote a lot of the lyrics. He might have been involved with the structure of the song and all that kind of stuff. The construction. This is how bands are made. Every member of the band has a part in it. When you're creating a song, come on, God Rocket, man. Why are you taking the piss out of this guy? He just
I
died.
didn't. I said he was really good. He just wasn't jaw-dropping.
No, he doesn't have to be. You know how he was jaw-dropping because he was famous. I mean, he actually made some really good jump tracks, and with finesse. He did it with finesse. You know what finesse is?
Well, of course I do. For fuck's
Okay,
sake.
then don't talk shit about him.
I didn't. I just said he wasn't a jaw-dropper. He was very, very good.
As a jaw dropper, I mean, even though I just came in and said the drummer for Meshuggah can go, and he also has finesse, but at the same time, it's just, dude, I don't talk shit about some of these badass drummers, but anyway,
I didn't talk shit about him.
No,
you kind of did.
Out of context.
To be honest.
The personal feeling, right?
Said he was very, very good.
He
just wasn't a jaw dropper. That's all.
That's good. That's okay.
The whole band was jaw droppers. Over it was just pop songs. It was just like
I've never heard of it.
Foo Fighters are nothing but commercial.
It's Taylor Hawkins from Foo Fighters. I mean, he's the drummer for Foo Fighters.
Used to be.
Oh, Foo Fighters. Well, yeah.
Yeah, he died. He died at last month.
Oh, him. Okay, no,
Yeah,
I get where. No, now I'm right on the same page. Yes, sorry. Yes, I mean he's good. Really, personal effect. I mean, I don't think he's.
I mean, it's just like he could probably play
really
faster and better than he did, but he's a pop star because he was a part of a band that was pop music.
He played in like 3 other bands too, in case you didn't know.
Sure, I don't know because I've always been a metal. I mean, I didn't really get into. I mean, I like some of the Foo Fighters songs and stuff. I didn't plug the Foo Fighters album in and listen to the whole fucking thing, but I did like some of their songs. And whatever he did before that,
he was playing for Alanis Morissette when he got hired on.
All right, cool. I like some of them Alanis Morissette songs too.
Mm-hmm. You too.
But it was like Alice in Chains. Alice in Chains, I listened to the first 3 albums they had. I listened to them religiously. I couldn't stop listening to every single song they had. That was an original let
me ask you this: how am I taking the piss out of Taylor Hawkins when I know who he played for before he played for Foo Fighters? I know that he plays for 3 other bands and the Foo Fighters and writes his own music. I know all about him, followed his career very closely, and you're telling me I'm taking the piss out of him?
No.
I know every fucking thing about him because I'm impressed with him, but he's not a jaw-dropping drummer. Good. And he's very busy. He's with different bands. He's fucking, all kinds of shit.
Yes.
Very, very talented young man.
All right, cool. So, if I need to, I'll take it back. But at the same time,
need to. It's like I said, I know everything about him. Why would I know everything about him?
So would he be more of a? Would he be more of a like a hired drummer for the? Even though he's very talented, is it more of a hired thing? And he's not for the original music necessarily. But I think he is. I think he had a lot to do with when Foo Fighters came up with a lot of their good stuff. You know what I mean? It's not like
Dave Grohl writes almost all of it.
I know he does, but at the same time, have you ever been in a band, God Rockin', writing music?
Huh? Ever been where?
In a band writing music with people.
No, but I used to own equipment. I used to own 2 4x8 walls, a 36-channel mixing board.
That's not fast.
Well,
anyway, so
highly involved with producing.
So anyway, so if you're not writing music with members of a band,
but I was making it sound right.
Okay, cool.
Mixing it, yeah.
Mixing it, yes.
We're not going to get in this argument.
I just 36-channel carbon mixing board.
I just mix my soundboard.
The Black Swan.
Ballers run away about.
Sounds pretty good, doesn't it?
But anyway, yeah, that's pretty cool. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of different. I mean, it's like when you're writing music together, like as a 4-piece band or anything, everyone should have an opinion. I mean, I'm not sure what it looks like on the production level if you're already signed or whatever, and but I don't think that's the same for It's like, hey, he just played drums. No, if you're going to work together and make this shit sound good, you have to work together as a team. And otherwise, it's not going to fucking work. Anyway, because I've done it. Shit, I made 6 fucking albums. I know how it works. And I always took advice from every single member of the band. Nobody owns that shit. As far as the creativity goes, lyrics, one person. Well, I mean, sometimes there's collaboration in lyrics. Writing of the music, that's between guitar players, bass players, freaking all that shit. It takes a lot of time to work all that shit out. I mean, if one person's like, I get an idea for a song, and it's really simple, and it works out really good, maybe Dave Grohl wrote a fucking couple of those songs, and it's like, this sounds really good. It's really simple for me to put it out there. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, well, that shit worked out pretty good. Hey, Dave, take lead on this, dude. That doesn't work. It doesn't work that way in a, in a band, dude. I can tell just from listening to Foo Fighters that Dave wasn't the one that wrote all that shit. He didn't have total control over that band, and from what I can tell from Dave Grohl's spirit, he didn't want to be the one that. If he wanted to be the only one that wanted to create all that music, then it just wouldn't have happened that way. So yeah, just
Well, I followed him really close, and you're not quite right about what you're saying, but whatever.
okay. Well, fuck it. I haven't followed him really close. So Dave Grohl wrote everything, and he had total control over all the.
He had total control over the band. He absolutely he hired every one of those members, hired them to play for him. It was his band. They were employees of his. Every one of them.
That's
how that worked.
Well, he contracted with a record company to hire his members, but at the same time, he wanted, of course, he wanted creative control over it. Which, if he had,
he hired his members personally. He didn't go through no record company. He has his own studio.
Now he made a movie with them.
I know, 666. How disgusting.
Yeah, well, that's not the same way for every band.
Do you know who Billy Coyne is? Neil?
No, I don't know who that.
He's the producer that produced the first 2 Kiss albums. His name's Billy Coyne, lives in upstate New York. He's a personal friend of mine.
What? Okay. So you're a shield too?
Huh?
I'm just fucking with you, bro.
Just saying. That's where I played a part in the music industry. I had the mixing board, I had all the equipment, I had all the amps, I had all the mics, all the equipment, everything. Floor monitors, side fill monitors, was all mine. Everything was all mine. Band played with my equipment. And Billy Coyne used to fly out from New York to try and help me get a couple of bands together out here in Utah. It kind of went astray because I went to prison. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. But Bill was a good friend. And he used to fly out. I'd fly him out. I'd pay his ticket. And he'd fly out and I'd get him a motel room. And we'd hang out for a week or whatever and try to work on some things. And it just didn't work out because I fucked up and went to prison. So anyway, I've done a lot of shit, bro. I mean, construction. I mean, I've done a lot of crazy shit.
Yeah, I know you have. I've heard you talk about it before. Yeah, a lot of us are open about some things that have happened in our past. So it's not.
Yeah, it's like this is all like 30 years ago, bro. I mean, a long time ago. So I don't really care about sharing it. I mean, it's like it's not who I am today. I'm a totally different person today, and I was involved in some really super crazy shit way back when. And I'm glad I'm not anymore, because if I was, I probably would be locked up for the rest of my life. And yeah, I feel good about what I've done, getting away from it, getting out of it. And
or you might be Bob Rock.
I don't know about all that, but
I'm just fucking with you.
I'm just saying I was doing some crazy shit way back in the day, and just
me too,
just
bro.
having fun and just going crazy.
No, I wasn't trying to take the piss out of anybody here, but yeah, I've done some crazy shit too. But anyway, hey, God, Rock, and I think we ran everybody off.
Yeah, fuck them.
Yeah, fuck them anyway.
Billy Coyne worked with Kiss. He worked with Madonna, Billy Idol. Who else?
I didn't work with big names like that, but I did travel across the country, like singing rock and roll and fucking.
He was
heavy
my
metal.
friend.
I believe you, brother. Flobe has a point. Just keep asking for curvature measurements, and you'll get nothing but tears. Ballers tears. No, no, no.
If only Glober's tears could make the world go round. But it's not happening. Okay, that time I was trying to sound like the monk. So where's the coach? Anybody got any? Can I get some coach? I don't mean to beg, but please, can I get some demonstratable curvature? Someone just tell me where to go, where to look, because I tried looking over water. I couldn't find it there.
I got a
If I look
question
at-
for
Go ahead.
all of you. Why do you keep asking for something that does not exist? Why?
Because people claim that it does exist.
I know,
And
but it doesn't.
I like to ask over and over because it obviates that there isn't any to be found. And the more we ask, the more they don't provide. You know what I mean?
I was just wondering. I just wanted your personal opinion of why.
Yeah, I feel mad about it, sad about it, right? Because I know they're never going to be able to provide it. So it's almost like asking a squirrel to do your taxes. But at the same time, the squirrel is really yelling, "Hey, I can do your taxes." So, like, okay, man, give it a shot.
Come on, Nubby, read the IRS code. Just give it a one over.
So that's the thing. It's like I want to see how hard they can really try, but then I want to see them concede to the truth at some point, right? So that's why I keep asking.
Good enough. I'll accept that.
Yeah, that's my answer. But so that's the thing. It's like for Globers listening, I'm not. I don't know how to put this. I don't want to be mean about it. It's two-pronged. First, I ask because I want you to understand that you can't find any Earth curvature, so stop defending it. No, really, it's embarrassing at this point. And then it's like, all right, cool. Can we move forward and really start teaching you how to do this? And then later you could teach me some stuff that you learn about how it's flat, stationary, and enclosed.
It's almost like they're patriotic for the globe, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nationalism for the globe. Like if you listen, they go to war for it, guys. Probably more so than for another country. Does that make
These
sense?
Globalists are national Globetards.
Yeah. They would. I mean, tell me I'm wrong, Globers. Well, I'm going to go fight for my country. Are you sure? You know you're going to fight in Afghanistan. Well, yeah. Okay. So you weren't fighting for your country. You were doing something else. Yeah, okay, fine. Right. Well, do you believe in the globe? Yeah. As much as democracy? Yeah. Well, we got a war for you to fight. It's crazy.
It's more than that.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Oh, of course.
I just want to help. I mean, I'm only human. I'm going to get an attitude about a lot of stuff, but I just want to help someone get from... It's literally, in my opinion, like helping an old lady cross the street, okay? That's exactly how I see it. She may or may not be able to do it on her own, but it's better with help. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It sounds terrible. How else am I going to think about it? We give them all the opportunities in the world. All the wheelchairs, all the ramps. Nope, they want to walk across by themselves. Well, okay. When you get over there, can you then start studying the subject?
That's what they are. They're patriotic globalists.
I think so. Very dedicated. Like, more so dedicated to, quote-unquote, knowing that Earth is in outer space and spinning and there's aliens and stuff than they are about their favorite sports team. Put that in perspective. You hear what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, like, you see a bar full of guys screaming about some team winning or losing. So they're screaming about some team winning or losing, right? And they look like it's the thing they've never been more into something than in that moment with that sports team and those friends drinking that beer in that bar. Well, people are more convinced that the Earth is a spinning ball in space than they would be about their favorite sports team winning or losing. You see what I'm saying? It's more ingrained. Way more ingrained. That's why they get violent, right? You can go up to a Packers fan and say, hey, Packers suck, and they'll be like, whatever. You go up to the same person and be like, hey, you know Earth is flat, and they'll punch you. Not really, but I hope you see what I'm saying.
They might.
I mean, yeah. Might. Especially if it's a Packers fan, right? I'm just kidding.
So I know most people don't like, the Matrix film, but the same brothers who made the Matrix, they made this movie called Cloud Atlas. And Cloud Atlas is a lot like the Matrix, right? It's a lot like Stanley Kubrick after he made the movie with Jack Nicholson. There's a lot of symbolic messages, in there, subliminal messaging. And, it's really interesting. There's a scene where these old people are trying to break out of the old folks' home that they signed themselves into without realizing it was a trick, right? And they're trying to break out, and there's this one old Irish guy, and you think that he's, like, completely gone, because all he ever says is, I know. And at the point when they're about to escape, they're like, what about Mockingbird? And they're like, take him. He's a good man, So they take, Mr. I know. They actually had to go back and get him because he was late. So they go to a bar, and the football game, soccer, had just ended. And it was like the Irish versus Manchester United, and the Irish lost. And at that very moment, here comes the people trying to get the escapees. And they come through, and then Mr. I know, who never said anything but that, he stands up and gives this amazing speech about these bastards are trampling over my God-given rights. It's like such an amazing speech. And then they kick the shit out of those people. And it's like, It's like they have that kind of fervor for the globe. Like they're willing to like get their ass kicked over the globe. Because think about it, we're murdering them when it comes to these debates. I mean, that's why Professor Dave and Dr. Bob, like, they're getting killed. As far as I can tell, on their arguments, because all they do is attack strawmans, and that's not how you win a debate. So to wrap it up, anyway, if you've never seen that one scene, it's a beautiful scene. But yeah, I've come to realize that I think these Globers are like lawyers. They don't want us finding out about our God-given rights. And as soon as you realize it's flat, it's like, holy shit, it's fucking flat. And there's a creator, and I have God-given rights. And the lawyers are like, so yeah, if you've never seen Cloud Atlas, you got to watch it like over and over again. It's like, okay, so anybody who's seen like Planet of the Apes or Marky Mark or whatever, you're like, God, this movie's racist. I'm never watching this movie again, ever. Right? But when you watch Cloud Atlas, you're like, I'm gonna need to watch that again. And then you watch it again, and you're like, I'm gonna need to watch that one more time. And you can look up reviews on the movie, and somebody's going to be like, "Oh, there's a bunch of dudes dressing like women and women dressing like dudes, and a bunch of weird shit in the movie." And yeah, there's a bunch of weird shit in the movie, but I really like that movie, and I don't like Hollywood.
Here's this receipt, my bad.
So yeah, if you ever watch Cloud Atlas, remember Mr. Meeks. It's a fine gentleman.
I saw that movie a while back.
It's one of those movies, if you not pay attention to the subliminal messaging and stuff like that, you might miss it. But if you're like trying to see it, if you're trying to read between the lines, it's like, oh my God, I'm never eating at McDonald's again. I mean, I already figured that out way back in the day with Super Size Me.
Yeah, it's laid out that way. To have to watch it several times and all that.
Yeah, and the Asian lady who's a fabricant who became like a god in the future, she was like a goddess. Like, her words were really good. Our lives are not our own. They're interwoven and connected between everyone else's. It's like her words, like Omni 451 or whatever her name was. Like, if you look up those words, like, that's actually pretty legit.
It's been too long for me to even remember any of the themes or anything.
See, I'm the type of guy who can't watch a regular movie. It's just too stupid. I can see the plot before the movie ends, and then once I see that, then I'm like, I can't suspend my disbelief any longer. So
Especially standard action movies and shit.
yeah,
It's like so boring and just going through the motions and
even mystery
hollow.
movies. What's that one movie? Something about the Oriental Express, and it's got Johnny Depp in it. Murder on the Orient Express. Anyway, I
Murder
figured
on the
out
Orient Express?
something like that. I figured out the plot. I figured out the movie before it ended, and I was like, I don't like it when I can figure it out. But when it's a movie like Memento, where I have no idea what's going on, or Magnolia, or something like that, I love that type of movie. It's like you have no idea what's about to happen.
I like that too. The Orient Express story I like only because many years ago I watched a lecture by this guy that did a lecture on Illuminati and all that. And he's like, people keep asking me, what is the Illuminati? What is Freemasonry? What is this? What is that? And his lecture was based on murder on an Orient Express, and you find out it's everybody was the murderer. So it's not as simple as, oh, I thought you said it was the Freemasons. I thought you said it was the Rosicrucians. I thought you said it was the Jesuits. I thought you said it was small hats. I thought it's all of them.
I've actually just got through doing a little bit of research on the monster from Manhattan Island, right? And this monster is the octopus that I call Oligopoly. So this octopus has all these groups, right? The Rosicrucians, the Knights of Malta, the Knights of Columbus, the Jesuits, the Small Hats, all these different conglomerates are working together, right? So if you study the anatomy of an octopus, it can blend in and pretend to be a rock or a predator or all these other different animals. It's a shapeshifter. So imagine if an octopus could live for hundreds of years and plot his revenge on the humans, right? And that's exactly what's going on. So people get caught on a tentacle or they get caught on a suction cup and they're like, it's the Jesuits, it's the Jews, it's the Knights of Columbus. No, it's the Knights of Malta. They control the games and the circuses. And everybody thinks that they got it figured out, but it's actually all of them, right? It's all these secret societies. They're all working together for the
They all have a
Vatican.
purpose. Just like an app
Right.
on your phone. You have your calculator app to do calculations. You have your whatever app to do whatever. It's just different functions for different things.
Right. So this octopus, I recently learned about it. I learned about the guy. He was a Texas oil field guy. I think I saved the video. I hope I did.
But octopus.
Yeah.
Are you still talking in metaphor, or what are you talking about?
Yeah, the oligopoly, this octopus. It's all the reasons why we're a slave. It's all these groups together. The Federal Reserve System. Anytime you hear the system, like System of a Down, the system, the beast system, it's the Federal Reserve System. That's what they're talking about. I'll be right back.
Well, the city of London, I would say, is above the Federal Reserve, but I'm not sure about the 13 family thing. To me, that feels like hocus pocus. I think there's a whole panel or a whole lineup, 60, 70, 80 families that we've never heard their names ever spoken, that are utilizing these families like the Rothschilds and everything. Like the Rothschilds have gold stars for being good boys and doing what they're supposed to do for the families we've never heard of. I just watched Dave and Jaron try to flat smack that author, and that was brutal, man. Man, that was brutal.
Man, I'm here to tell you, man, this whole God thing is real, bro. I don't know how to explain it, but it's like these things just keep happening. And it's like they happen when I do the right thing. When I do the right thing, man, do I get flack for being over the target. And when I do the right thing, I also get blessed. And it's like, man, like I'm just like watching this stuff like unfold. And it's like, what are the chances of this happening? Because when I do the wrong thing, the thing that I know I'm not, the thing I know I ought not do, like I'm not getting attacked at all. I'm quite comfortable. But when I do the right thing, it's like, man, okay, so that's what's up. And then something happens, and it's like, oh, that's what's up. I'm just here to tell you, this thing is real. And I think that's what it boils down to. They don't want you to know about your God-given rights. They don't want you to know about the status correction. They don't want you to know you ain't supposed to be a U.S. citizen. A citizen of a place they used to call Rome. That's what you think you are? That's not what you are. You just think that's what you are.
Jose.
Oh, this whole U.S. citizen bullshit. I don't know, man. Benefits and privileges don't sound like it's worth it to me. So there's a scripture and it says, if my people, let's see, how's it go? If my people who are called by my name, if they will repent from their sins and change their wicked ways, I will heal their land. Dude, I'm going to go ahead and give it to you. Like this is how to do it. The whole out of Babylon, I think this is how to do it. I mean, there's more to it than this, but this might put you on the right track. Because, you know, people keep saying, oh, I'm woke. Oh, I'm woke. You ain't woke. You sleepwalking. And I know you are because so am I. I'm sleepwalking. I ain't woke. I'm in the process of waking up, but I ain't woke yet. And I think that's, you know, like people, like they kind of use it as like a status. Oh, I'm woke. What kind of woke are you? Are you like leftist woke? Because that doesn't sound good at all. Like you're virtue signaling. Look at me, I'm so good. Look at me, I'm so good. Like, no, ain't none of us good. Ain't none of us good. None of us. So that thing that I just posted, straight out of Babylon, like I'm pretty sure that's what I've been looking for. I would. What the, that don't sound very efficient. Anyway, so yeah, after doing, you know, a little bit of research, I'm pretty sure. What is wrong? I'm pretty sure that this is what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be coming out of Babylon. I think that's why they argue so hard against us, because if we ever figure this one thing out, we're not supposed to be U.S. citizens. We were all state nationals for minutes, hours, maybe even days, until our mom signed that paperwork and registered us. She registered us. Like when you register the car and they get the title and they own it and you don't, our moms registered us because she was in the worst condition in her life after carrying the baby for 9 months going through labor on all these drugs, and she was considered fit enough to sign a contract to register her child with the state? I don't know. It seems to me that doesn't meet the requirements of a contract. So maybe, just maybe, it's null and void. But if you keep on taking food stamps and TANF and benefits from the government, making minimal points of contact with your social security number, every time you check that box, U.S. citizen, you're letting them know what is citizen. City, municipal. What is Zen? Like an employee. You're a city employee. That's why we're saying, hey, cops, you're our servant. The cop's like, yeah, right. You're a U.S. citizen, aren't you? We're all public servants.
Hello.
Hello, what's up?
How's it going tonight?
Good. How you doing, bro?
Pretty good. Pretty good. It just got quiet all of a sudden.
What you got? What you talking about?
No, I said it got quiet all of a sudden.
Yeah, I was trying to free my people.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're listening. Maybe that was a seed, and they need to hear it a few more times. Maybe I need to say it again. Maybe I need to say it 3 times. Are you a U.S. citizen? Is it because you want to be? Do you want to be a U.S. citizen? Do you like them having jurisdiction over you?
Hank, why'd you change your name?
I found out that it was against my religion to have all these titles and false images of myself. I found out that I am who I am. I am only a man, and I cannot afford any of these titles.
So should I just respectively call you Larry then for now?
I can't hear you.
No, I just don't know what you. I just didn't want to offend you at all. I mean, it's like, hey,
No, you
you're
can't
going by.
offend me, bro. Who are you? I'm Larry. Who are you?
I'm Julius.
Julius. Mr. Bro.
Well, that's my middle. It's my middle name, but
That's all good. I don't care.
yeah,
So what do you have to say for yourself?
not much. Just been around. I actually never ever get on and voice, but I always listen. Like I just leave it on through the night. So pretty much every night I turn it on, just leave it on.
So you know me a lot better than I know you then, right?
Probably.
Well, that's fair enough. Well, thanks for coming on. Introducing yourself.
Yeah.
You know, I know it takes a lot of guts if you're not used to doing it. Public speaking isn't for everybody. In fact, for some reason, people say it's the number one fear.
No, I'm kind of shy, honestly. I mean, I don't know. I shouldn't be at my age, but I am still. I just kind of stuck with
Shy
me,
in
I
public.
guess. Yeah.
Shy in like actual public.
I'm socially awkward sometimes. I don't know.
Me too. And in real life. Hell, maybe in here. I don't know.
Is Helio
But,
is Helio out there, or is he just? I see him muted, but I didn't know if he was still there.
oh, if he's here, he's talking.
He might have went to bed.
He's probably listening to music, not him. So, did you hear what I was saying before you came on?
A little bit. I was eating pizza at the time.
Right.
I was listening, but I was kind of in the background. I wasn't sure what was going on. It kind of sounded like I don't know. Things got a little weird.
You probably heard some stuff you're not used to hearing about God-given rights.
I honestly didn't know what was going on, to be honest. But
so what do you think about that? Like when people say, why would they lie? Do you think they would lie about our God-given rights?
I don't. I mean, do I think so? I mean, yeah. I don't know.
You believe you have God-given rights?
Yeah, I do.
So if these rights are unalienable, which means that no one can put a lien on them, why is it that we give them away so freely?
I don't know.
Did you go to public school?
No, I was a Catholic boy growing up, but I don't really go to any
cool.
churches.
Excellent, that's good, because I don't know too many Catholic people around these parts. So, did they teach you any law classes in Catholic school? Trust law, contract law, tort law, anything like that?
No, I don't remember anything like that.
So, the whole nation, from sea to shining sea, everyone I've talked to, they say that they didn't take any law classes in public school. Right? But at the same time, ignorance is no excuse. Isn't that what they say?
Yeah.
So when they take advantage of us because of our ignorance, is it really their fault or is it ours?
I'm pretty sure it's our fault.
Yeah, it is our fault. It's kind of like if you were my buddy and we had some drinks, I said, hey, I'm going to take your truck and I'm going to go mudding. I'll be back sometime tomorrow morning if we got to go to work. And you just sit there and tacitly agreed, right? It's a contract. You didn't say no. Hey, that's my truck. You got no right. You didn't say anything. You just smiled and waved. Like, if I break your axle, whose fault is it? Is it mine?
Probably.
No, it'd be your fault. Because it was your truck. You were the only one with the right to tell me who can and can't drive it. So if I told you, hey, I'm taking your truck, and you say nothing, and I break your truck, that would be your fault.
Well, I mean, on paper it will be. I mean, I can see that.
So all these tacit agreements, are you aware of all these tacit agreements? Let me give you one for example. You go into a restaurant, right? You got a big family, and you order, the most expensive wine and caviar and all this stuff at this 5-star restaurant. Like, you're pretty much in a non-paper, non-verbal, just a tacit agreement contract with the place that you're going to pay for all this. Like, if you rack up like a $500 meal between you and your little family, like, you're under contract, right? You can't just be like, well, I didn't know, there was no full disclosure, right? It's a tacit agreement, right?
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I'm just not sure where you're going.
Well, that's what's going on at the court system. Like, we go in there and we appear to their summons, which, what's another word for summons? Like a seance? So they're calling the dead, and then you come forward and you say, yeah, that's me. And then you have a tacit agreement already. Because when they said, all rise, what'd you do? You did exactly what the fuck you were told to do. That's how they know you're their little bitch. Right? And then when they call your name, you said, yeah, that's me. Is that you? Like, are you your driver's license? Is that you? Like, this piece of paper? No, bro, that's not me. This is me. The flesh and blood. I'm the man. So that's why I can no longer afford to be known as someone else. So you went to a Catholic school. What was that like? Because I went to a Protestant public school.
I don't know. It was really boring. I went to church like 3 times a week, and I was an altar boy. That was it.
So I told you that I was a Protestant. Just so you know, it's not you that I'm against. It's the hierarchy within the church that I'm against. Anybody who kind of like tries to assert like authority over me, I'm not exactly going to be happy with that. So, like you as a Catholic, if you still are, I don't know. Like, I don't see you as a problem. I'm cool with you, right? I just don't like the whole.
I don't go to church anymore or anything like that. I mean, I had enough of that when I was a kid.
Yeah, organized religion, lawyers, doctors. Isn't that what the Bible warned us about?
Well, the repetitiveness of like what they do at all the masses is just what was complete brainwashing. I mean, it was. I don't know.
What do you know about the Protestant Reformation? Oh, go ahead. Somebody else is speaking.
Yeah. Number one, is this a shithouse lawyer forum? Number one.
No.
Number two. That's not the church. You may have went to a place called church as a Catholic, right?
Yeah.
That's not church.
Well, what is?
By the way.
Well, all right.
Just
Okay,
so
what
you know.
is? What is church then, man?
What is church?
People are church.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I get that shit, but I mean, I understood that. That's why I left. I just I didn't feel the need. It wasn't fulfilling anything for me, so I said that game's over.
Well, yeah, you're a Catholic. I know. I went to Catholic school up till second grade. I know exactly what you did. Yeah. I'm just telling you, that's not church. Yeah, I'm just saying.
You got to go outside and find church. That's what I say.
Hey, but there were a lot of cool Catholics that were killed by the Catholic Church that were really cool. If you actually study history, they're pretty cool, and you can actually study them. And they had really cool lives. They really loved God, and they were killed by the Catholic Church, but they belonged to the Catholic Church. They never left it, but they were actually murdered by their own church. You know, pretty cool people. You can study them in the history.
Yeah, be careful of that Catholicism.
I mean, careful of trying too hard and works and efforts, and because it's all about grace and trusting God's power to do it for you. So it's not by trying yourself in your own effort, because a lot of people get into like all kinds of work efforts programs in the Catholic Church, but the Protestants as well, they sometimes get too much in their minds and not enough in their hearts with God. So there's dangers on both sides. So you got to learn the best from both, and then take what's good and throw out the junk.
Or just pull out the Bible and start looking at it for yourself. Because I know as Catholic, you ever seen a Bible as a Catholic? I mean, besides up on the pulpit?
No, it wasn't. They did not emphasize a lot of that.
Exactly. That's my point.
Just see a lot of people.
That's what I get. I mean, I just think it's a whole show. I want to know what's in the Vatican, man. I don't want to know what's in the library. So I want to know.
Vatican and the library. You don't have to worry about that. Just get yourself a Bible and Well, you have to be concerned with which Bible. That gets into a deeper discussion that I'm sure people would love to have a conversation with you in the religious VC.
Let me ask you something real quick. All right, so this is something that's always bothering me, and it's always on my mind about the Earth. So if we're technically, we're not like anything else. We're not a planet. We're just here, right?
Neither are planets.
I know, but if we're not in outer space, right? Like we thought, or like they told us,
right?
Then where are we?
Where are we?
Yeah, man. Where are we?
You're on the Earth.
We are here.
we're here, but we're not in a vacuum of space.
Yeah,
that's
but
damn sure.
Right. But where are we?
Where do you want to? What do you mean by where? Do you want to? What kind of measurement or
in relative
convention?
to God?
No,
be the sense of God's
okay. All the stuff they told us was bullshit. We're not floating through outer space. We are a plane of existence, and
yeah.
What are we sitting on? Where are we?
Earth.
Where are we?
You keep on saying where. What do you want as a measure?
In relation
where?
How would you suggest we go about answering that question?
I don't know.
I'm trying to tell him he's on dirt.
I was asking.
Hold on. In the heliocentric fairy tale model, where are we?
Well, they want to tell us it's the bullshit story that we're just a disc.
Well, I already know that, but where are we in the bullshit story? Where are we? I'm just trying to show you it's a silly question.
It's not a silly question.
Well, yeah, you can't answer it. Where are we in the heliocentric model?
No, the answer to the question is pretty much like knowing what death is, I think.
What?
Yeah, like it's unknown. It's an unknown. We're not going to ever know.
Then why ask?
Because it's been bothering me.
Well, we don't know that you're pinning the heliocentric fairy tale model on these flat earthers, which don't have a model. It's a non sequitur question. Doesn't follow.
The center of God's attention. That's the answer to the question. In the center of the unit of God's attention and focus and love.
I guess you could say that.
So it's virtual.
Virtual? What do you mean by virtual? What does virtual mean?
He said spiritual.
Oh, did he say spiritual? I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
There's a part of it there's a big part that's spiritual, sure. There's also a big part that's actually physical. It's just saying it's spiritual. It's too vague, right? What's spiritual and what is spiritual?
Nobody knows.
Yeah, it's too vague. You got to get
people know.
Specific.
That's the whole point. A lot of people do know.
They do know what they don't know, and what they don't know, it really doesn't matter, right? They will know eventually, just not here.
Everyone knows deep down. They just push it out of their minds the whole time.
Everyone knows what?
Like why they know deep down that God exists and the universe is for God and for us and for his pleasure. They know it deep down, but they just resist it. They push it away. There's a pushing away in their minds all the time. It's like a resistance to God.
Yep, that's what he said. That's what God said. That's correct.
So like the pretender thing, they're basically pretending the whole time. Like you say, pretender clown. That's exactly what it is.
Metric tons.
I often notice you call them pretender clowns. But when you come here, you talk about the shithouse lawyers. Don't they act like lawyers, these pretender clowns? They're just arguing to be heard. They're just arguing to argue.
Nah, there's a different shithouse lawyers. That's a military phrase. Pretender clowns are frauds. Now, are some shithouse lawyers frauds? Yeah, not all of them though. They just don't know what they're trying to do the right thing, but they don't know what they're talking about. Don't take shithouse lawyering too personally. Like I said, it's a military thing.
Oh yeah, I know. I was just saying that I've come to the realization these past couple of days that all these ballers, all they're doing is making assumptions and presumptions, and they have to have the last word. Like they always have to, like, get the. It's like that's basically what they're doing.
Not really ballers, though. They're not. When you say what do you exactly mean by ballers?
It's a polite way of saying balltard.
They're not actually globe believers. The people out here on the circuit, they're anti-flat earthers. I have to agree with Nathan Oakley and his show, and they've come up. I thought about it for a while. It didn't take long. He's correct. You have anti-flat earthers that masquerade as like ballers. Like there's ballers that live on my street that believe the globe. They're not the people that are out here on the circuit. These people right here that are out here on the circuit, every single last one of them, are anti-flat earther.
Right, you got it.
Because they don't follow what the globe says anyway. They don't. Test them. They don't even know their own religion. Right? We have to correct them all the time. We spend half the discussion correcting their bullshit claims that they don't know of. Right?
Totally.
In order to get them to parrot the correct pseudoscience.
Exactly, you got it.
Belongs to the mainstream.
Yep, you got it. That means they're anti-flat earthers. They're not globers.
Yeah.
On the
the
circuit.
smallest minority on the internet.
Yeah, on the circuit. I'm talking. You know what I mean by the circuit. The ones that are parading out here, the dumb fucks. Right now, my neighbors, they're globers. Follow?
I got you. We can agree on those terms.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, these pretender clowns, when you say that, there really isn't a better word for it. Because most of these people pretend like they know what they're talking about. You mention something they have to look up. They look it up on Wikipedia, and then 5 seconds later, they're claiming you don't understand a subject that they just found out about.
Exactly, you got it. Yeah. Oh, it happened. And rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. Same thing all over again with each of them. Haven't found an exception yet. I've been out here 7 years. Show me an exception. You can't. And you won't. The scary thing is they're dumb as fuck, but they think they're intellectuals. That's really scary. That's the scary part, ladies and gentlemen.
What I can't understand is why can't... Sorry.
Be afraid. Be very afraid. Go ahead.
One thing I can't understand is why can't they actually see the arguments that you're giving them? They're not difficult arguments, and they're quite easy to understand. So why can't they see them?
Well, you'll have to ask. I'm not into divining motives. I only know what's right in front of my face, what I can evaluate. I think they're fucking psychotic, delusional numpties. There you go. There's my rationale.
You're totally right, and it's because it has to be a globe. They're just completely on one side. It can't be anything else.
Well, the majority of anti-flat earthers are atheists, whatever that is. So that is a player too. That just didn't fit in my delusional, psychotic numpties. But that, I think the delusional psychosis is brought on from their atheism. Personally.
I got to agree with you on that. Yeah.
Reprobate
And more I've
mind
been
is what
thinking
the
about.
Bible calls it. Willfully ignorant.
Yep.
Lately, I've been thinking they don't care about the globe at all. There's like 1 trillion globes out there, and happens to be the one we're on. But more importantly, they love all the shit out there that's not real. They can't get enough of the fake Mars, the quasars, the blah blah blah, you name it.
All in a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Shit. Every time you watch a space movie now, it's like, what are these people doing? It's like, how can they even make movies like this? And to think you actually believed all this stuff. I mean, actually believed all this stuff. You watch the stuff and you actually thought it was possible before, and you realize, wow, they're just out there with that space stuff day and night.
I still like the space movies, man.
So do I.
Alien is one of my favorites, man. I'll watch it just like I watched it back in the day. I have no issue with it.
That was fun.
Yeah. I guess that would be my favorite space movie.
Yeah, and StarCraft, my favorite space game.
I don't play games.
EVE Online as well. EVE Online was fun. But now it's hard to play because you just know it's a lot of trash.
You know, I hear a lot of psychologists or psychoanalysts or, psychobabble bullshittist come in here and, these people are basically label machines. Forgive me. Some of them actually want to help and probably help people. But as far as I could tell, like by and large, they're just labelers. And they come in here and they want to analyze us. As someone who's like, psychoanalyst curious, the anti-flat earthers are the study that should be looked at. Like these people are fighting so hard for what they believe in, and they don't actually know what they believe in. They just know it has to be what they were told, whatever they were told.
Yeah, you got it.
So just like 1984, it can change from day to day, right? It can be mass attracting mass in the 3rd grade, and in the 12th grade, it could be the bending and warping of space-time, time dilation by the time you get to college, or whatever they want to tell you, and it's whatever they tell you it is.
If mass, then mass attracts mass. Number one, they don't know what mass is, but here's the funniest part. If A, then A causes A.
It's crazy.
That's almost as funny as the guy that came in here. Oh, it was actually not in here. It was in the arena. And he said that he was the cause of the moon. So the dependent variable was the moon, and the independent variable was him. Remember that guy?
That's right. He's on a numpty clip. That is... Oh, who was that? I can't... There's so many. There's 80 of them. I can't remember him. But it's a numpty clip. It might be... Lale.
Yeah, I heard it live.
Huh?
I heard it live.
You might have heard it live in here, but somebody actually put it down on a recording. Yeah, I'm thinking it was Lale. Somebody was trying to make a hypothesis regarding the moon. I could be wrong though, man. It's in there. I just don't know which one.
Looks like they're really going to try and use this this guy as a trump card, the new trump card, Elon Musk. But he's actually got no credibility with us. We can see right through him. People are falling for him. Looks like it. I think a lot of people are just being very well brainwashed by all the movies and shows and everything, TV, Star Trek and Star Wars, and they're they've subconsciously been put into a hypnotic state of reality. It's like break free from it because it's so in their subconscious because they watched too many movies, played too many games, just been talking about it too long. They can't break the spell. It's like a spell on them.
It's a multi-layered, multifaceted spell. Fluoride in the water, brainwashed on TV. It's in the air. It's in the food. I mean, everything. The medicine that goes down the toilet and gets washed back into the water supply. I mean, it's kind of a positive feedback loop.
It's common for guys to come in here and say, "Oh, flat globe. It doesn't matter to me. It's not going to change me at all." It's like you have no idea what you're even saying, man. But regardless, everything's happening in fake space.
And you should see in the small kids, the small children, their school, they teach them poems of the round earth. They teach them everything's about the round earth. They talk about the whole time. They emphasize it the whole time, and the teachers have got no clue what they're doing. But it's like from a young age, from 5, 6, 4, they're already talking about dinosaurs and all this stuff. They're indoctrinating them. Like the play schools, they get told curriculum. They got to talk about dinosaurs. Age 4, age 3, they got to pump them with dinosaurs hard, and they that's part of the curriculum. They have to actually, they actually have to. They have people to come around and make sure that these curriculums are being taught. So that's why it's so hard to unindoctrinate these people, because they've had it since 3, 4, 5. They've been indoctrinated from early age, non-stop, day and night, from every side. That's why it's pretty tough, I think.
So if we
Thank goodness for good logical arguments that can break the spell.
Yeah, that's indoctrination is not an excuse. I mean, we went through the same stuff, right?
True.
I had a good praying grandma, though.
I mean, I know a lot of good people who actually think the Earth is a globe still. And I've kind of mentioned it to them. Some people I don't push too hard because they're quite popular people. They're in the public a lot. Big shots in the public and stuff. So I don't push them too hard. And it's hard to get them to change, to think differently. You actually have to sit down with someone and give them you have to give them a whole view of what's going on. I know they're not too happy with like really popular people, big shot people to know about this kind of stuff. It's kind of like one of their things they don't like too much, I realize.
Yeah, have you ever tried to assert your rights in front of a cop? They take it personal. They're like, "Oh, how are you being so difficult?"
The cops around where I stay, they just accuse you of everything. They just attack you and accuse you.
think you're roboting, man.
Sorry, we missed you there. I thought you were finished. The cops around here, they kind of accuse you of everything. They accuse people of stuff, and it's like they just make up stuff, and they kind of accuse you of stuff that you're not even doing. It's weird.
I got to roll out of here, man. Have a good one, guys.
Blessings, man.
All right, peace.
Yep.
God bless.
Yep. Later.
See ya.
Hasta luego. Away you go.
Can you guys hear me better now? Mic check. Am I still roboting?
Sounding good. Sounding good.
Cool. Awesome. So yeah, when you assert your rights in front of a cop, they get so butthurt about it. It's like, what do you mean you're given rights? Like, why are you being so difficult? Why aren't you cooperating? It's like, oh, I'm willing to cooperate, within the law. It's like, okay, I got a guy here. He's resisting. I'm going to need backup. Resisting? So is like, hanging on to your rights resisting?
They want slaves. They think they just want to be the boss, and they want slaves to bow to them. Domination, that's what it is. It's nothing to do with. They don't care about the law. They just care about being in control and having power over people, because they're power-hungry psychopaths. I mean, they probably are good cops as well, but yeah, a lot of bad ones too.
You said a second ago they don't even care about the law. It's not that they don't care about the law. They may or may not, but they just don't care about what's right or wrong. They don't care about the difference between those two things.
That's true.
See, I'm kind of at the point to where I think I'm done arguing for the flat earth. I think at this point in my life, it's like, if you don't know the earth is flat, then you're just willfully ignorant. Because the topic has been out for 7 years. And at this point, I think people just need to get back to God's law. Because what's God's law? Do no harm to any man, woman, or child. Cause them no harm, injury, or loss. Right? That's lawful, right? And then everything else is legal. Which legal is the opposite of God's law. It's man's law. So I remember the scripture. It says, "You brood of vipers, you teach man's law as if it were doctrine." You teach man's law as if it were God's law. So brood of viper, what that means is like descendant of snakes. Or in ancient Hebrew, you descendants of the devil. You teach man's commercial code as if it were God's law. And by the way, that's not a private interpretation. I was only using synonyms to give it a more modern context. And then there's another scripture that warns us, beware that they don't make you merchandise. Well, what is merchandise? Property. Something for sale. Goods. For trade.
Yeah, God's law is about not the law. It's about being in love with God.
Well, if you love God, you'll follow the first 4 commandments. And if you love man, you'll follow the next 6 automatically. If you love them, you won't treat your parents bad, because it does say to honor and obey your parents. It doesn't say anything about anybody else. So I guess the opposite of that would be think for yourself, question authority, except for your parents.
Well, it's actually you trust in what Jesus on the cross. Your union causes you to have the same love that Jesus has flowing through you, his love. You can't produce any love to him or to anyone. You have got nothing. You're basically bankrupt. You come to him bankrupt. He does everything for you through the cross, and you receive everything free, and it's too good to be true. That's actually the real message. But many churches go back into the law message, and they think they're back in the Old Testament. They've got to try and please God. But if you try and please God, you're actually saying, I reject that free gift that's too good to be true from Jesus living through me, making me, causing me to love. So the grace of God is negated because you're trying so hard to do it yourself.
So are we supposed to follow the 10 Commandments or not, bro?
When you have Jesus living through you and you in union with him, you'll have the love of God flowing through you, and you will do more than any 10 Commandments will ever do, because you have Jesus living through you. But you can't produce those 10 Commandments in your own effort. And when you start trying to think you can, then you're going back to the law, you're going back to the old, because you're trying in your own effort. That's what a lot of people do. A lot of Christians, even people that go to church, do that. They try in their own effort to please God. But it's not about that. It's about God pleasing himself through you, and you just being a vessel of saying, yeah, okay, I'm going to just go with what God is doing. It's totally his grace. And that's what grace means. And most people don't understand that. Even Christians don't. 90% of Christians don't even. 95% of Christians don't even understand that.
So are you supposed to follow the 10 Commandments or not? Yes or no?
Yeah. So, do you want?
I would say I know you're gonna want to argue this with him, Hank, but if you read Matthew chapter 5, Jesus described that perfectly.
I think Helio knows deep down what I'm saying is true too.
I don't want to argue with nobody. I just wanted to hear his answer.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't care what he says.
So what happens is it's not you trying to please God in your own effort, but the power of God working through you, through the Holy Spirit, through the cross, through your union with Christ. And that's grace working through you. It's like a completely different thing. Most Christians don't even operate in that grace. They're operating in the law still. They're trying to go to church, trying to be good, trying to give money to the church to be good. They're doing lots of things at church, but they're not actually. They all feel dead and they're powerless and they're depressed and their lives are a mess and they're getting divorces because they're not relying on the power of God. They're relying on their own efforts still. They haven't entered that rest of grace. And that's what a real Christianity is about. Most people don't even understand that. And they even send people into the Bible schools to get people off that. So I'm talking about that Hydra that you're talking about. Inspires into all the Bible schools and different denominations to try and get people off the real message. What I'm giving you is the real message, the undiluted truth behind it all. And most people don't even know that. And even the cults, all the different churches, different groups, they're all being tainted with this like false word to get you off this real word that I'm talking now.
So are we supposed to follow the 10 Commandments or not?
You
That's a
will
yes or no
do
question.
you'll do much more than the 10 Commandments once you meet Jesus, because you have him living through you, and you will have grace powerfully living through you, and you'll do way more than any 10 Commandments could ever do. Way greater.
So it's just a yes or no question. It's either yes or no. Are we supposed to follow the 10 Commandments?
No, you're talking.
No?
We're talking different realms here. We're talking different dimensions. You're talking one dimension. I'm talking 10 dimensions.
Hold on. I'm with Hank. That's yes. Sir. He's asking you a yes or no question.
If you try to please God with the law,
Can't answer.
okay, listen to the answer. If you try to please God with the law, and you're not depending on what Jesus did on the cross,
Well, I gave my answer. If you read Matthew chapter 5, you're pretty much set on what Jesus said about the law. So, and you agreed with me. So, I mean,
I agree.
All right,
With
cool.
the works-based gospel, no, Jesus paid all the penalty.
I agree, but I'm going a step further. I'm talking on a different level. You'd probably not.
No, but Hank asked you a specific question. Do you have
It's
to
a
keep the
trick
Ten
question.
Commandments, or should you? Should you keep the Ten Commandments, or do you have to? I don't know. What was
loaded
the question,
question. It's a
Hank?
trick question.
I know it's kind of a loaded question.
Okay, let me ask it like this.
It's a trick question.
Should you obey God's law that he wrote with his fingertip in stone and gave to the Israelites, which you are grafted into according to Paul? Yeah, according to Paul.
With Jesus living through you, you're going to do much more than
That's a
that.
different question too. Oh my goodness.
We're not under the old covenant. We're under the new covenant. The new covenant's far greater. Far greater
Did
glory.
Jesus say, if you love me, you'll keep my commandments?
He will keep the commandments through you, actually. It's not actually you, it's him doing it through you. Paul said, no longer I that lives, but Christ lives through me.
So when the rich man said, what must I do to follow you? And Jesus named the 10 Commandments, all but one, the covetousness. And he said, Lord, I've kept all these since I was a child. He said, good, go sell everything you owe. Go sell everything you own and give it to the poor and follow me. And the guy couldn't do it. And Jesus said, because you couldn't do this one thing, right? It's easier for the camel to go through the eye of a needle than a rich man to enter into the kingdom of heaven. So because he couldn't follow the one law, he wasn't worthy to follow Christ. Is that in the Bible, or did I make that up?
It wasn't about whether he was able to do that or not. What the issue was, that he was trying to bring the guy to the end of himself and to realize that he needs Jesus, that he can't do it himself. So he was still thinking in terms of law, like you talking, but he didn't cross over to the grace yet. He didn't understand grace. So Jesus was trying to make him, like, trying to get him to the end of himself, so he'd think about in a grace way of thinking. He was in the wrong frame of mind, and Jesus was trying to get him into the right frame of mind, but he didn't get it. He didn't get grace.
Can you cite your source for that? Because I didn't see grace anywhere in that part of the Bible. He said, what must I do to follow you? And he started naming the 10 Commandments. Where did you find grace in that?
Well, that's
scripture?
the law on steroids. Who have you sold your possessions and given them to the poor and come follow Jesus? So that's the law on steroids. So what I'm saying is, he was trying to get the guy to the end of himself by using the law on steroids to bring him to grace and to the cross and to Jesus and to himself. So he was actually putting the guy. He was preaching the law on extra steroids, on extra hard, because the guy was so reliant on himself. So he said, okay, well, you want the law, I'm going to give you the law. Let me give you the full law in fullness right now. And the guy couldn't do it because he was showing him that he couldn't do it by his own effort. That's exactly what I'm trying to say to you. Basically, what I'm trying to tell you right now is basically what Jesus did there.
Hey, and
so he said, go sell everything. And I'm sorry, go ahead, bro.
I was going to say, prior to that, he'd already seen Jesus perform miracles. Then
Now, I think he's trying to answer in a way that keeps us from thinking that we can rely on our own works in the law. We're supposed to be relying on Jesus, and that's where grace comes in. We're supposed to be relying on what he did on the cross, and not our own, finite works, to obey or disobey the law.
Meadowlark gets it. Yep. Hold on,
he's trying to avoid answering in that way because he's trying to say that we need to rely on the grace of Jesus Christ and what he did on the cross, not our own.
Come on.
Otherwise, we have the works-based gospel.
Yeah, but what Hank's talking about, the guy that Jesus was talking to, this is before he died, right? Before the sacrifice. But he'd already seen Jesus perform miracles, and he's following him. With the poor and the rich, we're both following him. And this guy, I'm a rich guy. I'm gonna walk up to Jesus and say, "Hey, what? How can I access the kingdom of God?" And Jesus told him, and then, that's at that point, he walked away.
Well, I would say, hold on. I'm sorry, Bird. I would say, don't listen to me, anything that I got to say, or any other of these gentlemen on here. I posted some scripture that you can look at on your own leisure time. And don't call me a cherry picker. There's verses and chapter in there, so you can look up the address, read the pretext and the context, and decide for yourself if Christians are supposed to follow the Ten Commandments. Because there's several laws, right? There's the law of sin and death, the law of Moses, the law of God. There's man's law, and then so you decide.
Ceremonial law.
Well, the law is part of it, but there's so many laws that we're ignorant of as well. And that's
The
why the thing
ceremonial
that
law.
appears to be the main thing is believing in Jesus Christ and what he did, as
Yeah.
opposed to just believing in works of the law.
Come on. And so there's ceremonial law, there's moral law. There's the two different things. There's moral law is totally good. I mean, everything in the Ten Commandments morally is perfect. We must do that. But what I'm saying is it's not us, but it's Christ in us. But when it comes to the days that you keep before the Lord, that's a private thing. In Colossians it says, whatever you want to do, you keep that between you and the Lord. You don't enforce that on other people. That would be religion, to try and enforce that. You don't put people down what day they keep. If you want to keep this, that Sabbath or that Sabbath, that's your problem. That's your thing. But that's between you and God. The same with what you eat. Just don't eat two things. There's one thing you can't eat. That's blood. That's all. Don't eat blood. That's the only rule.
It would be religion in the form of dead works that have no spirit, no trust in Christ, no thing that's making it live. It's just a dead religious rite, a dead observance, a dead work that ultimately will not be pleasing to the Lord, because that's where the faith comes in, faith in Jesus Christ.
And that was,
according to Acts.
Jesus was confronted. Jesus was confronted several times by it. People like that. So
there's two things in the book of Acts 15 that we're not supposed to eat: blood and strangled meat. Meat from the sacrifices.
I think that was under the Levitical priesthood, though. We're under a new priesthood where some things carried over, some things were modified, and some things were abolished. Now we can eat all things as long as they're given in thanksgiving to the Lord.
Well, just not blood. Let's say blood, yeah.
Carried over, some things were abolished under the Melchizedek priesthood of Jesus Christ that we're under now.
Wait, you said if they were from a sacrifice, so is it okay to eat blood from an animal that's not from a sacrifice?
Yeah, they just can't be sacrificed. So when they went to the Acts, they were going to the Gentiles, the newly converted Gentiles, which that would be people like us, I'm assuming, right? The nations, that would be us. Okay, so they said, look, you're just getting started. Let me give you some basic fundamentals, to help you get started. And they were like, don't be fornicating. There was another thing they said not to do. Don't drink blood, and don't eat strangled meat from the sacrifices. I think that was I can't remember the fourth thing.
So there's a different law. A different law from the other laws, like the different from the Ten Commandments. So we got some more laws in the New Testament.
There's 1,000,001 laws out there, some laws that we're cognizant of, some laws that we're ignorant of. So emphasis on the law ultimately leads to death because we're never going to know all the laws that are out there. We need to be trusting God in faith to get any sort of righteousness. Once we follow God with Christ in spirit, the rest of that stuff falls into place. But if we focus on the law, we're always going to be abysmally ignorant of the law and always guilty of breaking the law.
All right, so prior to
that's right.
The Gentiles, or not prior to the Gentiles being brought up. It's described in the book of Acts. Peter had a vision. You guys remember that one?
Unclean animals.
Yeah, unclean animals. He's like, no, I can't participate in that. I can't. And then what did God tell him? Is that if I call something clean, it's clean,
The Gentiles,
and that was what it was. He showed him that vision prior to him going to Cornelius and preaching the gospel to his house, where they all received the Holy Spirit and were converted, right? And Cornelius, if I remember right, it's not confirmed in the Bible, but I think Cornelius was very near the crucifixion, if not involved directly with the crucifixion and everything. So yeah, it was a difficult thing for Peter to go through, and Cornelius as well. But when Peter showed up at Cornelius' house and he preached the gospel of Jesus Christ to the house of Cornelius, it says all in that house were converted. They were all Romans.
Well, the main thing is not relying on the works of the law, because ultimately people who go back under the law end up denying Jesus Christ and what he did on the cross and saying, I can save myself by my own works. And I'm going to throw out Jesus, and he's totally
100%. Yeah,
so we
100%.
need to come under
I
the
think
grace
that's a false dichotomy.
and it
100%,
appears
yeah.
to be a true dichotomy based off of the way that people like to do religious rites and works that are dead and throw out whatever God does for them and basically make a God unto themselves. And so
Exactly.
God sees that about us and basically is saying, if you're going to have everything in order, faith in Jesus Christ empowers you to do these works, with the right spirit, the right heart, and the right thing in mind, Christ, God, as opposed to self and what you or whatever sufficiency you think you can, have to do your own works and save yourself under the law.
Yeah, well said. Well said.
Okay, so I think I want to slightly disagree with you. The way that I understand these books, the New Testament is the testimony of Christ, right? His last will and testament, right? And the way that I understand it, and I could be wrong, it's possible, but it's kind of like a contract. If you do this, I'll do that. If you do this, however, I'll do this instead. And I think that's what's up. I think
No.
he's like, no, you don't think so?
Yeah, I disagree with that. I
Disagree with that. It's not contractual. We did nothing, and we come to God like empty-handed, and He does everything. That's what it's one-sided. Like we actually that's what grace means. We don't give anything. If we think we can give that one thing to God, that's what negates the grace.
Paul,
And that's
through Paul's letters, he explained all of that. If you think Paul was not a prophet of God, then then you can go ahead with what you got, Larry. But yeah, I mean, Paul explains a lot of things that contradict exactly what you said. So,
well, there are things.
All right, so let me ask this: can your name be blotted out of the Lamb's Book of Life?
What does that matter?
Well, the Lamb's Book of Life means if your name is in it, then you're going to be saved.
Where's that mentioned?
Not answer a question with a question. According to the Bible, your name can be blotted out of the Lamb's Book of Life. Yes.
So what would cause that?
Maybe trusting the law. Maybe trusting the law will get your name blotted out in the Lamb's Book of Life.
So that's awesome.
So go back to the law and then put your trust in
right,
yourself
so
to do the law.
Following God's law, the thing that He wants you to do will get your name blotted out of His eternal rest.
Yeah, because
That's
you're trying in yourself, because you're trusting in yourself and you made yourself a God, instead of trusting Him to be your God and then you becoming a child of God through Him.
So if I trust Christ and just do whatever I want to do after that, rape, kill, murder, steal, break all the commandments at least once a day, do you think that Jesus will keep them for me?
No, you won't want to.
Hold on, Larry. Did anybody here say that?
You won't want to, because when you have Jesus for living through you, you won't want to do anything bad. You'll just want to do what He wants. You'll be so filled with Him.
You want to keep His commandments, right? If you love Him, you'll keep His commandments, right?
You have to be empowered by the Holy Spirit and Christ first. You can't do it on your own power. That's works-based.
Yeah.
That's saying that Christ isn't necessary, that I can shed my own blood for my own sins with my own work. That's works-based. A works-based gospel is not what the Bible is talking about, not in that sense. It's talking about accepting Jesus Christ and then being empowered for works by the Holy Spirit, by Jesus Christ.
You got it, bro.
Okay, here's what I'm trying to say, and I'll put it succinct, and you guys can disagree, and I'll go on mute for a little while. I'm not saying there's anything that I can do to obtain salvation, but there certainly is something that I can do to lose it. How about that?
No, I disagree. It's not about you losing it. It's about you realizing that it's not about you at all. It's about you dying, and you're actually realizing that it's only to do with Jesus, and it's got nothing to do with you at all. And that's what salvation is all about. It's realizing that you're not even in the picture anymore. There is no you. When you realize there is no you anymore, That's salvation. Then you have seen salvation. Then you actually understand what real Christianity is about. There is no you. There's only Jesus.
Well, there's a lot of things in the New Testament where you could sit here all day and argue about works versus faith and all this kind of stuff, and what you might or might not do to maintain your salvation, all that kind of stuff. Paul versus Peter and James and all. There's a lot of different arguments that people could make all day, and you could study that all day. But ultimately, I feel like Hank is saying that, okay, once you come into faith in Jesus Christ, then you have to, if you're a Gentile, then you have to keep the 10 Commandments to maintain your salvation, which that's not what the New Testament says at all.
So he said it's not about you specifically,
But Paul
the
does
proverbial
preach
you.
morality.
Right,
Paul
right.
does
So hold on. It's not about you. So would you say that Matthew 7 verses 21 through 27, would you say that's not about you?
It's about Jesus Christ ultimately, if you're talking about what empowers us to do these works, not our own power.
There we go.
So if a voluptuous woman were to offer herself to you, you don't think it's your choice?
Well, you would go to Jesus Christ and the Holy Spirit to empower you to do the right thing. If you tried to rely on your own power, you might end up in bed with her or falter, because your power is not sufficient. Not without God, not without the Holy Spirit, not without Christ.
Well, I haven't had sex with another woman in 20 years, and I wasn't always down with the Messiah during those 20 years. So is it possible maybe that I turned down some sex with strangers on deliveries who were like, hey, do you want to come in? Like, I knew what that meant. Like, no, I don't want your pizza. Like, obviously, I got unlimited pizza. I have the mother load of pizza. Obviously, I don't want to come in and eat pizza with you. Is it possible that maybe I, under my own power, turned down whatever the woman was offering me during that time?
Maybe
Yeah, it's because you're a good man. You're a good man, Hank.
But remember, God made you originally. He created you before the Adam's fall. So that means originally, before the fall, there's some good in you. In the tree of knowledge of good and evil, there's good and evil. So that means there's a lot of good in people. Generally, there's a lot of good people around. I mean, generally, Hank, you're a good guy. I mean, you're just one of those kind of good guys that walk around, and you're a good guy. But what I'm saying is, when you trust in your own goodness, you can't be saved. It's sometimes harder to give up your own goodness than your own sin.
Dude, religious people are sometimes way worse than atheists.
Well, I mean, God did write the word on our hearts, but we turn to evil, especially when we try to rely on our own power and throw out God, throw out, Christ, the Holy Spirit. That's when people turn especially wicked and especially evil, when they start thinking they can do this by their own works and by their own power. Then Satan comes in with the pride, with the arrogance, and he, just twists our heart into knots. And so that's why we need to keep our eyes on the right focus. That's why Jesus says, I am the vine and you are the branches. Without me, you can do nothing. And without Christ, we just wither on the vine and eventually run out of our own power.
So if I try to follow God's law, then I'm going to be punished because I'll be arrogant automatically.
Larry, your questions are interminable. The main thing is relying on yourself without Jesus Christ will turn you wicked. That is the main thing.
Listen,
we keep our focus on Christ. Otherwise, we get puffed up with our own works and ultimately lead toward destruction.
How long has it been since you read Matthew chapter 5, Larry?
I don't know.
Oh, you should go ahead and read it.
Not one dot or tittle. So not. It's kind of like saying not one dotted I.
Just read that and read Romans chapter 5, 6, and 7, and it will explain all of this.
Okay,
Don't forget
so
Romans 8. Romans 8 is very important. 6 and 8.
Yeah, Romans 8. I mean, so the whole book of Romans, but yeah.
so are we supposed to follow man's law? Does it say in the Bible in Romans 10, I think it is, that we should follow man's law?
Hank, if you wish, but the law doesn't save. It just puffs up and eventually leads to nothing.
You know that's not what I'm claiming. I've already established that.
To work in with your question.
We have to function.
Get us to emphasize the law over Christ.
We have to function in man's law
and go after our own works instead of Him with that sort of trajectory.
At the end of the day, it's about
I did bring up Matt. Sorry, go ahead, bro.
At the end of the day, it's about a person to meet Jesus. When you meet Jesus, you get so filled with Him, and you got to walk with Him day by day. It's a walk. It's like when you fall in love with a girl. Is a girl going to fall in love with you because you meet these 10 commandments or these 10 wishes that she has, or these 10 tasks that she has for you? Are you going to fall in love with her because of that, or is there a real spontaneous relationship? And God wants a spontaneous, real relationship with you as a son, and He wants you to believe in His doing. When you start saying, "Okay, I can do it myself," that's when you have trouble, because then you're actually walking outside His grace. But you got to say, "I can't do this, and only You can do it through me, Lord, and be my Savior, be my King, be my everything." And then He walks through you, He lives through you, and then you have Christ in you. The mystery is Christ in you, to live inside of you and through you and as you. So that means you actually. It's not that you're in union with Christ, but you're two separate. You're still going to be a separate person from God. You're not God, but He's living through you, and there's like a living of His personality through your personality and through you. You're still a separate person, and you're always going to be a separate person for all eternity. But there's a unitedness that you're never separate as well, because you're one with Him, and He's living through you, and that's what God wants. He wants you to be part of His family. He doesn't want you to be self-reliant, and that self-dependence, that's what cuts you off from the grace of God. That's self-reliance, that's self-dependence, that's saying, "I can do it. I can make myself do the law. I can do it." And as soon as you put yourself in the center, that's when that grace stops moving towards you. And you need that grace, because you need the grace of God working through you.
Okay, so you brought up the relationship. So if your girl says, "If you love me, you'll do these 10 things," and then you say, "Well, I can't do them, but you can do them through me," right? And then you guys said that I'm good. I'm not that good. I'm not good. Like, I'm really not that good. So I would like to point out that none of us are good, right? So at the very least we could do, the thing that Yeshua asked, "If you love me, you'll keep these commandments," right? Because if you love them, you'll keep the commandments. And try not to strawman me again. I did say there's nothing I can do to obtain salvation. Obviously, that's from the grace of God and His Son that He sent, the Messiah, right? What I'm arguing is there's definitely something you can do to lose your salvation.
Because everyone will lose their salvation, because everyone's going to fall and stumble, and that means no one's going to heaven. We're all doomed. So basically, under that criteria, there's no one that can make it with God. You need grace to start the race, and you need grace every step of the way till the end, till for all eternity we're going to be under grace. And you can't say, "Okay, I'm going to start with grace. Now I'm going to try and do it myself. The rest of it, I'm going to use my own endurance." That's going back into pride. So you're starting with grace, and then you're going back into pride again, and then you cut off the grace. So that's not. You got to stay the whole journey on grace. By God's grace.
It is interesting that they kind of talk about persevering in works, keep working your salvation so that you're not blotted out of the Lamb's Book of Life. But it doesn't talk about persevering in, grace, continually relying on, the Holy Spirit, continually relying on God and His power to get you through. So I think that's where the disconnect comes in, where people say, "Okay, Jesus Christ saved me, but I'm going to go back under works and say, okay, I got to persevere to the end," instead of, trusting in Him. And I think that's where the disconnect comes in, when we kind of go back under works with that sort of
Correct. Yeah, that's right.
All right, so I've been brought to remembrance, I think it's Hebrews chapter 10. It talks about abusing the blood. And it says, what would happen if we were to keep on sinning? Well, what's the definition of sin? Violation of God's law, right? So if we keep on sinning, well, how does it go? It would be worse for you. I'm trying to remember how it goes, and I can't. It's Hebrews chapter 10, like abusing the blood of
So that's
Christ.
speaking to Jews, going back to the law. So it's saying don't go back to the law, because go back, trust in Jesus. And also, I mean, have you sinned today? Everyone. I bet you everyone in this room has sinned today before, at least once. So that means we're all doomed. We're all going to hell. Okay, forever. We lost our salvation. But no, that's not talking about that. Because I mean,
I don't think I sinned today.
Haven't you had a thought that's not of God today? Well, I hope you haven't.
Well, that's not what sin is.
You should be walking in victory, but I mean, there's a place where you don't walk, where you actually can walk in the grace of God through Jesus, where you actually overcome sin really radically in your life. I mean, it's not that you don't stumble, but you do pretty well. I mean, you most of the time you're busy just winning all the time. And all Christians should come to that place, but it's not. That's walking in the grace of Jesus and trusting totally in Jesus. But one of the things that stops you from doing that is relying on your ability to fulfill the law, and that trying of your own effort and saying I can do it myself, or I got to try and cover up my sin with my works, with some laws and stuff. But that trying and that effort negates the grace of God working through you. So it's a supernatural walk, and you have to walk it supernaturally. But when you try in your own effort, it stops that supernatural flow.
That's what Walter R.R. Martin says characterizes the cult. Well, one of the things that characterizes the cult as opposed to the true religion of Jesus Christ, works-based salvation, as opposed to faith in Jesus Christ in a person. And so all of these, non-biblical, cults, stray away from Christ with, an emphasis on works, an emphasis on an interpretation around a certain, human figure, or some sort of reliance on a man-based cult of some sort, as opposed to relying on the the man, the God-made man of Jesus Christ.
So you guys telling me I shouldn't try to follow God's law?
You'll figure it out, Hank.
Well,
But
no,
if
that's
you're
what
going to try
I'm
to bring us
confused
back under works with an emphasis on what we can do to persevere in the faith, eventually we will throw out Christ.
I'm confused here. So I'm reading in the comments that people are saying that basically Paul was saying government, man's law, and that Jesus and both Paul are saying that we're supposed to submit to man's law. I'm not clear about that in the Bible, where it's like we're supposed to submit to men's law. I thought it was like God's law, not the government of men. I thought that Jesus was against that. I'm confused here.
Pay your taxes and stuff like that, but if the government tells you to do something that's not against God, then obviously disobey the government. Disobedience to the
That's what I'm
government.
saying here. Yeah, so it would be God's law, not what man is saying that the law is. It would be God's law.
Choose God's law first, and then if there's something they say that doesn't contradict God's law, then do it as well. So, example, they want you to pay taxes, pay your taxes.
Totally, exactly. No. And so paying your taxes isn't necessarily a God's law. That's why Jesus went in there with whips and turned over tables and was like, stop trying to take the money from the people. So even Jesus was kind of against the whole taxation thing. But when it comes down to laws of respecting your neighbors, making sure you're doing this, those are God's law. That's not man's law. It's God's law. And yes, we should obey the laws that are from that make sense, right? But not men just making up some random laws.
Well, Jesus didn't go into the temple because of taxes. He went in there because those people were supposed to be the leaders of spiritually, to lead people to God, and they were actually they didn't even know God, and they were a bunch of liars and hypocrites. So he was basically saying to them, "Hey, you guys are just a bunch of evil people, and you need to repent," and so that they could get saved to the cross later. But many of them did. But those same people gave their lives to God later. Was the ones that didn't get killed in Rome, and a lot of them got killed as well, because Rome destroyed Jerusalem later. But what I'm saying is, and the temple and everything. But what I'm saying is, he didn't go there because he was anti-government and doing some rebellious thing. He was against the Pharisee thing, where they try to control people and turn them into minions, and he was against the whole system of false religion. So he was coming up against that false religious system.
And if the law is lawful, or people are, going after or trying to go after God with the law, then, follow it, as long as it doesn't contradict God's, word and, God's scripture or whatever. I mean, as long as there's no contradiction there, then just, it's fine to go along with the law, as long as it's a righteous, just law.
That's what I'm saying. It needs to be righteous and just.
Yeah.
And even when it comes down to taxation and things like that, a lot of the time that is not righteous and just. Taxation is not righteous and just. That, oh, you go and you do this and then we're going to tax the hell out of you. That's not righteous or just. That is theft. It's not.
Were you guys saying it had nothing to do with the temple tax when Jesus went in there?
Yeah, that's what he said. He just said that right now.
Well, Jesus said, whatever is Caesar's, give to Caesar, and whatever is God's, give to God.
So the special tax that they were charging, where they went to convert Caesar's money into, I guess, the rabbinical or Pharisaic money, in order to pay their tax to, the 1/10, right? So, what did he say after he cracked the whips? He said, "You make my father's house into a house of merchants."
Yep.
So, what's a merchant?
Instead of prayer.
Right. What's a merchant? Like a businessman, right?
Yeah, somebody who buys, sells, and trades.
So I quoted the scripture earlier that said, "You brood of vipers, right? You descendant of devils, you teach man's law as if it were doctrine." So in other words, you teach man's law as if it were God's law. What does that mean to you guys?
Wait, say that again. Say it one more time.
You brood of vipers, I think is how it starts out. You teach man's law as if it were God's law.
Okay, so that's exactly what's happening here, Hank. Within the chat right now, this started off with Cyber Blitz of me saying, like, do you go by Paul or do you go by Jesus? He said they're both pretty clear about submitting to the government. I said, where is Jesus clear about submitting to men who rule by government? And then I said, the rule of God, yes. The rule of men's own law, not so sure about that. He said, have you read how he was captured and tried and killed? I said, did you read my next comment? Context matter, God's law. He said, maybe you have a verse explaining when not to obey the laws of government. Like, I get it, but why pick and choose which to follow out of the Bible? Either follow it or discard it all. And this is where I'm like, what is going on right now? It's God's law, not men. Yes, there should be government and there should be ruling of men that are following righteous God's law. But when they come in here with these laws that are not righteous and they're not God's law, we're not supposed to just follow men. We're not supposed to follow the man's law, right? Or am I missing something here? I'm super confused here.
Well, when you do that, you get tradition, and tradition, bit by bit, covers over God and His word and His law. And so we need to have that relationship with Jesus Christ. Otherwise, we just become like these dead things that are following right ritual, dead religion and the law, which leads to death.
So I said earlier that a summons, another synonym for summons, is a seance. They give you a court summons, right? And then you answer it. So they're calling the dead, and then you show up and you say, "That's me." Does that sound like something that's lawful under God, or does that sound like something that is legal?
Wow. That was a good question, obviously.
Wait, say the question again. I was reading the comments. Say it again.
So when you get a court summons, right, you could put the synonym seance. It's a court seance. And then you show up and you say, "Yeah, that's me." And you answer to the seance. And I'm asking, does that sound like something that's lawful under God, or does that sound like something that's legal under man? Because legal isn't lawful.
Legal under men. Yeah, it's legal under men.
Legal is the opposite of man's. Oh, sorry. Legal is the opposite of God's law.
Exactly. Yeah. It's man
Nowadays,
created.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, you're good. I was just saying it was man created. Go ahead, Trinity. That's all I
So
wanted to say.
what happens is, like, I mean, if you have like total Satanists controlling all the laws and they make up all the laws and they make up all these evil laws that are totally evil and wicked, I mean, there's gonna be a lot of evil stuff. That's obviously not God. So not everything nowadays in the law is pleasing to God. It's very anti-God. It's very anti-Christ. So there's a lot of anti-Christ laws and anti-God laws and that are really anti-freedom and anti-human and they're against the amendment, the amendments of the United States, which were created by godly men, and actually confirmed. Apparently, there was like an angel or something that involved in that when they were doing that or something. It's the amendments of America are very like sacred. There's something about them that protects people from being real, and it's very important. And to keep the commandments of America. The amendments. So when you have laws and rules that break those amendments, and they're actually in rebellion against God, so you're dealing with it. It's not so black and white. There's a lot of gray areas, and a lot of things that are not God.
So you started out saying that when you got rulers and politicians that are like evil and Satanist, right? And then you got laws like CPS, right, where there's child trafficking, right? And then eventually they lose, put them in so many foster homes, and even though you jump through all these loops, we lost them. We don't know where they are now. It's like, yeah, that's kind of what we're talking about. It's like not everything that's like legal is lawful under God, because I think there's a law that says your children cannot be taken away unless you commit a felony. That's why I was never like running booze in a dry county. That's why I never sold pot. Like all these things I knew were felonies, and I knew that if I did it, my children could be taken away. But I did a buttload of traffic violations. So I broke a bunch of city ordinances. I broke a bunch of statutes, but tried my very best not to break any serious law, right? Like no murder, no rape, right? No trafficking of any kind, right? I didn't want to do any of those. But it appears to me that there's like a difference. So if you commit a crime, right, there has to be an injured party. If there's no injured party, it's not a crime. Then it's a commercial code violation. And that's what I'm talking about. The difference between a crime where someone has incurred harm, injury, or loss and a code violation. A code violation is from the legislators who legislated their legislation, and then it was codified. And this is what we call the legal code. So just like a mandate is not law, code is not law. Because what's the supreme law? God's law, right? The supreme law of the land? Constitution. And any legislation that violates the Constitution, we don't have to follow it. And even if they say we have to, we can be immune when we violate the code, because the code violates the Constitution. Is that correct or incorrect? Am I off base here?
I agree with you. Yeah. But you're still going to end up with some trouble, because they're still going to fight it from their side, and they're still going to pretend that they're right.
Well, you better make sure that you get not a jury trial, but a trial by jury, because the judge can overturn a jury trial. And you want to make sure that you're in charge of all of the law, right? You're competent, because there's 3 jurisdictions, as far as I can tell. There's the air, the land, and the sea, or the water. So LAW, right? So the land, the air, and the water. So the highest one is like trust law. So if you go before the court and you got a trust, and then that's going to be loud. I'll come back. So if you go before the court and you got your status corrected and you got a trust, right? That means that you've got jurisdiction over the land, because so the contract is the law, and in this case, the trust is the contract. Okay, so you got a contract in the air, right? So you got that jurisdiction covered. You have your own business. Even if you're not making money, the intent is to make money. So that's not hard to figure out. You could probably sell some t-shirts on the internet or something, right? So you got, that's the contract law, that's the water. And then the land would be, I'm still learning, I can't remember. The third thing. So if you remove yourself from their jurisdiction with a status change, you change your status from a U.S. citizen to a state national, which that's a big deal. If you haven't looked into that yet, that's the red pill. I think that the flat earth was leading us to this. I think that's what we're meant to find, that the state national thing is the big red pill. We're not supposed to be citizens or slaves. We're supposed to be U.S. state nationals.